Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans alike, and welcome to the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, round 4, here at a beautiful, yes, believe it or not, it's August the 24th, and it is a beautiful day in the southeast of Melbourne, wedged between Springvale and Dandenong. So if you're anywhere from Albury or Mildura, even Adelaide, you can get here for racing today. We're going to be here racing until 5 o'clock today. Welcome and a very big shout out to the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, the promoters of this round. It's always a special round on the 5-round calendar. Of course, our next round of the series, and note it down, is going to be the 3rd, 4th and 5th of October at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. So we're looking forward to that. And then, of course, we round out the racing here at Sandown for the historic Sandown event as well. So keep an eye out on your calendars for that. A huge day for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here. We've got a massive amount of categories on the menu for you to enjoy your motoring delight. If you've tuned into the broadcast on Blendline TV via YouTube or any of the other social media channels, welcome. Hope you enjoy the broadcast, but like I said, it's always better to get to the racetrack and have it live in front of you. The live streaming is an awesome service. It's fantastic, and it helps those people. And a big shout out. I know there's one particular viewer today watching from a hospital bed, so a big shout out to those that can't make it today, but certainly well worth the effort getting trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. I'm looking at a sign that says the home of horsepower. It really is. We've got the highest horsepower cars in the country here as one of the feature categories here this weekend. The Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans. They thumped, they thundered all the way around the Sandown layout yesterday, and it was a fantastic day for the Hollinger National Sports Sedans. They're just one of the categories that make up the colourful delights of round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Our first category on track, and they're due to be on track at 9:10, is the Formula RX8s. The first time we've seen the Formula RX8s racing here at Sandown. And if you like one-make racing, in fact, we've got you covered off in a couple of angles with one-make racing. But if you like one-make racing and you like rotary-powered one-make racing, which I do, then stick around because they will be opening up at 9:10 and their second race will be on at 12:25. If you like me and you like open wheelers, we've also got them covered off. We've got national Formula Fords here this weekend, and we look forward to seeing them out on track. They'll combine with the Victorian Formula Fords and, of course, the older style of Kent-engined Formula Fords. Right throughout that field, as always, it is absolute torrent of fantastic racing. So keep your eyes peeled for race number 2 today, 9:30. Formula Fords will then be on again at 1:10. Saloon Cars. The great Aussie manufacturer, the Aussie menu of motorsport, Ford versus Holden, the only true Ford versus Holden battle in Australian motorsport these days. The Saloon Cars will be on track at 9:50. Supercarts are back at Sandown. After more than a decade and a half, the Supercarts returned, and they are absolutely spectacular. You've really got to keep your eyes peeled to keep your eye on how fast those carts are going. Improved production, huge field. For Prestige Hino, the improved production cars will pound around. And if you like, as I mentioned before, rotary-powered cars, we've got them. If you like turbo cars in 4 or 6-cylinder variety, we've got them. And if you like V8s, we've got them too. So keep your eyes peeled for the Prestige Hino improved production cars on track at 10:30 this morning. The Sports Sedans will have their first race for today at 10:50, and it's great to have Hollinger Engineering on board with the National Sports Sedans here this weekend. Formula V, the Buzz and Hornets, the great line astern, tail-to-tail racing, a great place to learn. And let me tell you, if you want to continue for 2-3 decades, even in a Formula V, every time you go out on track, you are absolutely guaranteed of excited racing. 944s, the Porsche 944s will be out on track as well, and they have had a massive amount of racing in recent times, racing at the Winton Festival of Speed just a couple of weeks ago, and they turned it on yesterday like they do every time they go racing. The race was won by Cam Bella. Ads Brewer got home in second place. That was Jamie Westerway. So all the title contenders running very, very closely at the front of the field in the Porsche 944 Challenge. Then the Vic V8s will be on board. Well, as it says, if you like your V8s, and we'll be joined by Joel Ramsey. He's debuted here this weekend commentating. Loving the Vic V8s. They'll be on track at 11:40. Circuit XLs will be on track at 12 o'clock, and then we do it all again. RX8, Supercarts, Formula Ford, Saloon cars, improved production, sports sedans, etc., etc. And we go racing all the way till 5 p.m. today. So we're not too far away from welcoming the RX8s onto the track. We might take just a quick ad break before we go to the racing at 9:10, and they will continue to roll out these races. As I said, remember our final round at Phillip Island and the 3rd, 4th and of October. Back in a moment after this quick ad. Beautiful day here at Sandown. That Penrite sign takes pride of place across the straight. We are about to see 10 categories come thumping down that front straight. And a guy down there that will be covering it off from both the commentary booth and pit lane perspective. Down to you, Callum Brannigan.
Morning to you and to everybody tuning in from home. Sorry, good morning, Darren. Welcome to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series from a beautiful Sandown International Raceway. There is so much blue sky and the sun is out, so it's an absolutely sensational day of racing coming your way. A beautiful intro from Darren Smith summarising the day ahead, and he's probably pointed out that we've got more than 20 races coming your way, and we're starting off with the Formula RX8s making their debut with the Trico VSRS here this weekend. They, of course, wrapped up racing action yesterday. So if you did miss yesterday's racing action and you're looking for something to do during the week, we highly encourage you to go to the Blendline TV, YouTube and Facebook channels and catch up on all of the race action. But if you are already tuned in, don't go anywhere because all of the racing is coming your way live and free very shortly. So with Formula RX8 coming up very shortly, there's, of course, a bit of an embargo, or a sound embargo, we should say, given we are in a metropolitan area. So we have to wait until 9 a.m. once the race engines are able to be fired up. So a lot of the cars are being warmed up and getting ready for their races ahead. And we touched on this yesterday, that it's a bit of a mixed bag with all of the categories mixed in amongst the 50 garages that we've got along this Sandown historic pit straight. 944s, obviously they're not up until a bit later on today, so just a little bit of time before they get fired up and ready. But we've got the Saloon cars down here as well, getting ready for race action. We should point out it's a big thanks to all of the volunteer officials. Actually, if we get Mark to turn around and have a look at the starters box there, if you think that you like the view from up there, we highly encourage you to get involved and head to the Motorsport Australia website and follow the relevant links to find out how you can join a club and get involved in Australian motorsport as a volunteer official, because we'll get Mark to spin around once again. You can just see how many brightly coloured high-vis vests we've got lined up and down the pit lane. They've all been assigned a job for this weekend. They've all got a task to follow, and they execute it absolutely beautifully. And just where you see the V8race.com course car / safety car, oh, it's not the safety car I should say, but it is the course car yesterday to wrap up proceedings. We thanked all of the officials by putting on some food and some drinks and thanking them for their valuable contributions to Australian motorsport. So I believe we've got the RX8s coming out very shortly. As I said, it's a big welcome to Formula RX8. It's a wonderful addition, one-make racing, and it's another addition to the one-make categories that we've got racing as part of the Trico VSRS. We should thank our corporate partners for this weekend as well. So we've got Karting Madness joining a couple of rounds ago. They are set up down in Trade Alley, so if you are planning on coming down to the Sandown Raceway, we highly encourage you to head down and say hi to our friends at Karting Madness, Mentone Premix, Trico, of course, and Autohouse Vehicle Storage. So without further ado, it's over to the commentators.
Thanks very much, Callum. Great to see the views down there on the pit straight. Fantastic. A big shout out to all the volunteer officials and the organisers here this weekend. From the top of the tower to David, our clerk, of course, all the way down through the whole pit and paddock area. There's a virtual army, not a virtual army, there's a real army of volunteer officials that keep motorsport going. And here in Victoria, there's two headline acts going on this weekend. There's the Gippsland Rally, which is part of the Australian Rally Championship, and of course the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships that are here on live on Blendline on YouTube right throughout today. And as I said, get your backside trackside. The broadcast is fantastic, but there's nothing quite like going to the racetrack and seeing live race cars, and that's what we've got right now. I'm Darren Smith. I've been joined by Sam Silvestro, and we had a couple of races yesterday. Short, sharp affairs for the RX8s, and as Callum touched on, a couple of one-make categories with us this weekend, the RX8s and the Porsche 944s. Two actual road cars, Sam, that are renowned for their beautiful weight distribution and their handling. We've got the RX8s on track now. We had some great racing yesterday. Race 1 and 2 won by Matt Boylett and Antonio Capisso. Where do you think we'll end up today, Sam?
Good morning. As you say, it is a great day to be here racing. It couldn't be any better, could it? But I think we've got a problem in that there's a reverse grid of the top 6 as per our series regulations. And it looks like Amber Griffin might be in trouble. Her car was limping out onto the track, so she may be a non-starter, which is a real shame. As far as results go, yeah, it's great that we mix a portion of the front cars. And having mixed a few of those front cars, anything could happen with this start. But as I said, we're down one car. It definitely looks like Amber, she may be coming around. But hopefully, if she's got that, no, I don't think she's going to make it to the start. So we're down one, unfortunately. The start will be...
We are actually hearing through the trackside officials there's a delayed start board being readied, so that may be what it is. Yeah, so that'll be her just climbing up the hill here, Sam. So the officials have got a delayed start board ready. If she does make it onto the rear of the grid, that would be terrific, but you'd have to say at the pace that's coming up there, that is, there's more flashing lights than a booze bus out in Dandenong Road on a Saturday night out there at the moment. So cars coming up to the grid. I see why Terry Lewis liked to finish 6th yesterday. It puts him on pole for this morning's race.
Yeah, I don't know if he planned it that way, but certainly a great result for him. He was pretty excited about it and flashing the number 1 sign for some photos early this morning. But yeah, I'd say Amber's probably just trying to limp that car back around to the pits to get it off the track.
Okay, so the delayed start board is being shown at the Crow's Nest, the starter's rostrum there. This is one of those jobs that Callum was talking about with the officials. They're being sent around again on another warm-up lap. So green flag's being waved. Cars should be driving off now.
They should, but Terry doesn't get it. No. Oh, okay.
Away they go. So it'll be another lap around. So delayed start and an extra warm-up lap, which will give us a little bit more time, Sam, to, I guess, interrogate this grid sheet. So we'll see Terry Lewis coming off. You've already given us, I guess, one of the nuances of the Formula RX8 rules there, in that the third race for the weekend is a reverse top 6.
Top 6, yeah, or if it's a bigger grid, that extends out to 8 or 10 cars, just depending on the grid size. It mixes up the challenge, makes the racing a little more interesting, without having a crazy bearing on the point score. Just a point of difference in our series to keep a bit more interest in it.
certainly has been the reversing of the top 10 or whatever it might be, has certainly been something that promoters of categories have done, and it gives the exposure to other vehicles at the front end of the field. But generally, by the time you get to the end of the race distance, those people, they bob back up. It's like plumbers, water will find its level.
I was going to say, don't they say cream always rises to the top?
That's
so
true.
There you go.
There's our grid. Terry Lewis in the Rainbow Warrior. Or is it the Rainbow Warrior? Was it the RX3 that was the Rainbow Warrior? It's still that same very colourful scheme. Amber Griffin has gone back into the paddock area, so won't be taking the starters' orders. Thomas Derwent drove beautifully in the second race yesterday and finished third in the reverse order there as well. Michael Starr. Antonio Cafisso is driving very, very well. Second generation Victorian racer. His dad, Lee Cafisso, very much a rotary guru around these parts of Melbourne these days. So fantastic to see the next gen coming through. Matt Boylett.
He's our only Queenslander.
And winningest of the RX8 races this weekend.
Yeah, he's done a great job. And then you've got Jacob Maher in the S-Sport racing car. He's having a ball, as is Steve Simmons, who's back from a bit of a hiatus and also enjoying the day.
Stacey Vickers in position at number 9, the next one on the grid there. Out of position 10, Liam Hall, and out of 11 is Ross Forbes.
Ross, normally our category manager, has handed his cap over to someone else for the weekend so that he can put his helmet on and focus on his driving. I think they're pretty much right now for a start. Green flag. So they'll be getting a 5-second warning. And the red lights will be on any second now.
The starters were holding quite long on the start line yesterday. Red lights are on, held, and away they go. Terry gets a bit of good clutch take-up, but it'll be the number 8 of Michael Starr off the second row of the grid that absolutely brains them off there, and he tows Matt Boylett through as well. So Terry Lewis gets just a little bit gazumped off the line by the number 8 coming through the spare spot on the grid, and have a look at Antonio Cafisso. He's coming through with Matt Boylett. So Lewis goes up on the ripple strip, as does Thomas Derwent there as well. But Matt Boylett, out of position number 6, comes charging through to lead the field down into turn 2. The number 8 there of Michael Starr just getting a little bit gazumped off the line. Talking about gazumped, Terry Lewis has gone back to 6th straight away. And have a look at those positions change. Boylett, Cafisso, Starr, Lewis, back to 4th, Derwent, and Vickers. Good start there from Vickers. Started out of 9th up to 6th. So that first stanza up to turn number 1 was absolutely eventful.
Yeah, there was a lot of position changes there, more than I even expected, to be honest. But as we said, Boylett and Cafisso made a pretty clean break, as Terry gets a very loose and loses maybe another spot from that one. Derwent's got him. But Terry's fighting back. Meanwhile, Boylett and Cafisso have opened up a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Michael Starr continues his very impressive run in third. He has really shone this weekend. Timing needs to catch up a little bit because Derwent's in 4th. Lewis 5th. Vickers holding 6th. And Hall has also moved up from the back because he had some problems yesterday. Hopefully they've replaced a lot of parts on that car and they've found the gremlins. The 35 had a gremlin yesterday. They think they may be on to what's caused that. So at this stage, those cars are all running fairly consistently.
35 AutoLink Australia entry of Stacey Vickers. Very, very colourful, and certainly applaud that. Stands out from our perspective and certainly stands out on trackside as well. So you get a lot of eyes on the TFH car. And have a look at this. Cafisso now not taking the 2 second places yesterday too much to heart. Wants to fight it out here. Looks under brakes, flames licking out of the back of the 26 car, the LCR, the Lee Cafisso Racing entry number 28, being driven very, very well. But I tell you what, the car in front is just being driven 1/1000th of a millimetre better, isn't it?
He's holding his nerve. He's really holding his nerve. Well done to Matthew, young driver who's really looks like one of our future champions.
Certainly is a great category for these young drivers, and as Terry Lewis is proving as well, if you're looking for somewhere to return to racing, these one-make categories are fantastic for that sort of thing. Cafisso back in the slipstream as well. Back both of them down a cog at about 50 metres out, and just getting back through the gearbox. They'll have to go back down to probably second or third gear for these couple of corners. It's probably third gear if they go back to second.
Probably third on the way in, and then second for this one. Pretty tight, fast exit. You want to really get that rear end squatting and gripping up.
Of course, the big message here is Trico seeing you through. Great static camera shot there. We had a couple of technicians, both Callum, myself and Emma out there making sure that shot was good for today. So that's all set there for the day for Trico and for all of us watching on. This second group just cresting the hill now, led by Michael Starr. And then it's the 42 of Thomas Derwin, who started out of P3. So he's gone back a spot, but no harm, no foul, really. It's a very, very classy field at the very front of this. Terry Lewis in the 27 and the 35 of Stacey Vickers. In fact, Stacey Vickers has been the mover in this field. He's done well out of ninth to get up to sixth. Liam Hall in behind there. Liam Hall came fourth in the first race yesterday, and just going to push on a little bit now out of position number 7.
Yep, they're fairly closely matched at the moment, so you might not see too many more positional changes. It's really going to come down to a little bit of racecraft.
Here comes the 77.
77, yeah. I've taught him well.
Up the inside, holds the apex,
quite.
it just eases out.
Yeah. Lives to fight another day.
There's no point locking it up and sliding into the side of someone there. You just damage your car and others, and you don't make any friends doing that.
Absolutely. We're here for the long run. We want some clean racing, which is what we're getting.
Matt Boylett and Antonio Cafisso, absolutely the talent of this field here this weekend. They've driven away in each of the 3 races that we've had now, and getting right away with it. Terry Lewis just feeling the bumps at the top of the hill there.
Anthony and Matthew are matching their times almost to the thousandth of a second, so they're really fighting hard.
Sam, your competitors come from all over the place here. Obviously, you'll have friends and family watching on from home on the Blendline TV YouTube channel.
I had some feedback last night from a lot of people who said that you and I make a good commentary team.
We're destined for stardom, Sam.
Stardom, that's it, yeah.
They're enjoying the racing from Sandown?
Yes, again, the feedback was very good. That it's a good sort of visual on screen. It, as I said yesterday, it's a much more interesting track than a lot of people think, with the rise and falls on the straights. But the corners here have got a little bit of everything. You've got high-speed corners, you've got slow-speed corners, you've got nice S's.
This dramatic shot here where they come through the haze up on the hill there. It's one of those ones you can go back to the 70s and the same shot was taken, albeit in black and white, but still pressing on. These two guys are absolutely pushing on with it.
Yeah.
Great to see Matt Boylett, Antonio Cafisso in the LCR racing entry.
They've actually both just gone a touch faster, so they are really pushing each other to the limit.
The Zenith outfit leading the way, and really, I'm pretty sure hasn't relinquished lead one lap of racing yesterday, and indeed today started off the second row of the grid. Last lap board being displayed now, holding the centre of the track. So obviously Cafisso on the flashes too, letting him know. Go to the inside here. The 26 has to make a move.
He's
floats it on through.
Well done. No, that's going to cost him.
Like on air, he floated on by the 26 of Antonio Cafisso. He had to make the move. He had to do it.
Yeah, he tried hard. Lucky that didn't end up a little worse off, actually. He really carried some speed onto that grass.
Floated it on through. It was like he was just drifting on by there. Obviously, just the threshold of braking challenge there was where it was at, and just missed out on getting that through. So Antonio will be ruining that, but Sam, he had to have a growth. He couldn't just wait there and let it all happen.
Yep. Now Vicker's problems might be back. He's slipping back all of a sudden. Seems that as soon as that car gets hot, it doesn't want to keep running.
Michael Starr's the next one on track. Then it's to Thomas Derwent. Great drive there by Derwent to hold on to the track position. Terry Lewis leads Liam Hall, Marv Vickers and Ross Forbes. Simmons in the lane. And there it is, race number 3, checkered flag. With the biggest gap we've had. Matty Boylett gets that. No, sorry, Michael.
Matthew Boylett.
Matthew Boylett gets the job done.
He does, over Anthony Cafisso, followed by Michael Starr, who's managed to put a string of third places together. Thomas Derwent, Terry Lewis, Michael Hall is probably best result for the weekend so far, followed by Jacob Marr, who, as number 77, seems to like coming 7th. So he's lining up all the 7s. Stacey Vickers is possibly limping across the line for 8th. And here's a little replay of Anthony doing a little bit of grass mowing.
Yeah, that's pretty bloody dramatic, isn't it? The going off the turn 1 there like that.
It's a big lose because you do have a bit of runoff on turn 1, and he used the runoff and then some.
Yeah. Well, I think the good thing was he gathered it all up and will remain on the front row of the grid for the final race today for the RX8s, which will be sort of just around that lunchtime phase.
So around 12:20, 12:25.
We'll have a good look at that. The RX8's confirmation there. It's Matty Boylett takes the win over the LCR Racing, Anthony Cafisso. Michael Starr again in 3rd. So this is the way they're going. Thomas Derwent, Terry Lewis, Liam Hall, Jacob Marr, Stacey Vickers, Ross Forbes. Sam, thank you very much. We'll see you at 12:20 as we go down to pit lane with Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, Darren. We're down here at the dummy grid, actually, because we've got Formula Fords coming up next. And, of course, it is the national round of the Formula Ford Championship. And yesterday we had a race, and unfortunately Jack Panaccia had a bit of an incident on the main straight, so we thought we'd hear from the horse's mouth and hear it from your perspective. But first of all, are you okay?
Yeah, everything's okay. Had a little bit of sore on my pack yesterday, but I'm okay. It's just unfortunate. It just, we come into the front straight, and then obviously just we got touched, and just got spun around and went into the wall. But unfortunate bit is that it destroyed the gearbox, so we won't be going out today because we don't have a spare one. But it's racing, it happens. You know, obviously the heat at the moment, there's a bit of tension flying, but everything's okay. So I'm okay, but we'll fix the car. We'll try and get back out there.
So how's your season been up until that point? Obviously, you burst onto the Formula Ford scene. How are you finding your driver development as part of this fantastic category?
It's great. Formula 4 was something I always wanted to do. I've always had a love for the category, and this year being my first year in it, it's been a dream come true, and it's been a big learning curve for me getting into the car. I enjoy driving it, but we're quick, but we just can't put a weekend together at the moment. Just a bit of bad luck, but we'll get there eventually.
And in 5 years' time, where are we going to see you racing? GT3, that's where I want to be. So. No worries at all. Thank you for joining us down here in the dummy grid for Formula Ford. They're coming up very shortly, live and free on Blendline TV.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Up next, we have Formula Ford for their second race of the weekend, just on the dummy grid now, getting live pictures from Callum Brannigan's camera. We've got the cars ready to go out. They'll soon get the 1 minute signal here and should get underway for a cracking race. Bit of a mixed order today. Few incidents yesterday. We had a number of DNFs, 6 cars not finishing the race, and a couple of them electing to go home with some serious damage. 1 minute board being shown now, so cars start to get fired up. Phil Marinon, you were here yesterday. What did you think of the racing?
Yeah, look, the racing up until that incident on the start, the last few laps on the main straight, which was a bit disappointing. That's still under review by the officials, so we won't go too far there. But unfortunately, it's put out Jake, who was just on the screen earlier, and going by his father, they won't be back this year because of the extensive costs and repairs that have got to be undertaken. Also, too, I mentioned to the officials the hold on the red light yesterday was too much for these cars. A lot of these drivers are very young, so they've got to have a very strict rule of how they start. So it's usually put it on the limiter and just stand on the gas and then just let the line locker fix it up. But unfortunately, when they have the red light on for too long, it fries the clutch. So we got a couple of those yesterday. Giuseppe Imbrugno, he was one that was actually on the start-finish straight, and he just didn't even get to race because of that. So they've all been working hard overnight, getting things going, and they'll be back as it is now. We've got only the one dropout, which was Jake, which is unfortunate. So perhaps we'll run through the grid.
So off pole, Lockie Evanet converted pole position yesterday. He did a 114.9. Only 3 drivers in the 114 second bracket alongside him. Kobe Williams, one of the championship protagonists. Jamie Rowe and Joe Fawcett, also another championship protagonist. Then we go to Will Lowing, Isaac Demelwick, Ashton Healy in his Spirit, Jared Hurst in the ex-Sonic car off P8, Tabitha Ambrose there off of P9. Craig Arnold will not be starting there. He is a Kent car, so that will mean Seth Burkhart's lines up in 10th. Jack Panachea not taking the race start. Jack Johnson, then Brad James and Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Spectrum. Giuseppe Imbrogno, Lockie Manif off the back of the grid. He's had dramas all weekend long. An electrical gremlin that they couldn't figure out yesterday. Andrew Tordy and Richard Davison will come off the front of the Kent grid. Dean Koutsamides will not be taking the start. He has elected not to race today. Then we go to Peter Fitzgerald and Jason McGrath rounding out the field. Yeah,
Dean's actually in a historic car, so he's an invited category, which we want as many as we can get, and he hasn't been feeling 100% all weekend, but in spite of that, yesterday had some cracking times. So it'll be interesting to see how we go here. Lockie's already taken out the pole position award. It's a $250 gift voucher from Driver Performance. They have a fantastic facility in both New South Wales and Queensland, and it's a really good facility. So
5 second board being shown here for the start of race 2 for Formula Ford. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Evanet and Kobe Williams, your front row, being held for another long period of time, but we finally get underway, and a very even conversion off the front row, but it will be Kobe Williams that takes the race lead down into turn 1 at the moment. Lockie Evanet covering off driver's left, and then Joe Fawcett has actually made his way up to P2 for the moment.
Big lock up there by Lockie.
By Lockie Evanet, car 88. He gets pushed back to third place, a couple of cars off the track there, but they rejoin it safely for the moment. So it's Kobe Williams, Joe Fawcett, Lockie Evanet, Jamie Rowe, and Will blowing your top 5 up the back straight for the first time out of turn 4, one of the big traction zones. A couple of moves going on here for Lockie Neath coming through the field.
Jack Johnson there had it very sideways coming out off onto the back straight there, and was lucky to hold it in. When you get your wheels out over the ripple strip, can be very dangerous.
So over the top for the first time, green flags waving, and a challenge for the lead there from Joe Fawcett, but he couldn't quite get it done there. Seth Burkhart's on screen in the 24 Miguel, another driver who got caught up in a move as we go safety car just as Lockie Neath puts a move on his fellow Spirit driver, but that'll have to be redressed, and he has done that already. So Kobe Williams has the lead as the safety car board comes out. Still yet to figure out what has happened on this opening lap. Richard Davison has the lead in the Kent class, and it's Tabitha Ambrose who's backed it into the fence at turn number 3, and she's beached on the grass. There doesn't look like too much damage on that car, so hopefully a quick tow out.
Yeah, and with a bit of luck she'll then be able to keep going. She's had a horror weekend. Put it off on Friday, caused a bit of grief. Marcus and Adam were working very hard on the car all day. She's now got a new driving coach in John Martin, and he's starting to see good signs there coming through. So it's unfortunately the tyres do take a lap or two to warm up, and that's been a case of just cold track, cold tyres, and not being able to read the situation.
So we've got a replay coming up on the screen. Take a look at one of the corners of your shot here. It'll explain what's happened with Tabitha Ambrose. We've just caught the very end of this incident. So have a look, sort of mid-pack here, a move up the inside, and it's a left front into right rear collision. So she's been turned around on the entrance to turn 2, and that's put her in this position on the exit of 3 where she's beached, but unfortunately she will go a lap down as she's getting towed out. Hopefully no major damage to her spectrum, and she can continue on with the race. You see the leaders here furiously warming their tyres up, trying to get any temperature that they may have lost after that opening lap in anger. And just having a look here at some of the movers and shakers. Giuseppe Imbrogno currently in P9, started off the back of the grid in P15 for the Duratec class, so he's made his way up there. The Kent field still remains the same, with Richard Davison taking back that race lead that Andrew Torty had into the closing stages of yesterday's race. But we're just under a little bit of a holding pattern now as the drivers warm their cars up, warm their tyres up as well. Just going through some of the incidents that happened yesterday. Unfortunately, Jack Penachea will not be taking part in this race. As we've already mentioned, he had quite extensive gearbox damage and a right rear suspension damage as well. Jack Johnson, front right suspension damage after that incident down the front straight. Seth Burkhart's had minor left front damage as well, as we see Tabitha Ambrose's car back on circuit, all wheels pointing straight. Isaac Demelweek was very lucky to avoid that incident down the front straight, sort of just put his head down, gave it a bit of throttle and drove through the incident. And another thing that happened yesterday in the Kent class, Richard Davison missed the start, dropped all those positions due to the repeater lights not going out. So on pole position here in the Kent class, you can't see the start gantry lights, and he was looking at a repeater signal just to the right of him, and they unfortunately weren't on the same wavelength as the main
they've since
lights.
had that fixed after the race, which was handy. It's interesting to note with these tyres, they're everybody in the field only gets one set of tyres for the round, so whatever they start with qualifying, they're a marked tyre, and they have to use that for the remainder of the race meeting. And for the national guys, they all have to have a brand new set of tyres from qualifying onwards. So that just levels out the field a bit.
It's also a good way to keep costs down throughout the round, because if it was an open tyre rule, people would just be throwing a new set at every race if they could.
That's right. Some tracks like a new tyre, and some tracks like a worn tyre.
Yeah.
So it just removes that bit. Now
Makes it a nice, even playing field, as we see word from race control that the safety car will be in this lap, so it will turn its lights off once it gets to the top of the back straight up at turn 6 here. And we should be set for a race restart with 4 minutes to go. So hopefully we can get about 3 or 4 laps in here. Just taking a look at the national Formula Ford standings. It's currently tied between Joe Fawcett and Kobe Williams, both on 152 points. You get 20 points for a race win, 16 for second, 14 points for third place, and 12 points for a fourth position. So a race win does help you out here, and in Kobe Williams' eyes, it will help him out big time in the championship. He'll extend a 4-point lead over Joe Fawcett as it currently stands. So lights out on the safety car. It's now under Kobe's control as he brings it down through Dandenong Road. As soon as he sees a green flag at any marshal point, he is allowed to go, but no sooner than that. So
you'll notice the Kent guys are holding back more than what the regulation is. That's an arrangement with the officials, because sometimes we find that the Formula Ford, the Duratec powered cars, are actually got a different strategy of what they're trying to do or not do. And as you can see, they're slowing them right down at the moment, which Kobe's entitled to do. So Richard, in the lead of the Kent cars, he's taken the same approach, and he can maintain a gap that he sees fit.
yeah.
So that way, should there be an incident on the restart, which sometimes there is, the Kent guys don't get involved.
So restart this time round, and Kobe Williams gets a pretty good restart. He's leading the freight train down the front straight, weaving left to right to try and break that toe. And it's actually been Lockie Evanet who's got the jump over the Spectrum driver there, trying to go round the outside of Joe Fawcett at turn 1. That's a ballsy move, and it pays off. Look at Jamie Rowe just tucked in behind him here. He's going to go through on the inside of Fawcett. They don't interlock wheels, and that was a brilliant piece of driving up the inside here. Looking for an opportunistic move is Will Lowing, and he gets that job done on Isaac Demelweek there. So just taking a shot back at the Kent field. After Ambrose making her way through there and trying to latch back on to the back of the Duratec field. We've got green flags waving down the back straight, and look at the lead that Kobe Williams has already got over Lockie Evanet up the inside there. Goes Demelweek, couldn't get that done on Will Lowing down through the twisty bits and the S's, and that's a big moment for car 24, Seth Burkhardt, who's gone left-hand side into the wall, got it all crossed up, and that's going to be some big damage on his Miguel. So we will go safety car again. I doubt if we will get local yellows down there, as that is quite a fast part of the track. So any moves that you want to make, you've got to get it done now.
With 1.5 minutes to go now, it's likely that this could be the end of the race, I would suggest.
We'll just see how long race control let this play out for. Perhaps they throw the safety car just before the drivers get to the top of the back straight.
Okay. There's no changes right across the field at the moment. We've got Williams, Evanet, Fawcett, Rowe, Lowing, Demelweek, Hurst, in Brigno, he's come up. Maneath, Johnson, James, Geely, and then first we've got a replay here, I think, of
Seth Burkhardt. So he just gets it all crossed up there, easy mistake to make, and fires it into the left-hand side wall. Still no safety car, so perhaps loading double yellows as we get to the crest here, and we're going to go to the checkered flag. So Evanet sends a move down under yellow flags, and it's actually hurt his exit big time here. Fawcett gets all crossed up in the grass, so he's gone back to P4. That's not what he needed for his championship, but it's all Kobe Williams out front onto the front straight, and we are going to get a checkered flag this time by. So Kobe Williams picks up the race win on Sunday morning. Just behind him, Lockie Evanet, Jamie Rowe, and Joe Fawcett rounds out the top 4. And then we go to Will Lowing, Isaac Demelweek, Jared Hurst, able to hold off that battle pack from 7th down to 10th, with Giuseppe Imbrogno, Lockie Maneath doing a great job to get back to P9. Then Jack Johnson rounding out your top 10 as we take a look at the stricken Miguel there of Seth Burkhart's very disappointed with himself.
Absolutely. So, and it was all self-inflicted. There was no one else involved. He just got a wheel over the ripple strip and lost it from there. That would be partly cold tyres from the restart as well.
Yeah, for sure. A quite high-speed section of the racetrack over the top there and through the S's. And that is quite big damage to the front left. You can't see it on shot, but that would have folded the suspension as it's designed to do so. Absolutely. In the crumple zone.
Okay, just in the Kent cars, we've got Andrew Torty snuck past Richard Davidson and took first. Craig Arnold nicely done in third place. Peter Fitzgerald in fourth, and Jason McGrath coming up in fifth. So that's the end of that race, and we'll be back again at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we will be back for the third race of the Formula Ford Championship coming up at 1:10. That will be a 20-minute instalment there, plus one lap. So hopefully we get a lot more green flag laps this afternoon. Up next, we will have the Saloon cars, and they will be out on track in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Add end to that second race for the Formula Fords, the National Formula Fords here this weekend at Sandown Raceway as part of round 4 of Trico Vic State Race Series. We're joined by AFL royalty, Brad Johnson, of course, the legend from the Bulldogs, and a lot more professional than I am when it comes to the television stuff. But firstly, a bit of an unfortunate race for Jack yesterday with that retirement, but was he shooting out of the gates this morning for race 2?
Yeah, he was. The team did a great work last night. Michael and Ben were fantastic in getting the car back up this morning, just in the wrong place at the wrong time yesterday. Unfortunately, a little incident in front of him and he had nowhere to go. So they had to do a little bit of work yesterday afternoon, had the time, and we're lucky the conditions are great this morning to get back out there and get some racing underway.
Absolutely. Normally it's the opposite when you've got motorsport dads, the kids get into footy, but for you it's the opposite. How did that come about?
Oh, it is. It's been a learning curve for us as a family, but he's just loved it since he was 6 or 7 years of age. So it's just been a passion of his whole life. So like all the mums and dads here, we're just trying to allow our kids an opportunity to get out on the track and race together.
No worries. Look, where we're going to see Jack racing in a couple of years' time, do you know yet?
Oh no, not really. We're sort of, we're still working through that over the next sort of 6 months or so. He sort of loves that GT3, GT4 world, so that may be an angle in the future. But at the moment, honestly, he's just loving what he's doing with this Formula Ford and testing things at a different speed.
Perfect. I know you're busy, Brad. We'll let you go. Thank you.
Nah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll keep this going because we've got the Formula Fords coming back in. That's actually the car right now we were talking about. So Brad Johnson's son, Jack Johnson, racing this very fine-looking Spectrum here. We've got Kettle on the airbox, Kettle chips, of course. And Spectrum's brewed and developed right here in Victoria at Brayside. And, of course, Michael Borland and the team working tirelessly. You can see Michael Borland's actually just stuck behind the garage there. But we've found... He's not a spaniel, it's actually Paul Ziddy. That haircut just seems to get longer and longer every time we catch up with you at the Vic State Race Series. We've got a Formula Ford coming in here, so we'll just move around. So sorry, Mark, I keep gesticulating at you with the amount of action going on here, but Paul, you're wearing a couple of hats this weekend and, of course, chair of the Victorian State Race Board. This weekend is looking like a fantastic weekend to go racing, isn't it?
Isn't it amazing? You don't get weather like this in Sandown Raceway that often. Normally it's either summer, 40 degrees and flies, or it's winter and it's hailing and horizontal rain. So absolutely stunning conditions out there today.
Unfortunately, the car that you do own, being driven by Tabitha Ambrose, beached at turn 3 during that last race, but are you itching to get back behind the wheel at some point soon?
Of course, I want to keep racing until they take my licence off me, right? So it's just absolute passion. We'll get back out there. We've got a few projects on the go. Haven't quite got them ready to go yet. Yeah, hard lines for Tab out there. It's a tough circuit, Sandown. I love to drive on it, but it's just so unforgiving. Our thing's 40mm ground clearance. You have a innocuous little spin. You just get turtled on a curb. Hard lines.
No worries, and we look forward to seeing the James May haircut the next time we see you.
Well, look, I like the 70s and 80s. I was young there, so I may as well get the hair back.
Perfect. Thank you. Without further ado, it's time to hand over to the commentators.
We love the 70s and 80s as well here, Paul Ziddy. Don't you worry about that. That's where all the classy drivers and commentators came from. Thank you very much to Callum Brannigan down there. There was some damage potentially to a wall. The engineers have given it the all clear, and we get to go. Saloon car racing for drive events, Saloon cars. We had a ripping race yesterday, as always, might I add, with Saloon cars. The Jeff Thomas Memorial Legends of Saloon cars racing here this weekend. So really looking forward to seeing how the rest of this weekend finishes up. There was 9 DNFs yesterday in race number 1. James Jeske, flat tyre. Jacob Prestopino, gearbox dramas. Trav Lindorf was with Drew. Adam Lowndes, engine replaced and back in. Correcting myself from yesterday, the 85 is being driven by Blake Harris, driving the Nash Harris car. With Nash feeling unwell. So welcome, Blake. A good drive yesterday in that car. In fact, got into the 10. HBR Motorsport crew chief is known as Crackers, and these are notes I am reading out. Brad Vaughan has pretty much won the championship. The battle for second and third is still alive with Kieran Pridmore, Kane Baxter-Smith, Daniel Johnson in the mix there. Emma Dean has joined me. We've got a big grid sheet to get through here as the guys come around.
Absolutely. The 5 DNFs haven't made a dent in today's starting grid, Darren. They're all back on track. And I think we've got more than one new engine on the grid this morning. I think there's 3 new engines in the cars. The guys were busy at work last night. Someone even did a trip back to Echuca to chuck a new engine in and came back for track this morning. So commitment plus.
We're talking grassroots racing here, and when you do that, that's a big thing, driving through the night, doing the work, and then driving back to the track in the morning. Let's see how it plays out. Sean Jamieson will start off P1, a massive result for Sean yesterday. He had a terrific win and took the field on. Here he comes up to the grid now. Right alongside will be Scotty Dornan, Kevy Stoopman, the guy that you bring, he brings. So I'll say that again. You ring him, he brings his helmet and comes and races your car, or he's in his own rig this weekend. Daniel Johnson right alongside Brad Vaughan, watch car number 8 out of P5. David Lyons, Reg Ralph from WA. Great to have Reg up there as well. Adam Lowndes, Kerry Bright, Justin Shembry, the 85 of Nash Harris, the 4 of Andrew Martin. Chris Jackson is next, the 65. Then we've got the 14 of Jason Cruz. Bill Harris in the 22, or Will Harris in the 22. Brett Tate, Jason Cartledge, Keegan Gaunt, Matt Yeager, Darren Krasitas, Ryan Ridgway, Chris Hanley, and these are the ones that are going off rear of grid. And there's some big names here. James Jeske, Robert Knight, Andrew McSwain, the president of the association. Kane Baxter-Smith, watch for him. Cody Cartledge, Travis Lindorf, watch for him. Jacob Prestopino, Kieran Pridmore, Andrew McLeod. This is going to be an absolutely torrid affair as we arrive down at turn 1 in this mid-pack. Lowndes right there in the centre of screen. The Pro Plum entry. Cars making their way down to the drive events grid. Great shot from pit lane here. Plenty of officials trackside. You can see the cars still piling into the back of this grid. 35 of them, or 33 of them, making up this entire field. A car coming to the lane, which is Dean Cam from Sports Sedans, who had issues yesterday, and he has now proven that the car can run, so he will start the Sports Sedan race, which is due to start at 10:50. We're on for a race start. The heartbeat rises, and that's just me. The race driver's now fully focused. A real quick start there, and away they go. Jamo gets a good clutch start there. Have a look at Brad Vaughan. He felt it in the ground, and he's just released that clutch take-up. It's magnificent. DJ's going to go with him on the extreme driver's right as they head past the famous grandstand here. A bit of a wave to the grandstand as they go through, but it will be the winner of race 1, Sean Jamieson, in the Sedan Hotel entry. Emma gasps as Brad Vaughan goes out over the ripple strip, and this is the Saloon cars alive and well. Have a look at that, Reg Ralph. He's pushing hard, already dispensed with Daniel Johnson there. Great shots from Daniel Johnson. He wears those white gloves and you can see him turn the car in. There goes Jeffy Thomas's old car. Great to see that out there. That's got Will Harris at the wheel. And really looking forward to seeing how he can bring that car home in memory for Jeff Thomas. DJ looks right alongside car number 12, which is Kevy Stoopman. You're a brave man there. Kev goes, you are a brave man, and I'll show you why.
Jeez, Darren, I'm not getting used to this. It's the gift that keeps on giving, this category. I can't get used to them going into turn 1, 3, 4 wide, and I can't get used to them coming around the back of Dandenong that way either.
56 of Kane Baxter Smith giving the 14 a short back and sides there. Jason Cruz. In fact, Jason Cruz gave about 3 of them a short back and sides, but then he got handed out as well as Kane Baxter Smith is charging. It is interesting, the battle is on for second in this championship, and most of the contenders are coming from rear of the grid in this battle. Car 8, which is heading down into turn 1 now in P3. Big smoke up there by Brad Vaughan. He's got the championship. Here comes Baxter Smith.
What is he on? Kane started 27th, and am I seeing things? I had to rub my eyes then, Darren. He's 13th at the moment.
Yeah, he will
in one lap.
Keep pressing on, and we'll see how it plays out for Kane. An absolute gentleman of a racer. Always one of those guys that gives everyone the racing room as required. It's watching Kevy Stoopman. He's gone back to spot in car number 12. There's a guy that knows how to win races, was winning won a race last year in sports sedans in an Evo of all things at Winton Motor Raceway. Big lock up there. Who was that in front of Johnson? Brad Vaughan. It's trying to catch up who that was. Dornan maybe that had that lock up at the top of the hill there. Field streaming through. I'm loath to say they all line up behind each other, because as soon as they do that, they all dive out and try and go 3 wide down into Dandenong Road.
Never for long. They don't behave themselves that much, Darren. It's fantastic racing.
This is Cody Cartledge. We're getting a look at the 147. Car 2, the HPR Transport outfit, getting all sorts of sideways. That's Ryan Ridgway. He's a Victorian racer in the older EA Falcon. That's where they started, VNs and EAs in the Tasco series. Bit of smoke coming out. Is that coming out of Kane Baxter Smith's car? No, it's not. It's further down the field. That might be Pridmore's car, actually, that's coming out of. There's Kane Baxter Smith. He is absolutely pressing on in the solar entry.
Yeah, he's getting everything out of that AU, isn't he, Darren?
Absolutely. Here's the VN too, the big Nash car that's being driven by Blake this weekend, and he has got that thing absolutely hooked up and pushing right up through the field. Yeah, I think it's Pridmore that's in there. And there goes the 34. Also the Drive Events car pushing on through the field. So plenty of action. Here we go, side by side at the top of the hill. This is Baxter Smith and Lowndes. These guys raced torrently all last year, line astern with each other. They've got together at positions about 7 and 8 on the road at the moment with car 1.
The flame shooting from that VY, Darren, up behind Kane Baxter Smith. I love it when these two get together.
Yeah, this is these guys actually need to work together, because they're both fighting it out for second in the championship. So sadly, Lowndes is going to have to peel the number 1 off and give it to Brad Vaughan. But I reckon if they wanted to run a number 2, these two are going to be the ones that are going to fight it out. Lock up there, so Brad Vaughan, he's feeling the pressure. He's won the championship, but he's making more these little 1%ers along the way than he's made in the last 2 seasons. There's Baxter Smith in the 56, Lowndes in the 1. The 45 of Kerry Bright as they go down into turn 1. Out over the back of the ripple strip goes Lowndes. This is sort of the latter part of the top 10, or just outside the top 10. It's Martin, it's Shembry. This car always looks magnificent as they get out over the ripple strip. There is Blake Nash. We get a bit more of a look down through the field. That's the 76 of Cartledge. Getting through there on the 147, the Falcon there of Cody Cartledge. So a bit of keeping it in the family. Keegan Gaunt also pressing on there as well in the VN as they come out of turn 4, just past the Trico signs. Side-by-side action at the top of the hill.
Oh, we've got an off. Who's that that's gone off car number 4?
That's the Western Australian, Andrew Martin. He heads off track there, so long way from home to be going into the dirt. There goes the Jeff Thomas car just at the bottom of screen, being driven by Will Harris this weekend. And here's the battle of the older cars in this field. So they've got their own battle within it. Keegan Gaunt there in the 95, in, I guess is an older HRT type of replica livery on the side of that VN. But old saloon cars, Em, they don't die, they just keep racing.
No, sorry, Darren, I was completely distracted there. We've got a couple of guys in the pits, as I can see on our timing, but then I also got distracted. Sorry to bang on about it, but Kane's just come up from 27th to 7th.
Oh, there goes Will. He goes around in the old Jeff car. Of course,
nice.
racing in the Jeff Thomas Memorial. Oh, and there's flames out the underneath of the 22 there as well.
Can he put them out,
so
or are they going to stick around?
Got fire coming out from underneath the Harris car there. The flames, it looks like they've been extinguished.
You hope so. That was smoking.
No smoke coming. There's still some smoke coming out, so that will certainly come back into the cabin at some point.
I think his car was smoking for a couple of laps before that off, Darren. So there's a bit of oil somewhere stuck, I'm not sure, but it didn't look good there. Hopefully it's extinguished now.
Cars cresting the famous Sandown Hill here. Here's the car we're talking about. This is the 22.
Still a bit of smoke.
In through there. There it is, yeah. And there's the car's moving around a lot there, so I would suggest it might have an oil leak of some description.
Someone else is smoking.
Massive lock up there, and yeah, I would suggest this is getting some oil on those rear tyres and causing some concern. They're certainly billowing out smoke from under the middle of the car. We might see a meatball flag being prepared for this car, but certainly this is Jeff Thomas's old car, coming into pit lane now. So, there's Shembry off in car number 10. Started out of position number 10. Justin Shembry grabs a cog and just easing his way back over to the edge of the run off the back there. Gee, that's a great addition to Sandown. I was lucky enough to do a lap this morning in a piece of German finery, and there's certainly that bit of hard stand off the back of the ripple strip there is a nice addition to this track a long time ago. Here we go. There he goes. Just a little bit overcooked there, but you've got to give it a go. We saw that in the race with the RX8s. Ooh, and there's Pridmore with a little bit of smoke coming out. Ken Bright in the connected car there as well. I mentioned earlier, Ken's car always looks magnificent, and as do all of these cars. They really are the owner-driver's pride and joy as Pridmore smoke continues to come out of his car. I think that might be a bit of tyre rubbing there as well, so he'll know all about that. There's the 46 of Reg Ralph out of WA, and here comes this car again, just at the back of shot. There as well is the Blake Harris 85 VN. Yeah, that's getting worse.
Yeah, and Darren, we have lost Martin Harris, Lyons Knight, Lindorf, Prestipino and Lee. So that's a bit of a shame to lose Lindorf and Prestipino. Those guys were certainly hoping to carve through the pack this morning. So this is the championship weekend for saloon cars. So hopefully they're back for race 3.
Certainly is. Those guys always feature near the front. Their names that are synonymous in the last couple of seasons, but at the moment it is the number 15 of the pole sitter, Sean Jamison. He will be receiving the last lap board, and we head off on one more journey. He has set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:22.84, which is a ripping lap time there, and he's led from the front. A little bit of trim coming off an EA. That would never happen. You'd have to glue that back on from the factory. Sorry, the VN. Sorry to all the Ford fans out there. It's the VN that's got the trim. You had to glue them back on from the factory as well.
Darren. Yeah, these guys are doing really well. The 122s around this track in these saloon cars, that would be quite a ride for sure. It would be pretty exciting to be in car with these guys.
Matt Yeager there just getting a good look at his Falcon, and just outside, actually 22 on the road. So with a great field of 33 cars here today for the Drive Events Saloon Car Race. Doing a tremendous job out there. Andy McSwain, the Drive Events man himself, he is currently just outside the top 10. As we switch back to our racer in the sedan, our race leader in the Sedan Hotel car, number 15, and a drive to the flag here. He's going to make short work of these
furious blue flags everywhere,
these
Darren.
guys in the middle of the pack here. I think that's one of those anti-static straps we used to drag along behind the car to stop the kids getting seasick off the back of the VN. But Sean Jamison for Drive Events takes race number 2 for the weekend, continues on his merry winning ways, and just gets out of the whip that's behind the 94 car there. But emphatic victory there. Brad Vaughan comes home in the second of the second race now. Drove a ripper, torched the Bridgestones right throughout that race. There's Scotty Dornan. Gee, he's been quiet this weekend, just getting through there nicely for position number 3. Kevy Stupin was third yesterday. He gets relegated for 4th in this one. Daniel Johnson gets through. Kane Baxter Smith. Where did he start from, Em?
27th, finishing 6th.
Wow,
a little bit of smoke coming.
Massive drive.
Yeah, a little bit of smoke coming off the back of Kane's car I saw there, but hopefully that's a bit of nothing. Nice to see no dust-ups this week, this race, Darren.
Yeah, Drive Events car here will be leading home. Jeski just in front. Oh, Cody Cartledge coming off second best there on the run down into Dandenong Road. A couple of cars just taking evasive action, get back on and finish. And here comes the 15. Oh, that will be discussed, I would suggest, in the judicial room.
Yeah, the hand of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit of a faux pas. Maybe just forgot in all of that off action that he had mirrors. But we'll figure out what happened.
Yeah, so coming down, here we have it. Here's the 147 tank slapper. Cody Cartledge all by himself out there. The rest of the field just sort of coming through. And that rounds out the Drive Events Saloon cars for their first race for Sunday, second race for the weekend. The podium pretty much looks the same. Coming up on track next is the Supercarts. Thanks, Em.
Thanks,
see
Darren.
you for more racing later on the day. We might take a very quick break because I need to have a cough and a drink of water. We'll be back with Supercarts in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to the Sandown International Motor Raceway. A big shout out to Mentone Premix Concrete It's a fourth generation family-owned business and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to their state-of-the-art showroom, showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix. And if you're here at the track, then definitely make your way down to Trade Alley, which is behind where the Mustang Club and the Cortina Club are gathered out there showing their cars in this beautiful Melbourne sunshine. Get down there and get a bit of the Mentone Premix love down there. They've got their magnificent truck down there for all to have a look at. Black Mamba Racing. Fantastic to have Ben McLeod and his crew on board with us this weekend. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. They supply a lot of these cars we're looking at on screen. Ben is a sports sedan racer. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep, so you're the best possible shape for your next event. Led by Ben McLeod in his red Commodore sports sedan. The team is based in Carrum Downs, so check out their products through aligned Black Mamba Racing distributors or visit blackmambaracing.com.au. Cars are making their way now on track for the Supercarts, as we're just getting a good look back down through the paddock here, or the pit lane here. Rolf Grieve has jumped on board with me here. Rolf, welcome back for race number 2. Multiple class type of competition here with the Supercart.
Yes, there is. Thank you and good morning. We have 3 classes of carts. Basically, we have 125 open gearbox, stock Honda, Rotax or non-gearbox, light, heavy and super heavy. And we also have just the one, sadly, 250 International Supercart, which will be at the head of the field.
So how do we tell them apart? What's the delineation?
Well, it's basically by race plate, the number plate colour. The yellow with the black number, well, in this case it's a GP cart, is the 250 International. We have a red background with a white number, which is 125 open gearbox. We have a red background with a yellow number, which is stock Honda. Then we have the non-gearbox light, white plate, red number, non-gearbox heavy, which is a blue plate with a yellow number, and super heavy non-gearbox, which is a yellow plate with a blue number.
Let's have a look at the grid. It'll be Nick Shembry in the GP cart number. It's got 222 on the grid sheet, but it has GP on there, and he has just arrived back from an international competition journey. We'll touch on that throughout it. Colin McIntyre will sit right alongside with Tim Clark, Lee Filipino and Lachlan J, then James Bowden, Jeff Lawrence. Then a gap back to the next field, which will be Oliver Bonacorso and Jeff Duckworth. And then the biggest one of the categories, it will be led by the 93 of Russ Occhipinti with Hayden Veld alongside Jess Zakijev, then Zen Kramer, James Straw, Liam Cowan, Alex Martrick, Darren Tyler, Sam Pera, as we have our first couple of classes arriving at the start line and are about to take the starters' orders to get away. And Nick Shembry didn't last too long yesterday, and he parked it up at the top of the hill, but drives away. And this is the performance difference between these carts, isn't it?
Oh, it is. These carts, the GP cart is so much quicker than the others. And unfortunately, he suffered a few issues with just the track surface by breaking wires to ignitions and what have you, and that's what a few of them have suffered from yesterday.
Carts just bouncing around down there. As I said, I hadn't done a lap around Sandown for many years and had a bit of a look down there today, and in the car I was in, which was definitely stiffly suspended. It didn't feel like that. On. That's for sure. It did feel like a little bit of a bump, but that is nearly switching direction in their own wheelbase, isn't it?
It is. It is. They would have been a bit of a handful there and a few bucker moments, but they'll settle into it. Remember too, they're still on fairly cold tyres at the moment, so there's not a lot of grip to be had as well as the bumps. But
So,
that'll settle in.
Around a longer circuit like Sandown with the long straights, do these karts lose tyre temp, or will they manage to hold on to it?
They'll tend to hold on to it. They're only a small tyre, remember. You know, it's a 6-inch or 5-inch diameter rim, so there's not a lot of heat dissipation out of it.
Our leaders now coming around to complete lap number 1. 6 laps. The 63 parks it in the sand trap there the first time around, and that is Singh. And
He
that's
won't be a happy
inglorious,
boy.
isn't it?
He did the same thing yesterday, probably in the same spot, so he certainly will be disappointed with that little effort. But he's only new to the sport, so given time, he'll be up there with the best of them.
So, dealing with the bumps here at Sandown. We touched on it yesterday. The drivers really are reporting back they don't notice it so much. Just looking back down through the field, great to see Zaris Casella back in the field after having an issue yesterday. And good to see, like a lot of motorsports, father and daughter, father and son motorsport. Here we go, back. Oh, and there it is, a replay, and around he goes.
Yeah, he was just in the wrong place at the right time.
Absolutely,
Don't
it
put
doesn't
yourself
take
out
much,
there.
does it?
No. This is Clark leading the Super Heavies. He's having a good day, and of course his son Tim in the 125 Open. Very close racing in the Super Heavies as well.
Is there any difference in the Super Heavies and the Max Lights and those sort of things with the kart, or is it just the overall weight?
It is just the overall weight. 18 months ago, a couple of really big lads came and wanted to talk to the club, and they were just big units. So we developed with them a super heavy class so that they could run within their own weight division. And by all means, people that are here at the track today, come down to the northern end of the grandstand, underneath the grandstand. Come and meet the guys, find out what these karts are all about, and later on in the day, for the kids and stuff, we've even got poster giveaways.
Certainly a good place where these karts are pitted. If you're in the grandstand, you basically just turn around and walk underneath the grandstand, and you'll see all the karts set up down there. And it's actually... I actually like getting down there when they're doing their warm-ups. They run all that very nice smelling fuel down there. It does get a bit fumy, but sort of gives you a bit of a, you're at the racetrack when you hear this or smell the supercarts warming
well,
up.
Yeah, yesterday morning it really looked like you're in a nightclub. The heat hose in there is unreal.
That was Martin Anderson. We were just getting a good look at there in the 29. And just getting a nice control there. Different field we're looking at there as well. That's Brendan Clute in the 83. And sitting just sort of the back of that particular route there as well. Joe Brancati, Victorian also, as we switch back up to the white plates with the red number. This is a good battle coming underneath the Penrite Bridge. Last couple of quarters onto the straight. Like any racing, you want to flow the kart very nicely around there. And we've got the 31 off and Disgusted.
That's Skrar, the young Skrar. His dad's out there racing in heavies as well.
So that's a shame. Oh, and another one off.
Oh, it's one of our ladies.
Elise Burke, Victorian, parking it up and looking for the first point of safety. And coming around a turn 4.
Duckworth doing it well over Born-Cosco at the moment.
So this is the second pack, if you like. Second start off the grid. Fighting it out. 2 karts, the Duckworth and Born-Cosco entries. Starting to see a little bit of karts around the landscape. Just a good shot there of the kart number 12 pulling through the gears there as well.
Yeah, and they've come over from South Australia to have a run with us, which is really good. We do tend to travel a little bit and support each other's clubs. So right around Australia, you can go and race supercarts.
It's James Bowden there in the number 12, doing well actually. Started out at 9th, currently up to 5th in this one. Lockie Gray back to 6th, and Philip Pony. we go to the next class, and that is Duckworth leading Botacorsa at the moment. And Russ Okapinti, a name that needs very little introduction in Victorian motorsport. Done a lot of it over varying years.
Yeah, Tyler Williams is having a good day too in non-gearbox heavies.
Non-gearbox heavies just on screen now, having a bit of a...
Super heavy.
Super heavy. So what is a super heavy? I'm just sort of trying to see where I'd fit into this whole thing.
I incorrectly gave out weights yesterday. They're actually, their minimum weight is 205 kilos.
Wow, okay. So, yeah, you can have some big units, as you said.
They are, yeah. And look, a lot of the boys... like Joe Branchetti and a few of those guys are like 6'4" and just, you know, they should be playing football. But
no, they shouldn't. They should be racing cars.
They're just built. And,
And we accept all comers.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We do. You know, and as I say, we've got 4 ladies that race with us as well. And you get into this karting from the age of 14.
Cart that's just gone off down there at Dandenong Road there as well. So, boy, we've got some pickups to do at the end of this one. A wobble and a slide. Last lap board now has gone out.
Yeah, Shembree's best time too is a 1:16.
Wow, I tell you what, that is, we're only 8 seconds off the fastest car we've got here with over 700 horsepower Chevrolet in it. And,
yeah, well, he's got 100 horsepower.
Yeah, and it's amazing when you can get through the air and that weight.
There he is on screen now.
Yeah, doesn't that look... So these are a 250 twin, yeah?
They are indeed, yes.
Tell us about it.
6-speed gearbox. They're a purpose-built kart engine. I think this is a DEA, which is a European engine. 6-speed gearbox, loads and loads of electronics and fine-tuning in the chassis. It's not just your go-kart. There is a lot to be found, not only in aero, but just in the whole setup of the chassis.
So checkered flag has been displayed. So Shembry takes the victory in the class that he's the only kart racing in. Then it's Clark to McIntyre and Bowden. Good drive there, James Bowden, the South
Very good
Australian.
drive. He'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, started out a 9th. One more spot would have been a podium. So good reward for remaining committed to getting the kart right. Then we've got Lockie J. The 24 is next across the line. That's Leo Filipponi. Then we've got the next category to come through. There's a couple of races standing up there. A
couple of friends.
Wondering what was known. They didn't look too friendly, did they? They didn't come together. They went off on their separate incidents, but certainly just staying warm there in the sunshine. And
Okapinti taking the lights ahead of Veld and teammate Sonny. And in the heavies, looks like it was Tyler Williams that kept the win. That'll be good. He'll be really pleased with that. And he's third generation supercarter. His grandfather raced supercarts. His dad and his uncle raced supercarts and was still involved. And now Tyler's having a crack.
The 97 of Zaris Casella came home in 19th. She started out at 26th there as well. So good result pushing forward through the pack. And the cars making their way right back around to the paddock. Rolf, thank you very much again for your time. Gee, they go quickly, 6 lappers.
They
with
do,
karts,
they
don't
do.
they? They're over and done with very, very quick, smart. Of course, the Supercarts will be on track again at 12:45 this afternoon. Thanks, Rolf.
Look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Good on you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Stay with us here, either trackside or on the YouTube channel with Blendline TV. We've got plenty of racing still to come your way. A big shout out to Auto House Vehicle Storage at Moorabbin, 0437351000. And note it down, our next round and final round for 2025 in the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will be at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, 3, 4 and 5 of October. Improved production cars on track. Next for Prestige Hino, your trackside here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. When was the last time you replaced your Tricos? For more than 100 years, Trico has been industry leader in wiper blade technology and proudly supplies OEM wiper blades to manufacturers worldwide. Trico is a proud supporter of the Australian motorsport, from Supercars Championship to grassroots competition. They are official series partner of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for 2025, and their support is the reason we bring you the best state-level competition to you, live and free on Blendline TV. Trico wipers are available at your local retailer, or look up Trico on your socials or their website, www.tricoproducts.com.au. Stay with us. I've got improved production on track in just a few moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside to the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great new partner joining us here at this round is Mentone Premix Concrete. Mentone Premix Concrete, to a family-owned business in Melbourne, leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to the state-of-the-art showroom, showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix. Make sure you're watching the Vic V8s too there for Gary Finnemore in that magnificent Ford Coupe that he races in the Vic V8s. I'm Darren Smith, and it's time of day to welcome the Prestige Hino Improved Production Cars to the track, and Steve DeVries, who's been leading the charge for improved production for many seasons now. Steve, welcome. Great weather for improved production cars, and I've got to say, I cannot replace the expertise that Luke Gretsch-Gumbo brought to the broadcast with you yesterday.
What a sensational debut. It's been doing the rounds, I think, on a couple of social media platforms, just how well he actually did. He was concerned that there was going to be all sorts of bad language on that, but he held his nerve for 20 minutes, and I think everybody was giving him the big thumbs up after it. So we'd like to get him in again at some point, and I think because he's got pistons out of an engine at the moment, it's probably not a far-fledged thing to say he might be back.
Well, he's going to join you and I in the Father's Day Club soon too, so
yes,
a big shout out to him and Michelle for. I hope that all goes very, very well for the both of them. An awesome time of life for those guys. But I got to say, having the likes of Luke Gretsch-Gumbo up here, he's an out-and-out front runner. He doesn't accept second place, so he's one of those competitive guys, and he brought that to the race call. It was really cool to hear his perspective on things. You know, when you're focused on P1, you've got to be focused on P1. You've got to ignore all the other noise around you, and I really appreciate what he brought to the call. But we go racing without Luke Gretsch-Gumbo today. Plenty of fast cars still in improved production.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've had the biggest turnout of the grid this weekend for improved production. We started with 35 cars. It looks like we've lost one or two along the way, but still it is the biggest field we've had for improved production all season long, and great to see because a lot of these drivers will be getting their cars ready for the improved production nationals coming up in a couple of months' time. So bit of a timely fashion to get those cars out, get them all prepared, and iron out any of the gremlins as Darren Smith leaves the commentary box for a much-earned break. And welcome Dave Cox alongside me for this one. And Dave, you join at a beautiful time of the year, beautiful sunshine out there, a beautiful field
cars. Absolutely, Steve. I'm a little bit out of breath this morning. Welcome to everybody. We've just been down on the dummy grid checking a few things just to make sure the cars are all eligible and we haven't got anything that's too obviously wrong. So I apologise for the bit of a puff, but it's a long way to run at the moment.
It certainly is. So we'll let you gather your breath because we can hear engines firing in the marshalling area here, often referred to as dummy grid, but its true name is the marshalling area. And there's your man who's going to be starting on the pole position there. Copped a little bit of a whack in the rear of that Monaro yesterday, albeit accidental. Danny Timewell locking up the number 11 Commodore and getting into the back of Ian McLennan as they were lapping some of the slower cars. So both cars have been repaired. One going to be off the front, and that's the car on your screen right there, the Pro-Cut Monaro, and then Danny Timewell off the back. So keep an eye out for him because he's going to be a jet through this field.
He certainly will. I believe the stewards were going to have a little chat to him about driving yesterday, just ploughing into the back of someone sort of lost control of the car, isn't it, Steve?
Yes.
So I'm not sure what was said to him, but it was a really good race up to that point yesterday. And credit to everyone. It's been a fair while since we've had 35 or 36 cars on the grid at one go, and we managed to get through 99% unscathed. So it was a really good race yesterday. Some new competitors, some old competitors that haven't raced for a long time. You got Tom Allen just rolling out there, who really hasn't had much of a run in the last decade.
No.
So it was really good to see Tom out there.
Yeah, sporadic appearances for Tom over the last couple of years.
Yeah. So and some of the old guys that have come back out. Gary McKay hasn't run since 2019 at this track. I mean, he's run obviously everywhere else, but it's been a while. But he needed to get out and blow out some cobwebs before the Nationals as well.
So certainly does. So here they all come out of the pit lane for Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. Great to have them on board as always. They've been on for a couple of seasons now. Of course, along with Pro-Cut Tree Services, and then we've got Kerrison Design and Mechanical. We've got Autosport came on this year. Big thank you to them, as they were also sponsors of the Autosport IPRA Bathurst Challenge earlier this year. And we, of course, couldn't do this without Yokohama and Traction Tyres.
And I'm sure it's nice to be able to announce now that Autosport have decided they want to come back on board for next year and also be part of the national sponsorship as well. So that's fantastic. So anyone who needs any motorsport gear, please contact our sponsors, Autosport in South Australia. I'm sure they'll look after you and help look after our sponsors as well.
Certainly will. Let's have a look at the grid as they come down to Dandenong Road corner. Your pole sitter, we said, is Ian McLennan in the Monaro. Matt Logan's going to be starting right alongside him. And then behind them, Mark Defanis, who's had a short period of time away, kept his nose clean yesterday. Good result for him up into third. Brett Lehman in fourth place. Jamie Augustine's been 2 years between appearances for Jamie in the yellow Nissan Silvia there, which was red the last time we saw it out on track. Next door to him, Scott McLean with his PB qualifying yesterday and a personal best finish of 6th place yesterday. So he's grinning from ear to ear at the moment. Yeah, another one that's been a little bit of time between drinks is Rick Hogan. He started out of 7th. And then the first of the under 2 litre cars, Reece Howell in 8th. And Michael Hart and Gary McKay rounding out the top 10.
Andrew Tickner had a little bit of a slip yesterday and give a back quarter a bit of a rub, but that's all good. Got a tail light that needs replacing as well, but he's doing pretty well. Anthony Anna in the BMW. Then we've got Barstow in the Volkswagen, as we see Macca coming up to pull up at the front line there now. And then keeping on going back down after Barstow, we have Anthony Martin, Larry Merrifield in the under 2 litre, Shane Williams RX7, and then we've got Johnny Perkins in the Bruce Henley Mobile.
Yeah, we've spoke about Bruce Henley's very kind gesture to let John Perkins race because he's currently second in the state points standings, so all very, very important. But for him, the other issue is the man who's first in the state point standings, Matt Logan's going to be starting on the front row. So bit of a gap there, but very nice gesture from Bruce to let some points be continue to be accumulated because, of course, the RX7 for John currently in the Verica Smash Repairs workshop getting some attention.
The start should be very interesting. Matt Logan usually gets a good start, and Macca usually is a big trail of smoke. So the engines are rising, and a couple of the boys look like they've just a little wheel movement there. But Macca's got an absolute blinder of a start, and Matty Logan's gone nowhere.
A couple of poor starts a bit further back as well. Jamie Augustine was one, Scott McLean was the other. They didn't get away too cleanly from the grid, and there's a car that's had a bit of a moment. That's Brad Harris in the AU Falcon. He's come to a bit of a standstill there. Not sure if there was a bit of contact there or if he just sort of stalled and failed to get going. We'll see what the outcome of that was a bit later on. But up the front, Monaro in the hands of Ian McLennan with a clean set of heels. Defanis through to second, and he has jumped Matt Logan at the start here. Jamie Augustine, where's he come back on after that sluggish start? He's behind the 22 of Anthony Martin, so he's actually fallen outside the top 10.
And under 2 litre car, Howell is in 6th position. What a blinding start the little Honda's got off the start there.
Yeah, gained 2 spots by the 2 cars that were ahead of him, having very, very poor tardy starts. So one of those was Augustine, who is, as I said, is just outside the top 10. And then behind him, a couple of spots further back, is Scott McLean. He's actually fallen even further back compared to how far Jamie's fallen. He's actually gone behind Larry Merrifield, who's down about 12th or 13th at the moment.
I just saw in the background there, I saw some blazing headlights of a VE Commodore that was coming, flogging
it's
down.
Coming.
He's actually got down, passed through half the field in half the lap. So Danny Timewell is absolutely on the march.
And the other one that's on the march as well, you can see him just in the background there, Roy Sline and the little red BMW. He was a non-finisher yesterday as well. So both Danny Timewell and Roy Sline having to start off the rear. And they've made some pretty decent progress at the beginning here. They've really just kicked on with it because it is a very short race today by the looks of things. It's only about 12 or so minutes, and you can see here there's about 7 3/4 minutes left on the clock. So time is of the essence for these guys if they want to get to the head of the field and be in a good starting spot for the third race this afternoon.
And haven't we rolled the clock back some 10 years or so? Gary McKay in the XU1 Toronto is in 8th position. Go the old Holden.
Yep, it's a very popular car in the paddock, that one. So a lot of people going by, taking all the photos. So he loves the attention. Does Gary love the attention?
Oh, I think he might just secretly. I don't think it's much of a secret, but I think Gary really appreciates it, and so he should. The car is an absolute credit to him and to Peter and the GP Automotive. And as Michael Hart has a big lock-up coming up over to Dandenong, and here comes Danny Timewell steaming through, and he's right up behind Tony Martin, is it?
Yeah, Anthony Martin and Scott McLean are the next two big two.
Oh, Gary has a massive lock-up coming down into Dandenong corner.
Yeah,
that'll be a 50-cent piece, that one.
There was quite a lick of flame coming out the left-hand side of that car as well at the same time on the downshift. So Gary's starting to push the limits a little bit. He knows he's under a little bit of pressure here from Scott, who's trying to recover through the field after that poor start. And here comes the number 11, the time well spent racing Commodore, Danny Timewell. Yeah. He'll have a big advantage here in a straight line. He might actually get 2 for 1 on the approach down to turn number 1.
He certainly will.
Very, very easy at the end of the day there. Good situational awareness by both Scott and Gary that they knew the faster car was coming. There was no point trying to fight the argument.
And Scott's also done very well there to stay in behind Danny, and he might learn a few things on the next couple of corners and help him pick up a bit more speed.
This is something that I've actually been quite interested in over the course of the last couple of rounds, Dave. The amount of cars that are coming in. That's Brett Harris is off the road there at Dandenong Road. What I was about to say is the number of XLs that are coming in and joining the fold is really bolstering that under 2 litre field, more specifically the under 1600s class.
Absolutely, Steve.
It's great to see them out. And 4 of the 5 cars yesterday finished within about a second and a half of each other. It was really close.
As you can see, we've just crossed to this screen, and as you see, there's 5 of them all just about nose to tail. And as the one there just locks up and gets a bit squirrely before he goes into turn 1. But it's been really good, clean racing by these guys, and they've got some really good awareness to when Danny and the faster guys are coming through. They all stay in their line and they don't do anything erratic. They've been really, really good to have in our category.
Great job by Brett Harris to get that out of the Dandenong Road trap. So this is he was backside of the curb at turn 7, and that's a bit of a rear locking moment. I'm wondering whether the car maybe's run out of brakes a little bit there, because that's a little bit strange.
He did come in awfully fast, didn't he?
Yeah, he came in a little bit too quick, but was able to get that extracted and out of the gravel trap.
He's got it out of the gravel trap and he's just making his way back, and it looks like he might be heading back to pit lane.
Yeah, going very slowly here, being rounded up by, who's that at the moment that just went past him? That was Luke Valencic in the little turbo Astra, and Bryson Lloyd, the next one, to try and round up the AU Falcon. Won't have the legs in the straight line versus the AU, but he'll be there or thereabouts when they get to the corners.
So maybe it was just a little bit going in too deep, because Brad's actually continued on, and we'll see if it pulls up now going to turn 1. Yeah, it looks nice and clean, so it might have been just a little bit too exuberant going down into Dandenong, and he's just lost rear traction, and that looks like
Anthony Martin, I think, might have been having a bit slow off of the corner here, and we were just keeping an eye on. Yet that is the Anthony Martin Commodore. Is that carrying a little bit of damage? It looks a little bit. Doesn't look all the bits are there on the front right-hand corner of that car, because Tom Allen and Anthony Dana went past pretty quickly. So too have Andrew Barstow and John Perkins. And yeah, that's missing. I think he's rubbed the wall there in turn 6 and turn 4. Yeah, that's quite a substantial bit of damage on the 22.
Yeah, let's hope that he can get through without getting too much in the way. And it looks like there's also another slow-moving car. Yeah, headlights hanging out of that.
That car has also undergone a repair since Winston as well. Here we go. Oi, okay. Oh. That's, and got the wall.
Yes, that is a significant impact to one of those poor old girls. We really don't like to see that. That'd be a fairly... It doesn't look much damage, but when you start taking the bonnet and the guards off, there may be quite a bit of rail damage to that. So let's hope it's not too bad and he can get it back out there for race 3 this afternoon.
Danny Timewell's just passed Rick Hogan, moves him up into 5th place on the road. Next target for him is Matt Logan, but he's a good 6 seconds or so up the road. So you can see here, you've got Brett Lehman and Matt Logan. They just come out to some slower traffic and then start to count the seconds, and then you've got Timewell behind them. This is actually playing into Timewell's favour here, because it's a little bit of a challenge to lap some of these slower cars at certain points of the circuit where it's effectively a one-line groove. And you can see here now straight away, blue flags are out, predictability from the XLs, and through goes Brett Lehman and through goes Matt Logan. He just can't clear all the cars at the same time that Brett can, but this is helping Danny all the while because he's going to be closing that margin down. There he is in the back of shot, so that 6-second margin is probably about halved.
And he's just set the fastest lap of the race as well. So Danny is right on it this morning. So don't be surprised if he's up. If he gets a help with the traffic here, or there may be a little bit of a hindrance into turn 1, because he probably doesn't want to end up happening like yesterday. Yeah. So Danny has just set the fastest lap of the race for 1:17.1. So let's see what he can charge up the back straight, as Johnny Perkins has had a little off there somewhere.
That's down at Dandenong Road. That's at the exit of Dandenong Road. So he's come around and I think done a pirouette, 180 pirouette off of the corner, maybe got the inside curve, maybe rotated the RX8 there.
There we go, as Macca goes into the distance there, and he's got quite a decent lead over Mark DeFanis. And then Brett Lehman's there in 3rd, but you can see Danny Timewell is certainly catching them very, very quickly.
Yeah, this margin, this is going to be a real grandstand finish in the last 2 laps.
It certainly will. I think Danny will be pushing as hard as he possibly can to get right on the back of them and maybe snag another place or 2.
1st and 2nd place, I think, are probably safe at the moment with 1.5 minutes remaining. But 3rd, 4th, and 5th is definitely going to not be settled right until the death, I fear.
I think you're absolutely correct there, Steve. We've got a great battle going on here. Two under 2 litre cars, and then we've got Andre Noy in the Falcon there. They make their speed at different parts of the track, but it's good to see them have a ding-dong battle there. And I think we just might see what's going on with Perkins here, and he just had a little helping hand there.
A little bit of minor contact there.
Just a little bit of minor contact, and it doesn't look like there's been too much damage done. But I just noticed in the background that Danny Timewell has gone past Matt Logan, and he's now right on the back of Brett Lehman, who's been held up by a slower car there, the Audi, the 4-wheel drive Audi, which was just going to help Danny catch right up to the back of Brett, and up the back straight will be amazing to see the horsepower.
Yeah, all the cards have fallen Danny Timewell's way here, I feel, as the race has gone on, and this will be a drag race up the hill here. Brett actually was holding his own for a little bit there, but he realised there's no point in fighting this. There's not too much longer to go. Danny goes through into P3, so that will give him a good, healthy starting position for the second race this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And, well, that'll be interesting to see Ian McLennan and Danny Timewell resume the battle that they had over the 4 laps yesterday afternoon.
Yep, certainly was. In the background there, you can see Ricky Hogan just have a little bit of a lock-up going down in the Dandenong corner as well. It doesn't look like it did too much damage to him, so he'll be up to chase up the next one.
Into turn 1, race leader Ian McLennan, 7 laps completed. So probably this one, and I'd say 1 more to go. So he's just rounded up the 25 there of one of the Pulsars, 2 that have joined us as car 25 and car 26 this weekend. It's great to have a couple of drivers coming down from New South Wales, normally competing in the IPRA Pulsar Series.
Yes. It's, as we've got Jamie Augustine who's still running around in 9th position. Michael Hart in the VS Commodore. It's a beautifully looking car, and Michael Hart's been around forever and a day. And I think he'd be very, very happy with an 8th position. And we've got the first of the under 2 litre cars in Reece Howell in 10th position.
Yep, so he's dropped a little bit further down the order compared to where he finished yesterday. Second on the order would be Larry Merrifield, and then I think it's Bryson Lloyd who's third in unders at the moment. But as we're saying, the interesting battle here is going to be in the XLs for the under 1600s. Looks like Travis Mitchie has just gone through ahead of Carly Fleming, who has led most of the class of this race. Lee Seelenmeyer now down the inside of Carly Fleming at turn 2 and 3. So it's the number 42 just got a little bit of an ailment that it's starting to show in the closing laps here, because that's two fairly easy passes for the other two competitors in the opening couple of corners.
It's very, very respectful, very clean race. No bashing of panels that we're used to seeing, but that was really good. As we see Jamie Augustine in the background, he has a problem.
Yep.
The car has been suffering water issues over the weekend.
Water and oil and a head gasket.
They were, we're just wondering if it would make it through, but it looks like Jamie's slowed significantly. So maybe the head gasket's gone enough.
Yep. Certainly is. Well, it's actually gathered back up there, so just maybe appearances can be deceiving sometimes, or maybe he's missed a gear or something there. But he has fallen down the order to 10th place, actually just trying to get back past Reece Howell in the 129, the little Honda Civic there, which has been lightning quick all weekend so far.
It certainly has, as Macca's coming around onto the straight. We don't quite see it. The last lap board, I believe, we've just had come through the headset that the last lap board has been shown. So Macca's coming around on the last lap and coming around to get the checkered flag, I would suggest, on this lap.
Yep, I agree with you there.
What a beautiful drive. Well done to Macca. Nice and clean, and the Pro Cup Monaro is absolutely on song this weekend.
Yep, hasn't he come a long way in the several years since he's been in the category? We were talking about this yesterday. It took a little while for the first podiums to follow, and then the first wins and the first round win. But when he's on, he is definitely on. And comfortable margin, 10 seconds back to Mark DeFarnis at the end of the day there. Danny Timewell was closing in pretty quickly on Mark in the closing couple of laps, but just ran out of time there. So good, healthy starting position for him this afternoon in third in the number 11, with Brett Lehman be right alongside him. So the two good mates alongside each other on row 2 this afternoon.
With the running gear in Lehman's car is the running gear that was out of Timewell's car.
Yeah, there you go. As I said, they're good mates.
That's it. so it's really helped Brett along too. The running gear out of Danny's old car was a very, very top level gear, so it's helped him go a lot further up the field than what he would have in his old running gear in his car. So well done.
Matt Logan and Rick Hogan 5th and 6th there. Scott McLean managed to recover to 7th. That's actually an excellent recovery for him, considering he was well outside the top 10 after lap 1. Michael Hart in 8th, Jamie Augustine 9th, and Reece Howell the first of the under 2 litre cars in 10th. Here's the remainder of that XL battle we were talking about a bit earlier. Travis Mitchie's kicked on with it, so he's going to get a race win here in class. And it's Dallas Harvey now up the inside of Carly Fleming at the last couple of corners. Lee Seelenmeyer was ahead of Carly a lap ago, not so much now. Last minute dive for the line here. Could be a close run thing between the Dallas Harvey and Carly Fleming. I'll tell you what, that's a line ball decision at the line there. That is literally, I couldn't pick that as they came across the line. We'll have to wait and see what timing says, but slightly better run out of the final corner for the 42, and we're going to have to wait to see the timing chain tick over to give us that, and it goes the way of Dallas Harvey by 0.0006. That's how close it was.
Close.
That was so close we couldn't actually spot it with the naked eye. So what a great finish there in that class. I have been saying that class has been, the numbers have been increasing and the racing's been great. You've always got to look down the field. You can't always look at the front of the field and improve production. You've got to look everywhere.
You've got to look everywhere because there's so many different classes within the improved production. You've always got somewhere to race, which is part of being improved production. It's really good that we have so many. The variety of cars in our category is outstanding.
Certainly is. Dave, thank you very much. We'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon at 2 o'clock for the final race of improved production. And, well, we talked about V8s being up the front. I think we're about to see a few more because I can see a couple of figures being cut over my right shoulder that are stepping in a few minutes' time to call the next race, which is going to be, of course, the Sports Sedans. We'll be back.
Fantastic to watch, Sports Sedans, more V8s.
Absolutely. Back soon here at the 4th round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. We're just watching, I think that is Tom Allen out there, and great to see Tom back at the racetrack having a go in the RX7, but I think it's him in the Gazebo's car, but it looks like to be a flat toe, so we'll get that back out of harm's way, and we will continue on with the program. When was the last time you replaced your tricos? I'm talking about wiper blades. We call them tricos here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. For more than 100 years, Trico has been the industry leader for wiper blade technology and proudly supplies OEM wiper blades to manufacturers worldwide. Trico is a proud supporter of the Australian Grassroots Motorsports Supercars Championship and everything in between. They're official partners of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for 2025, and the support is the reason why we bring the very best of state-level competition to you, live and free on Blendline TV. Trico wipers are available at your local retailer, or look up Trico on your socials or their website, www.trico.com.au. Autohouse Storage at Moorabbin has been in business since 2018 with a drive to offer motoring enthusiasts a safe location to store their personal and special vehicles away from home. Autohouse has moved to a new location in Moorabbin with amplified security measures in place to protect customer vehicles as if they were their own. For less than $100 per week, you can store your race car, your weekend, your project car, your enthusiast vehicle, whatever it might be, within a secure facility that provides peace of mind above all else. Autohouse also has a Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships community member offer. Sign up for 6 months and receive the first month free. Offer valid until August 30. Visit the team along Trade Alley at Sandown. You'll see the Lexus LC 500 and the Gazoo Racing Corolla in the activation. Give Autohouse a call on 0437 351 000 and let's talk storage. Let's talk Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans, as they will be making their way out on track in just a couple of moments. I'm Darren Smith right alongside me. He's a couple of times national champion of this category and another category that was on earlier today, Supercarts. I speak of none other than Darren Hossack, who seems to be making more of a full-time manoeuvre into the commentary booth than the driver's seat on these days. Daz, welcome. Always cool to have the National Sports Sedans here at Sandown, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's, Sandown is the home of horsepower, and, sports sedans are renowned for their horsepower. And I know that everyone enjoys coming here, particularly when the weather's as good as it is today.
We've got beautiful weather and we've got sports sedans rolling out on track, and I always like to get particularly your perspective on this, because it would have been you in either the black car or the blue car leading out here, and it would have been a red car and a grey car with you and Tony Ricciardello leading the field out. What are the drivers like right at the front of the field here? I'm talking Tomasi and Jarvis there. What's going through their minds right now?
Oh, look, the number one thing, probably when they get the car on the track is always getting temperature into the tyres, even though it's not particularly cold today. The tyres do need a lot of temperature before they will provide any grip. Any changes that the guys might have made over the night on the cars? I know Robbo made some rear shock adjustments and that. Even though they're going slow, they're probably, working out whether they feel it's any sort of improvement or not, and also any problems they might have had yesterday. The only way you really know if you fixed a problem is to drive the car. So even though it's a slow out lap, you're still trying to work out, whether the problem's fixed or whether it's still going to be a drama in the race.
Just hearing that rotary of Alex Williams wind up coming out of turn 4 there. He's giving it a bit of curry off the curb there as well. Great to see the triple rotor in amongst these big V8s. It's always nice to have a bit of a mixture here. It was only a season or two ago. We saw a 6-cylinder Nissan GTR absolutely braining them at the front of this field as well. So a real mix of engineering expertise and mechanical packages amongst these cars, isn't there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's one of the beauties of sports sedans is that, it's open to what you want to do. Obviously, got Jeremy Davison back there in the field in his little RX7, which has got a turbocharged Honda engine in it. So if you're a fan of any particular type of engine and you're building a car, well, chances are you're able to put that in.
Good to see this guy weaving around off the back of the field. Dean Cam, multiple Victorian champion, did National Series for a long time back in the Kerrick era. He did a bit of a lap behind the Saloon cars just to install the car. Had some issues yesterday, but it's always good to see big mean Dean Cam rounding out the back of the field in the number 66. Here they come around. Tomasi, Jarvis, Taunton, Shields, Williams, Lacey, John Hollinger in the 23, Michael Robinson, then it's Matthew Sims in the BMW, Dan Tomasi finished 10th yesterday, side by side. We are about to get underway for Hollinger Engineering, and off we go, and down goes the pedal on that Calibra of Stephen Tomasi. He's got a national championship under his belt. He knows how to lead from the front. He learnt from two of the greats in Hossack and Ricciardello over a number of seasons how to start these races, and now he's doing it brilliantly himself. Jeff Taunton leading the championship on 252 points into this round, slots into P2. Jarvis has got the Monaro again this year, hooked up into the Sandown layout, and he has got Brad Shields right on his tail, wanting to give a hurry on. Two rotaries lining up behind Jarvis to try and push on through here.
Yeah, when they started there, you could hear one of the cars, or some of them, broke into instant wheel spin, and it looks like Ash has dropped back a little bit at the start, and Jeff Taunton's found his way through. But we saw in yesterday's race, as Jeff runs a little bit wide there at turn 7, we saw yesterday that once Ash got a bit of temperature in the tyres, he was quite fast. So Jeff will be mindful of his championship here. He's probably got a different objective here, and he wants to come away with as many points as he possibly can. Steve's just out to win races.
Do you think Jeff's honouring that? I think he had a bit of cold fire understeer at the top of the hill there. That would have given him an absolute feeling. Here, have a look at this. Tomasi's now just trying to get a little bit more temp in as well. As is Jeff. He's got in the straight line and going, I don't want that cold tire understeer again. I want to get a bit of temp into these. Big bit of plume of smoke out of the back of the Monaro there. Brad Shields coming through in the said Fiat, the 999 car, and then another rotary in behind there, the car of Alex Williams. Guys have travelled from New South Wales and Tasmania respectively. Jarvis has come from Queensland. There is John Hollinger in the all-black marked car, and we get back down through the field. The championship-winning car at the hands of Kerry Bailey there, now been for quite a long time in the hands of Dan Tomasi. And they're just trying to sort out a reoccurring issue with that car. It's a bit of an engineering solution rather than just throwing parts at it. But those guys are really scratching their head trying to get that issue rectified. Here we go. Ash Jarvis now, team owner in Trans Am Racing, comes along and drives for the Smith family outfit, a car that Colin drove very, very well for many, many seasons. I guess he's famous for his time also in the Rover. He drove back in the day in the Kerrick Series as well. But great to see the Smith family still going racing, albeit with a Jarvis at the wheel of car number 44. And he looks to get right on the back of Jeff Taunton now. Brad Shields, a guy with an international pedigree in motorsport, loves to get behind the wheel of this awesome little Fiat. What a race team to drive for as well. There's very few amount of teams that have had the experience in sports sedans as those guys, isn't there?
No, that's right. That's a beautiful little car. I keep wandering down constantly and having a look at it. Looks like we've got Dean Cam's got his door open.
Wants to get out.
He's ready to jump out. He's had enough. That may cop the attention of race control there, although it does look like it's fallen down. So hopefully for his sake he can pop it back into place. Oh, Ash. Oh, no. Jeff Taunton's gone off.
He's gone well and truly off there, understeered off there as well. That's yellow flags feverishly being waved, double yellows, and that'll be at the top of the hill as well. These guys are all arriving. So there's Dan Tomasi, there's Dean Cam. He'll be absolutely distracted by his new active aero system he's got on the left-hand side of the car there.
Yeah, that's...
that was a big shunt. We've gone safety car here in the Hollinger National Sports Sedans. Safety car has been called, and that was Jeff Taunton. Jeff had a big shunt at Phillip Island just on 12 months ago as well. The front of these marked cars, they're exceptionally exchangeable, the way they bolt in and bolt out. Different aspects of these cars, they're kind of modular. Actually, we've gone red flag here, red flag. So I would suggest being that there was a lot of debris and carbon fibre, all sorts of debris across the track. We have had a word trackside that Jeff has got out of the car. He's trying to find a bit of comfort down there, so he has extracted himself from the car, so that's great news. But the rest of the field now under red flag conditions. We did have a bit of red flag conditions on Friday too, Daz, where sadly and unfortunately the new John Gourlay Audi had a bit of a fire problem with young Cadell Ambrose at the wheel up the back straight there, and sadly we haven't got the Gourlay Audi racing here today.
No, the car's not here. John's here. Yeah, a little bit of a, not 100% sure what happened, but some problem with the injector, which is, of course, pretty much next to the driver, which did cause a small fire. Fortunately, the car's not too bad. You know, it's never great having a fire in the car, but speaking to John this morning, he's as motivated as he ever is, and he's looking to get it fixed for the next round. It's great to see that Jeff was able to get out of the car there. I can tell you that's a very fast section of the track, even though you are sort of under brakes there, but the fences are very, very close, and there's not much room for error. So no doubt the car will be a little bit of a mess, which is never nice to see, but the main thing is Jeff's okay there.
So Jeff Taunton came into this round and he had 42 points lead on this championship. At the moment, with the red flag, 3 laps done. I don't know how it works for the time certain race as to what percentage of 75% of the race is called, because the clock still ticks down. So not sure whether he'll gather points at all on this one, but he certainly grabbed the full 30 points from yesterday's race, and it's at the moment showing us that he's got 60 points. So that'll be an issue that I guess the officials in the background of the championship will have to nut out. Stephen Tomasi came in second place on 210, and he's doing everything perfectly to claw back those points. Pole position, race 1, race 2, wins, those sort of things. So Steve's very serious about trying as hard as he possibly can at this point of the championship to claw back the championship his way. So still lots to nut out, I guess, championship-wise, as far as these points allocations are concerned.
Yeah, there's still plenty of racing to go in this championship, and I know, I work fairly closely with Steve, but, my family has a connection with the Tomasi family, and, I know Steve does a lot of the work on that car himself. He's, just relentless in trying to make it faster, more reliable, everything that you want out of a race car. And it's pleasing to see when it pays off for someone that puts in so much effort.
Certainly is. The rail car is third place in the championship on 139. Michael Robinson, he's sitting there in fourth place in the championship. And Robbo has been so loyal over so many years to this national championship, and this weekend being presented by Hollinger Engineering. It's always great to see how Michael Robinson goes. He's currently sitting 8th in this one, being red flag. The officials have waved the cars through to the back, so we have gone to full race conclusion off the back of that red flag. So they've all been waved around. All the cars in the pit lane garages are being put into there as well. We're seeing the flatbeds being dispatched also to pick up cars around the track. Ash Jarvis was next in the championship. He's only 4 points behind Robbo. Ash did a tremendous job to drive into second place yesterday and just gathering those points. And, from his perspective, he was rapt to be here at Sandown on Friday when I caught up with him that, he'd come out of QR where he's running 2 cars in a national championship and he gets to come here and drive a sports sedan. It was interesting. He said, I'm so happy when I'm looking out the front window of a sports sedan.
Yeah, 100%. And after that race yesterday, finishing second, both Ash and the rest of the team were absolutely stoked with that performance. They'd made a few setup changes for yesterday, and it certainly paid dividends. There was some very, very small changes made to the car, but they had a big outcome on how fast it was going. And, for a team that's been involved with the category for so many years, as you said, even back when Colin was racing the Rover, it's just so good to see teams rewarded for their hard work. And, Ash is a very, very good driver. He's got a lot of experience, and he's certainly showing it this weekend.
Really looking forward to seeing, the cars that will be on row 2 at the start of this afternoon's race. That'll be the 999 of Brad Shields and 37 of Alex Williams. A couple of guys out after both our hearts, mate, with a couple of rotaries sitting on the second row of the grid. It's been a while since we've seen this sort of thing, excluding last season where the championship was taken out by a rotary-powered car. But great to see the rotors pushing to the front in sports sedans over the last sort of 18 months, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I think, rotaries probably, they're not loved by everyone. But the reality is for this category, they're reasonably cheapish sort of horsepower, if you like. And the benefit of a rotary is they don't weigh as much as a big V8. The centre of gravity's, down very low. So there's benefits to be had in terms of handling. You may not have the outright horsepower of some of the bigger V8s, but what you lose in horsepower, you certainly gain in corner speed. And, with the next round being at Tailem Bend in South Australia, that's, plenty of high-speed, fast-flowing corners. And I certainly know Alex is going over there. I'm not sure if Brad's heading over to that one, but I expect that the car of Alex Williams will be very quick when it gets to South Australia.
Darren Hossack, thank you as always for your expert comments and the passion that you bring into the commentary booth when we've got the Hollinger National Sports Sedans on track. I guess the question I've been asked and was going to put you on the hot spot here is you're going to be running the RX7 at Phillip Island on in the round on 3rd, 4th and 5th of October.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan. I'd always planned after Winton to have a little bit of a break because I've not had the car that long, and it certainly needed some things, new axles, and I'm putting Motec in it and stuff like that. So just getting a few, housekeeping things done on the car, and then, looking forward to getting down to Phillip Island. I'm excited to run the car there because I think it's going to be not a super quick car to run, but it's certainly going to be enjoyable to drive. And hopefully, if fingers crossed, I'll be able to make the Isle of Magic round, which is also the last round of the National Championship. So that's the plan.
Terrific. So I need to recruit a new commentator for Phillip Island at the end of the year, do I?
Well, I hope. I don't want to say anything now because you know what will happen when I run the car. But, I'm hoping you've got someone else sitting up next to you at that round.
Darren Hossack, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Don't forget to join us on October 3, 4 and 5 at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. You can get down and cheer on my, soon-to-not-be co-commentator. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome trackside to the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Australian Sports Sedan Association are running this meeting, and we've just seen the National Sports Sedans conclude early with a red flag with a crash down at Dandenong Road Corner. There has been certainly reason to delay proceedings a little bit here, with Jeff Taunton receiving some treatment down there, as well as the barriers having to get some engineering work done on them. So we'll be back with racing as soon as we possibly can. We think it's probably going to be a fairly substantial delay. Once we know more about that, we will certainly bring that information to you via the broadcast here on the PA at the track, and also on the Blendline TV coverage on YouTube. I'd like to give a big shout out, and it's possibly the time of day where the officials are working really, really hard to make sure that everything continues to go very, very well trackside. So a big shout out to all of our volunteers that are manning their stations, whether it be flag points, recovery points, safety cars, course cars, pit lane marshals, grid marshals, control marshals in the control tower, our amazing race secretaries in Karen Hamer and Hannah Holloway, who are doing a tremendous job putting this race meeting together with the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. All of the members of the Sports Sedan Association that we can see on screen now, snacks being delivered to keep the energy levels right up. So that's all about the camaraderie from the volunteer officials right around the track. And a big shout out to all of our competitors who are just listening out there at the moment, that one of their very own has had a bit of a shunt down at turn 9. And just listening out for how things start to play out, because no one likes to see a car get crashed up. certainly the next field on track was to be the Formula V. So those cars will be actually in the marshalling area now, and I dare say those drivers will be jumping out of their cars and just doing a bit of a stretch up. So a big thanks to all of our officials trackside. Big welcome to this round with the Mentone Premix Concrete. Mentone Premix Concrete is a fourth-generation family-owned business and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to their state-of-the-art showroom showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete. So remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix.
A big thank you to Black Mamba Racing. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep, so you are in the best possible shape for your next event. Led by VSRS competitor Ben McLeod, the team is based in Carrum Downs, so check out their products through aligned Black Mamba Racing distributors or visit www.blackmambaracing.com.au today.
Trico, seeing you through. When was the last time you replaced your Tricos? That's what we call them here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Wiper blades. For more than 100 years, Trico has been the industry leader in wiper blade technology and proudly supplies OEM wiper blades to manufacturers worldwide. Trico is a proud supporter of Australian motorsport, from the Supercars Championship to grassroots competition and everything in between. Official partner, series partner for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for 2025, and their support is the reason we bring you the best state-level competition to you, live and free on Blendline TV. Trico wipers are available at your local retailer, or look up Trico on your socials or their website, www.tricoproducts.com.au.
Autohouse Vehicle Storage Moorabbin. Autohouse Vehicle Storage was created in 2018 with a drive to offer motoring enthusiasts a safe location to store their special vehicle away from home. Autohouse has moved to a new location in Moorabbin with amplified security measures in place to protect customer vehicles as if they are their own. For less than $100 per week, you can store your race car, weekender, project car, and or enthusiast vehicle within a secure facility that provides peace of mind above all else. Autohouse also has a VSRS community member offer. Sign up for 6 months and receive the first month free. Offer valid till August 30. Visit the team along Trade Alley at Sandown. You will see a Lexus LC500 and a GR Corolla at the activation. Give Autohouse a call on 0437 351 000 and let's talk storage.
For a long time now, 888 Home Loans, 888 Capital Group Home Loans has been on the Victorian motorsport landscape. A big shout out to 888 Home Loans for always doing the right thing with the motorsport community. The right home loan advice can make a big difference to your life. Whatever you need and your situation, 888 Home Loans can find you a suitable solution whilst guiding you through the entire home buying process. 888 Home Loans have been a proud supporter of grassroots motorsport and the Victorian Circuit Racing Championship for several years now. The team is led by Cam McKinnon, and by the way, Cam's a mechanic working on Dean Cam's sports sedan as we speak, so you know he's one of us. The team is led by Cam McKinnon, who is an active racer himself with his little Datsun 1600 in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. And he lives and breathes in the Victorian State Race Series. Call 888 Home Loans, 1800 188 800. We are going to go live now down to the pit lane with Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, Darren. Wonderful day here at Trico VSRS Round 4 at the majestical Sandown International Raceway. We sincerely hope that Jeff Taunton from that incident earlier in that race just before is okay. He's in the best possible hands with our trackside officials as well as the medicos as well. So we thought we'd just walk up and down pit lane and see who we can find and talk to. And actually, as it happens, we do have Joel Ramsey, who's making his triumphant debut this weekend in commentary up from Tasmania. What are your initial assessments of the Trico VSRS series so far? This is your debut weekend.
Mate, this is the most fun I've had back at a racetrack in a very long time. And it's so good to be back grassroots racing. Everyone's so welcoming. You can go and have a chat to the drivers, you can go and have a chat to all the teams. They just go, yeah, come and have a look at the car. So I've just been talking to the guys in the Vic V8 series just then, having a chit-chat about the cars and finding out about what they do. It's just really, really good, really welcoming, and I really like that. And by the way, there's some great bacon egg burgers and dim sims here at the local food fight, as I've been...
Trust you to find the food when you've come up from Tassie, but obviously you are a tyre guy, a tyre enthusiast. You have been involved in many racing series in Australia, driving trucks, spinning spanners, changing tyres, checking pressures, all that sort of stuff. But well, no, you're not a spanner. I'm not trying to call you that. But of course, coming down to grassroots level, we're trying to. It's not the best kept secret. We're doing our utmost to share the passion and also share the love that. Share all the love and the fantastic racing that we get down here at the Victorian State Race Series.
Mate, it's so good. So if you get the opportunity, come down and just hang out. I mean, it was $30 the whole weekend, which is amazing value, and a time where we're penny pinching, and you get to enjoy your favourite sport. I mean, who doesn't want to be at a racetrack? And look at me in Sandown turning it on today. So.
Mega. So we can catch up with Joel for the Hyundai XLs and Vic V8s coming up a bit later on. I've just spotted someone else that I'd like to talk to. So thank you, Joel. Go well. Now, Darren Smith, you've just taken your hat off. Wonderful hat hair. You're looking smart as always with your glasses on and your wonderful polo top as well. I'll stop with the compliments now. How's your day been so far?
Well, I don't have a Trico hat, so I thought I'd stay loyal to the sponsors. But hey, let's give these guys a plug anyway. Spectrum Formula Ford builders, built in Brayside. They do a terrific job and well and truly part of the community, aren't they? You can have your hat back. Thanks. Now I've probably got headlights to go on with for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Have you found the hot dogs yet? I heard there were rumour that there was going to be hot dogs, up to about 500, prepared by the expert hands of Anne Gilliland and the hard-working team at the Australian Sports Sedans Association, of course. Have you found one yet?
You don't get this shape without eating a hot dog or two, Callum. So, I've had a couple of hot dogs over the years. This was known favourably as the hot dog round for a long, long time. But certainly just jumping away from the food, of course, there's still plenty of action going on, seeing the recovery vehicles and engineers and things going back out on track to make sure we can get back underway. It looks like the grid marshals are making their way back down as well. There are always positive signs when we have an incident like what we've had with the marked car down there with Jeff Taunton. Not a great way to end. He came into this round leading the championship. He had a lot of points up too, over 40 points margin there. So really proud of all of our volunteer officials right now that are feverishly working to get the event back underway.
Sorry to cut you off there, Darren. Salient words for all those hard-working officials. So they've done a terrific job to get us back on schedule, and we've got the next race coming up your way, live and free on Blendline TV very shortly.
After a short delay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on track with some action here at the Sandown International Motor Raceway. And here come the Formula V field. All 15 cars with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre. It's been great to have them on board throughout season 2025. And this weekend, we will crown a Victorian Formula V state champion. They are not taking part at the final round of the series at Phillip Island. So just the 4 rounds as a part of the state platform for them. And the margin out in front between the two combatants did come down a little bit yesterday, but it still stands at a healthy 15 points in favour of the current championship leader, Andre Kieran. So Ash Whittington, the reigning state champion's got a little bit of work to do, as myself, Steve DeVries and Tom Reed join you for this one. Tom, it's been a great action-packed series so far this year for Formula V. We've had a trip to Sandown, trip to Calder, and a trip to Phillip Island so far. And we're back at the home of horsepower here, and it's Championship Sunday, as we call it in the classics.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. A great vibe around Sandown Motor Raceway. Pretty good crowd and fantastic weather. Just a little bit of wind, a big headwind down the front straight, but then also a tailwind up the back straight, which will help moves into turn number 6 over the top there.
So here's your starting grid on your screen here. So the reigning champion off of pole with the current points leader alongside him, Andre Curran. Rocco Spindley and Matt Basso in 3rd and 4th place, with Damien Spinello and Shane Purvis 5th and 6th. And Darren Power and the fast flyer Matt Bode starting out of position number 8. Cam Bell is 9th. Cody Boys starting out of 10th. That's the first top 10 finish for him this season, so he's very pleased with that. Corey Horter out of 11th, Charlie Richardson 12th, followed by Mick Fisher in 13th. And then the 2 retirees from yesterday's. Brock Hamilton, we saw him off at the final corner. Believe a little bit of contact for him, put him off the road in that fight over 3rd, 4th and 5th right at the end of the race there. And Ash Clifford, we saw him come to a halt just after turn 1 in yesterday's first race. There was a throttle cable decided to let go on the number 17. Pretty quick and easy fix at the end of the day, but not something you can sort of do trackside to get your car back going again. So they've dealt with that overnight, and the number 17 should be good to go off the rear of the grid. So look for those 2 fast Sabres out of Silver Fox Stable coming through from the rear.
So set for a start here, red lights on, and taken away immediately, and an even conversion from the front row throughout the field. Look for the Silver Fox Racing car, Brock Hamilton coming through on driver's right there down the front straight as he sweeps across to take as many positions as he can, but it'll be car 32 leading into turn 1.
Brock Hamilton now, you saw him on the left-hand side of his shot. He's now down the right-hand side of the shot. He's made quite a good headway here. He's picked up probably about half a dozen spots from the rear of the grid at the start here, so not wanting to waste too much time. He wants to get back into the thick of that battle group out in front, because it was himself and Rocco and Matt Basso that were fighting over 3rd place yesterday afternoon, and it was a great exchange between the 2 of them, the 3 of them rather. It was a case of Rocco was trying to fend off the advances of Matt and Brock for most of that race, while out in front the 2 combatants for the state championship edged away pretty quickly and built a margin, and then they worked with each other and then decided, okay, it's now time to put the pedal down and go for it. They want to try and do that again this time around and get that margin. They had it out to around 2 seconds by the end of lap 1. It's definitely not going to be 2 seconds this time around, because Spindley is still within slipstream range of the number 32 as they come out of Dandenong Road for the first time. There's a little bit of dust being kicked up there on the approach to Dandenong Road by a few drivers, and well, that's the reason why. It's the number 30 of Matt Bode who's gone a little bit too hot into Dandenong Road, but he's managed to pull himself out of the kitty litter.
So onto the front straight we go for the first time, and it is car number 1 leading, doing everything he can to close the margin at the top of the standings. Here comes Andre Curran pulling out of the slipstream, and already gets that done by the time they get to the braking zone there of turn 1.
Whoops.
Car 49.
It's Damien Spinello. He's gone around, but you can see a couple of witness marks there on the asphalt. That's at the pit entrance. So that's actually a rather unusual spot to be turned around 90 degrees to the racing surface there.
Perhaps getting wide on that exit curb like we saw the front 3 guys doing, pushing really hard. Wow, Andre Curran incredibly close to the fence there out of turn number 4, and sets his run up down the back straight using all the track. Car 49 getting going, but pulling over to driver's left, so perhaps a little bit of contact with the fence there, and he's thought better of continuing.
Yeah, little localised yellow there at the moment. He's pulled as far off as he possibly can, so he's out of the line of fire. Here comes Brock Hamilton down the inside of Shane Purvis, just up and over the hill and into turn 6. That gives him 5th place on the road, so that's a remarkable amount of progress from him from the rear of the grid. I did say keep an eye out for those 2 fast Sabres coming through, and they've definitely made some moves very, very early on. Good timing as well, so safety car for Brock Hamilton as he gets past Shane Purvis, and out it comes. So that actually is a blessing in disguise, I feel, for him, because he's gotten back to pretty much where I thought he would hope to try and get to by the end of the race.
Yeah, 100%. So it'll bunch up the field for Brock, and he'll be able to latch on, hopefully get a good restart for himself and chase after the front 2 guys here Andre Curran with the race lead.
Ash Clifford with a great progress as well. Remember, he started 15th and last, and he's managed to get himself up to 8th. So he started right at the back, and Hamilton started 14th, and he's made his way up to 5th. So great progress from the two of them. Back in familiar positions where they were before they fell out of the race yesterday afternoon. So this blessing in disguise is very much welcomed, I think, for them. And you can see there the safety car has picked up the majority of the leading bunch already. Darren Power with a good result there as well so far, up to 7th place. So good start for him out of 7th, and he's been able to maintain that. He was the driver of the round at Winton a month ago, which was a club championship round for Formula V, the only event that they've had at Winton so far this year. And that's a track that a lot of drivers look forward to, because you've got your slipstream places like Phillip Island and Calder Park and Sandown now. But Winton, you don't have a lot of that slipstream. It's all about the driver and the car and how you can sort of gel as one. So that's why they all look forward to going up there.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a track of where you see a little bit more racecraft, perhaps. We've got 3 drafting tracks in Victoria, being Calder, Sandown and Phillip Island, which we all see on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship calendar. And this year we haven't not gone to Winton, but the Formula V Victoria Championship has, and it's just a little different track for these guys to navigate.
Yeah, it's a very much a skill sort of a driven track up there at Winton. Everybody likes to get up there and really test, driver and car. And I guess that's part of the thing, because a lot of the drivers that are in Formula V, and you make your way from Formula V to Formula Ford and those sorts of things, you've got to start your skill base somewhere. And for a lot of these drivers, it comes in the form of karting. They've come from the karting scene, and they move up through the field. So Matt Basso, Charlie Richardson, they've all had stints in karting. I think Shane Purvis's young son Blake is doing karting at the moment. Mick Fisher was another one who has had some karting there as well. So it sort of runs in the family, and it's a good way to transition from karting to Formula V. And it's in that mind that it's great to have Karting Madness on board for a sponsor here as one of our corporate partners in season 2025. Because Karting Madness is Australia's largest indoor go-karting centre, with 2 locations in Bayswater and Braybrook. And along with the impressive indoor tracks that they have, Karting Madness also has state-of-the-art racing and golf simulators. They have amusement arcades, they have a licensed cafe, and much, much more. Karting Madness are down there in Trade Alley this weekend to catch up with the team and find out more information from them, so you can sort out your plans for the next school holidays, because that's fast approaching at the end of September. Book online and enjoy the thrill of racing with Karting Madness.
So definitely, if you're at Sandown, go check out Trade Alley, a number of activations there. And it is a real buzz down just past the dummy grid before you head up to the grandstand, which is free of charge. So if you're down here, go have a sit in the big grandstand. You can see the majority of the track, and it's a great vantage point to watch from.
Certainly is. Well, let's have a bit of a think about things here while we are under the safety car condition. We have been talking about the point standings coming into the weekend. It's ebbed and flowed between Andre Curran and Ash Whittington throughout season 2025. Sandown round 1, it was only 10 points between the pair of them, with Andre Curran being in front. He's actually been in front for most of the season. Exiting Calder Park, there was only 2 points the difference between the pair of them. And that's despite the spin that Ash Whittington had coming down into turn number 1. But there was a very lowly result there for Andre Curran with, I think it was a mechanical failure there, which actually brought that margin right back down. And then following the third round at Phillip Island, it was only 17 points. So 17 points has been the largest margin it's been all season. And that was the standings coming into the weekend. The win yesterday to Whittington narrowed that margin by a further 2 points. So it's 15 as it stands right now, first to second. Third and fourth was the interesting battle that we were looking at. We were actually hoping Malachi Windsor, who was in that battle third and fourth and fifth, would be here this weekend. But sadly, we're missing him. A little bit of routine surgery for him that was supposed to be a very short recovery time has unfortunately ballooned out. So wishing him and his family all the best and a speedy recovery for him. We hope to see him back out in time for the National Challenge, which is in a handful of weeks at the Bend. And we'll hopefully see him as well at Island Magic a bit later this year. But that left the third and fourth place battle to go down between Rocco Spindley and Brock Hamilton, and they were actually a lot closer than the top two were on points coming into the weekend. There was only 11 points there, with Brock's unfortunate off-track moment and the non-finish yesterday afternoon, it did mean that points margin ballooned out quite significantly. So, barring a disaster for Rocco Spindley, third place is pretty much sewn up at the moment, and the real attention is going to focus on the top two.
Yeah, for sure. It's a close battle between Kieran and Quiddington. Quiddington really needs to win this race to give him any shot.
And he needs some help as well.
Yeah, he needs someone to get in between himself and Kieran. Kieran, if he finishes second, the gap gets closed to a further 13 points, but that's not going to be enough, even if Quiddington wins these next two races coming up this afternoon at 3:20.
Yeah, certainly. So you have your two races that are your standard points, and then you have the feature races, and the feature races are all this afternoon, which pay a little bit more points, and the deficit is a little bit larger in that regard. So
How many points for a win?
So 30 points for a win in your standard racing, and then 28 points for second for the first two races. And then the feature race, it's 40 points for the win, and second place gets 36. So when you do that math, you've only got 8 points, the variance there, and with 17 points coming into the weekend, the advantage for Andre, he only needs to finish second place in all three races to be securing of the title. He actually needs the help of Rocco Spindley or Matt Basso or Brock Hamilton to actually get in between him and, he doesn't need help from them to get in between him and Ash Quiddington, because then that's where the points are going to start to open up. So that's why in yesterday's first race, they were so keen to sort of work with each other and just get out in front and then worry about racing in positions toward the end of it, because that took those three drivers out of the equation. Now, under the safety car condition, it's brought them back into play after a short period of time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a fairly close, tight-knit pack at the restart here going together, because we are running out of time, but be lucky to get 1 or 2 laps in here based on the timing that's going on right now.
Saw the last lap board be readied for at the control tower, and yeah, we are getting a safety car in this lap and possibly a 1-lap dash. So white flag and then a checker. 1-lap dash here at Sandown for the second race of the Formula Vs.
Let's see what happens when they get to the control line this time around. Are they going to hold out there the last lap board? Indeed, they are. We can see it out of the commentary box window. They're getting ready to put that out. So this is a true sprint to the finish here. There might be a twist in this tail still to come with the top 5 drivers on the road. Definitely within shot of pinching a win here. Andre Kieran's the sitting duck. He's going to have to get the hammer down. He goes straight away out of the final corner, tries to break that toe as much as he possibly can. It's a great restart for Spindley as well. He is right up the gearbox of Ash Quiddington here. Could he be the one that causes a little bit of the boil over here? He goes to the right. Quiddington goes to the left. The three of them pour into turn number 1. Who comes out with the ascendancy? It's the number 82. Sweeps around the outside at turn number 1 and goes to the lead of this race, with Quiddington grabbing second at the same time. Game on.
So here we go. Last lap through turn 2, 3 and 4. Car number 1 here of Ashley Quiddington desperately needs to get the race win here and put a car between himself and Andre Kieran, and that's exactly what he'll be hoping for as we go up the back straight.
Don't rule out Matt Basso and Brock Hamilton. They are right there as they head up the straight, up the back and up the hill for the final time this morning. It's going to be a very close run affair. Spindley protects the inside. That gives Kieran the ascendancy to go around the outside. 2 and 3 wide going. Oh, a little bit of contact. There was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there for Quiddington. I couldn't see who it was with. There definitely was some smoke as they made some contact there. Spindley holds sway. That gave him the little bit of the break that he needed. And he now heads the field going down to the final chicane. He'll protect the inside here, and Quiddington's got to look to the inside, but he can't get the nose up there far enough on the number 32. Can he get better drive out of the final corner here? No, he can't. Spindley will take the checkered flag as they go across the line by a very, very small margin there. So another win on the books for him ahead of Andre Kieran. Hamilton has gotten past Quiddington after as the checkered flag there and up to third. So that is going to be a very, very interesting point scenario going into the final race of the weekend. That's definitely not what the number 1 wanted.
A disastrous lap there for car 1 of Ashley Quittington. He sent a half move up the inside at the last corner on car 32, Andre Curran, and that slowed his momentum out of the first corner, and Brock Hamilton, all the way from the rear of the grid, was able to get into a podium position.
Great result for Hamilton. Check that margin out at the line there, 0.078 between Rocco Spindley and Andre Curran. Very, very close finish. Hamilton, Quittington, and then Matt Basso was in there as well. So 1.2 seconds covered the top 5. Great result for Ash Clifford as well. Great recovery drive for him as well as Brock Hamilton up to 6th place with Darren Power, Shane Purvis, Campbell, and a top 10 finish for Charlie Richardson there. Outside the 10, it was Cody Boys, Mick Fisher, Corey Horder, and then Matt Bode, who was the first victim of the race, being off in the gravel trap at turn number 9. I would love to see what happened from a camera perspective with that setup there going up the back chute, because there was 2 cars in the front, there was 3 cars at the back, and I think Quittington was the one that was in the middle, and he got a little bit of accidental wheel contact, and I keep wondering whether or not that might have just sort of dented his confidence a little bit, maybe thinking there might have been some sort of damage or something there that he wasn't prepared to maybe put his foot 100% on the brake just in case something else happened along the way. But that was sketchy going up the back hill for the final time. Everybody wanted the win, but only one can win it.
Yeah, very sketchy. Touching wheels in a Formula V. Lucky they are nice and robust, though, so all drivers able to get out of that.
Well, quick turnaround here. The Porsche 944 Challenge is about to roll out onto the pit lane, and we're going to hand over proceedings here to Darren Smith and Joey Kellett. Daz, she is all yours.
Thank you, gents. Great to see a good result there with Formula V after a prolonged safety car period. Right alongside me, just getting himself away from the lovely lasagna lunch, which he represents his own business very, very well. The LK Diesel Service Porsche 944s are on track now. I speak none other than Joey Kellogg. Welcome, Joey.
Good morning. Good morning, Darren. Great to be alongside you and your dulcet tones, the voice of grassroots Australian motorsport, and very happy to be here as I spy over my shoulder and I see a platter of cupcakes. Very, very excited about that. I think I'm going to have myself one.
Well, let's get our way through this 944 race totally unscathed, and we'll be able to swoosh a couple of cupcakes in to celebrate at the end of this one. Joey, you've been alongside us calling these races for a season and a half or even more than that now, but commonly referred to as the fiercest racing you'll see in one-make racing, isn't it, this stuff?
It's just fantastic. I mean, race 1 yesterday was testimony to that. It was intense, it was close, it was ferocious racing. We've got the same usual suspects in the top 5 group today, top 6. Well, we've got class all the way through, honestly. I mean, Cameron Bella starting in first position, Adam Brewer in second. Unlucky to not get a win yesterday. James Westaway, he had a little bit of a issue, I think a gear selection issue into Dandy Road on the last lap yesterday, and he lost a couple of positions. He starts from third. Mark Verdino in fourth. Chris Lewis-Williams in fifth. Mark Torbitz, El Presidente in sixth. Tony Westaway in seventh. Peter Granth in eighth. It's going to be another fantastic race, and what gorgeous weather we have today. Just the scene is set.
LK Diesel bringing us the racing here this weekend. The series of sponsors: Porsche Cars Australia, Tyre Power Benalla, Melbourne Paving, Butcher's Diner, Don Watson Transport, AVI Technology, Poolmaster Bayside, Trico, 888 Home Loans, and Pit Lane Clothing. And we've got the man himself from Pit Lane Clothing coming out a 9th spot in the grid. I love the way these guys organise themselves to all come down, almost Formula One-esque, stop on their grid boxes. No one has to wait too long on the lights there to get this race underway. The battle is on. The championship is absolutely wide open. We couldn't have written the script going into the second half of this season any better, Joey. Cam Bella came into this round 2:30, Jamie Westaway 2:18, and the list goes on. Brewer, Verdino, Torbitz, Westaway. The field is set for the second race for the weekend for LK Diesel. And away we go. Brewer and Bella will lead the field past the famous grandstand here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Westaway sits right inside the slipstream now. He's joined by another Westaway. So we've got Bella, Westaway, and Brewer on the outside here. He gets followed through by the 44 of Medino. Chris Lewis-Williams streams on through there. He goes out over the back of the ripple strip. He did that move yesterday. Gives him a little bit extra impetus down into turn number 2. There's Verdino. Hasn't he got some battle scars on the side link car? As we just look at the mid-pack here, it's the 84 going through. That's Peter Grant, Jack Atley in the mix there as well. Looks like Tony Westaway in there as well. And the whole field well and truly packed up. But it is the first 5 that get away, and it'll be Bella, Brewer, Westaway, Verdino, and Torbitts.
This is excellent stuff. It's bumper to bumper in the front pack there with not much of a gap to the chasing pack. This is intense already. I have big feelings about this race as Adam Brewer cuts the ripple strip there through the 6 and 7 complex and down through Dandenong Road. They are absolutely going for it.
You hit the nail on the head there, Joey. Big feelings. That is exactly what this is all about. Big feelings out there and how you deal with it. We know the Iceman in car number 1 just deals with it. Adds Brewer. He's the opposite. He runs on emotion. This is what he brings to the track. And I love that. I love both the way those two guys go about it. Jamie, again, he's actually even cooler, calculated, just ticks the boxes. A methodical race car driver. Mark Verdino, I don't think Mark's decided what he is yet. He just goes with the flow.
He's very chill out of the car. Here we go. Brewer makes that move into turn 1. He executes it perfectly.
He runs tight down into 2 as well.
Lock up from Verdino.
Lewis Williams is just giving a good eyeful there. Gets a puff of smoke in his face in the tyre power vanilla entry.
This is playing into Lewis Williams' hands here. The battle at the front has enabled him to catch, as well as Mark Torbitts. Here we see PJ Grant and Tony Westaway, Jack Atley, Rofe, Carpenter, the rest of the pack there all streaming through. Geez, these cars look good.
Coming up on the crest of the hill here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with the LK Diesel 944s. They plunge down into Dandenong Road. It's a whole lot more tidy with these guys this time around. Line astern with each other, no one driving side by side. The AVI technology car of Ed Brewer leading the way at this point in time. He's taken the bait from Cam Bella. Cam's gone, yeah, you can lead, mate. We'll see you in about 5 laps' time, and we'll see if we have to sort things out towards the end of the LK Diesel race here at Sandown this morning. Good shots through the field here, and this is Peter Grant. And he's having a great battle with Tony Westaway there in the yellow, white and black car. Number of Westaways, they like to hunt in packs. We've got Jamie out in front, Tony holding the midfield, and Michael Westaway just towards the middle of that pack there as well. Mark Torbitts tips it into turn 1 there. This is the group we were just talking about. Peter Grant and Tony Westaway down into turn 2. Good battle. Exactly smack bang in the middle of this pack here. Both cars just taking the ultimate racing line. It's almost like they've been watching Jack Brabham doing laps around here, except we're out over the back of that ripple strip there. So that'll happen. Jack Atley holds it off the ripple strip, just eases the wheel a little bit there and flips the back end of the ripple strip past the Blendline TV Trico camera there at turn 4. Our leaders already pointing down into Dandenong Road. Side by side at the top of the hill. They've got to sort this out before they head down the hill there, disappear out of shot. There's Atley, Midlane clothing car. Mid-pack battles. Sheep stations on the go here for these two. But Tony Westaway, he's just sitting there putting the pressure on. Showing the nose here, showing the nose there. Leaning into the corner just to let Pete Grant know that he's there ready to have a crack at it.
Very clean racing going on at the moment. Now that really says to me that everybody is on the limit and driving at their absolute best. There's no mistakes being made. Here we see Westaway going into 1. Is he going to get 2 positions? He's definitely going to get 1 as he takes Bella on the inside there. And Billa gets a big, healthy dose of ripple strip. Keeps it wide, but keeps it momentum forward going. As we see Verdino under brakes, getting a little loose in the rear end there. And Lewis Williams gets a place on him then.
Yeah, Chris Lewis Williams getting through on Mark Patino there. He's got the battle scars on the front of that car. Chris did a ripping job at the Winton Festival of Speed to win the first race of the weekend, which was in by the end of it, it was lights on in the night sky. And it was fantastic. It was actually a really good result for the category that Chris took the victory. He put Tyre Power Vanilla on, put the trophies up for the weekend and took one of his own trophies home at the end of that. So it was a happy return to racing at the Winton Motor Raceway for Chris Lewis Williams. This mid-pack battle now.
Oh, we're seeing the experienced Tony Westaway. Looks like he's making a move into sixth there on PJ Grant as Atlee is holding off the big battle pack behind him. He's doing really well. I spoke to him before the race, and I know he was really happy about starting in ninth, and his mission was to get a couple of positions early and keep everyone behind him. He's done really well. He's lost one position with Rolf getting past him on the previous lap, but he's still in contact there as we see Michael Westaway showing the nose into 11.
Had to take a bit of evasive action there as Jack Atlee rightly claimed the track that was his. So the 45 up on the ripple strip. Atlee flowed the car nicely onto the straight. It'll be a telling tale at the end of this straight for this bunch that are literally fighting it out for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on the road. And it's Andy Goldman battling it out down the back of this pack as well. Atlee now under fire. It's Michael Westaway. Drives on by in the braking zone. So Atlee didn't flow the car like we thought he had. And Westaway flowing the car through here.
Oh, Atlee's going to try and show the nose here.
And what he's done is he's allowed Nick Carpenter through there as well. So Atlee had his eyes forward, didn't see the attack from behind. So Atlee now has got a big job to do to climb the hill up to the top of the property here.
He just has to gather his thoughts and get back in the rhythm. He's just sort of got a bit out of sync through that series of corners there and lost a couple. If he can just get back on top of that rhythm, he should be able to hold off. That will be his aim anyway. We see PJ Grant and Tony Westaway still battling hard.
2.5 minutes remain. There's only 0.2 of a second between first and second, and 0.2 of a second between second and third out in front of this race. So a torrid affair unfolding right the way through here. Atlee looks to be suffering there. There's something not quite right, whether he's got a deflating tyre or something. Car looks like it's understeering a little bit there. Now he's coming under fire from left, right and centre, and they're sort of just easing their way up to the back of him at the moment. Nick Carpenter down the inside. He goes up on the ripple strip. Atlee goes out over the ripple strip. And have a look at this. The green machine charging up the inside there now, and that is Josh Brisbane. He's weighing in on it as well.
Nick Carpenter has got a little bit of front damage there, where I think he may have had a bit of contact with the rear of Atlee's car. As we also see, now someone else has got a bit of damage there as well. Goldman has got a loose fascia at the front there as well, as we see Brisbane taking Goldman there into turn one. Goldman running wide. This is perfect race conditions at the moment. We've got a little bit of a southerly breeze, which was really helping the slipstream effect down the front straight. And these drivers will be doing everything they can to make the most of that, as we're seeing lots of position changes into that turn one.
Goldman there, he commanded the respect of Josh Brisbane there. I think Josh just went, right, I'll let you do it this time, but we won't be doing that little dance 2 times in a row there. So next time around, Josh Brisbane will probably stand his ground on that. Atlee has seen a couple of the guys go through on him now from Westaway and Roth, Michael Westaway. So Atlee just coming under fire here. He's certainly getting the hurry up now from the 14 of Nick Carpenter. And here comes Andy Goldman as well now. He's lit the fire in his belly and doing a ripping job with it out there as well. There it
big
is.
dive, big contact.
Wow, I'm not sure that was on there for the 14.
No.
Nick Carpenter had to show the nose. Now he's going to have to deal with Goldman. Not sure that move was on, but I guess you've got to give it a go. There's a bit of tyre rubbing on the Josh Brisbane car there as well.
Quite severe by the looks of it. Now I think that's a little more than tyre rubbing. I fear that's... that's tyre rubbing. Yep, no, that's good. That's good.
On the 56 there, Atlee goes out over the back of the ripple strip now. He has to defend. Does Brisbane get it back on there as well? He's gone out onto the grass. So Atlee short back and sides by Nick Carpenter, and also pushing on through there is Andy Goldman. Atlee definitely got an issue with that car. There's the number 56. He has parked it up. Josh Brisbane down there between turns 1 and 2. Back at the front of this race, and there we go, the last lap forward. Ads Brewer leading the way over Jamie Westaway. This is Cambella strategy territory right here. And Jamie Westaway, he knows all about that. But Ads Brewer, he is feeling the very hot dragon's breath. And Jamie Westaway down into turn 1. A little bit of a lock up and runs wide. As does Bella. He loops it around. Chris Lewis-Williams is watching Days of Thunder unfold right in front of him. And a little bit of it coming together there as well. Tears the right front wheel out of the 944 of Chris Lewis-Williams. Well, doesn't tear it out, but certainly gave it some toe out it didn't want to finish the race with, and he's ending that one very, very slowly. Jamie Westaway comes out in front of this. Brewer has gone nowhere at this point in time, but Westaway, have a look at this. First to win, you've got to survive. There's Brewer. He goes through there as well.
Everyone back on track, it seems. Now, I'm going to make a wild, maybe not so wild prediction here and say that maybe that was a little bit of not just tyre rubbing on Josh Brisbane, because we saw the whole front of the field go off or into turn 1 there. I think there's got to be a little bit of oil out on that track.
Maybe, but I'm interested to catch up with Jack. Here is our race leader, car number 28, Jamie Westaway. He knows how to win races here at Sandown, and he snatched it off Ads Brewer. In fact, he didn't snatch it off Ads Brewer. He drove on by whilst Ads was having his own issues inside the cockpit there as well. But Westaway takes the win on Brewer. They both sit even on points at 56 points for this round, and they're line astern with each other in the championship. So neither one will come out with an advantage until race 3 this afternoon. This is the pack that we've been having a good look at. Andy Goldman now. He's leading the 14 there of Nick Carpenter, and Jack Atlee, as we just see Chris Lewis-Williams limping. Well, he's actually going to the lane. He's not even going to limp down to get the checkered flag. So he goes into pit lane, drag 0 points out of that one as a DNF. But our field continues on around. I say it at the start of these races, Joey. I'm going to stop saying it. This is fierce racing.
It really is.
And no one's giving anyone... Well, it is up until the last 2 laps, and then it's just...
it's just what?
Station.
Anything can happen, and it usually does. I mean,
Correct.
That was a hectic final lap. That was quite unexpected with all of the top guys in the field all spearing off the track. Who would have thought?
Cambella P5. Wow.
Oh, ouch.
Is not what we wanted. Jamie Westaway takes the chocolates in race number 2 for the LK Diesel Porsche 944 Challenge to Ads Brewer. Come back, Ads. He'll come back this afternoon. Mark Ferdino, that's great. He's got himself onto the podium. Mark Torbett's into P4, won a race at Winton last year. Cambella in the 1, then back to Tony Westaway, Peter Grant Samroff, Michael Westaway, Andy Goldman. Welcome to the top 10 in the 333. What a 944 race. They never cease to amaze me how these great pieces of German machinery hang in there time and time again. Joey Kellogg, thank you very much for all of your oohs and ahs and excellence right throughout that one. We'll take a quick break because we've got VicV8s on track in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside here. Vic V8s making their way around the Sandown Motor Raceway landscape. In fact, let's hope they keep it out of the landscape and keep it on the black stuff between those all-important yellow lines. Strong field of Vic V8, 17 fronted up. Unfortunately, Mark X won't be joining us in the 68. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me. And after this weekend, we can't say on debut anymore, but whilst you're still on debut, Jola, welcome to the Vic V8s. You've had a bit of a catch-up with Huex about his issue yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. I actually spoke to his chief mechanic, and Huey actually, obviously you don't like to see a car have a crash at all, but luckily he's only done lower control arm, a wheel and some body damage, so we think he's going to be back for the next round, wherever, I can't remember where that is, but that's a really good sign. He's okay. It's a pity because that was a beautifully presented car.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't ever like seeing race cars damaged because it's normally the guy that's behind the wheel that has to pay the bills, and you can have expenses that you don't want to have to fix a car. So big shout out to Mark and his team. Let's hope that they can get that car back up and running and keep the budget as much as possible intact. Greg Lynch won the race yesterday. He's making a fairly common occurrence of this in the replica of the Mark Scaife supercar, but the dentist from the north is on pole position with Brett Lehman right alongside. Brett, obviously, with the black bumper. We're just having a look there, the grey and black car there, just cruising along in the number 97 and pretty cool looking unit there, the menacing black bumper. Gary Finnemore, one of our magnificent contributors to the community, to the sport in general here in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, in the Mentone Premix coupe there. Great looking car, hey Jola.
It is a fantastic looking car, and also a fantastic looking truck down here. And if you want to have a really quick look at the truck, it's actually got a chrome duck hanging off the front of the front of the bonnet, which is very cool. The old wood duck. That's for old trucking days.
I do like it, yeah, certainly. Great to have Mentone Premix part of the package here for the broadcast. Mark Kukuri is next in the number 39, the VH Commodore, a guy that knows how to win races, and it's still presented in the Commodore Cup with the style of livery. Rohit Sani in the 51 is next, and we've got, we can go back to Steve Bonner. Adam Cadeo, we talked yesterday about Adam in his VL Walkinshaw, very much as he came from the factory, from the outside, but certainly a race car nonetheless. Bruce Turrell back to Nathan Ford, Malcolm Michael, Ben Riches, Peter Owen in the Falcon there, David Ramsey, one of your family members, mate?
He's not, but that's a great name, isn't it? I had a good chat to him, so great bloke David is.
Danny Bazadzik in car number 3. I love this car, that Western General Bodyworks entry down there. Andrew Fisher, sadly, the 68 won't be join us. There's the Jesus Passion Purpose Life. Remember about 2008, top of the mountain, Bathurst, calling from the Telecom Tower, coming across the top. We needed more Jesus than just one up there that day.
That's it. Green flag here. We're ready to go racing.
Revs are on the rev limiter, just watching the front row of the grid. Good clutch take up by Matthew Horn from the second row of the grid, and he absolutely brains them. Ben Riches also goes storming through in the 66.
Look at this. They're nearly 5 cars wide there. I tell you what, Lynchy's done a great job to get that car right up the front, and they're going to tip it in here to turn 1. So Matthew Horn follows him round into turn 1 as well, and we all get around cleanly just. Yes, we do. Happy days.
Watch out for the 97, Lehman. He would have not enjoyed that start, but Horn and Lehman will go side by side through a part of track that you cannot do that. They've just proven me wrong.
I actually think Danny Brzezik actually didn't have a kid play very cleanly there. I think he's right out the back. I had a chat to him before. He had some issues, so it's actually a fuel pump, or they think it's a wiring gremlin that they've got there.
In fact, I don't think either of those Tiranas have got away nicely at all there. I can't see where Andrew Fisher's slotted into the pack either. We might be sort of in this middle pack here, but no red Tirana. There he is. There's Bazadzik and Fisher at the back of this field. Back to the front now. There's that magnificent Mentone Premix coupe, the 48. Wow. Bathurst 78. Oh, tell you what.
I wasn't there for it. I was not even a twinkle then in the old man thing, but I tell you.
And I wasn't barracking for them. I was barracking for the HDT back in the day, but I've since matured, and I don't mind who wins anymore. But, cool to see.
The Kmart car really floats my boat. I mean, for anyone sort of my age, seeing the 03 Lap of the Gods, I mean, that's sort of a very cool thing to witness back then. And you realise it now, just how quick that was back in the day.
And the respect from the pit lane when he returned coming down the lane, everyone coming out of the garages, that just doesn't happen. But Greg Murphy, a legend, a New Zealand legend in Australia and around the world, just back from Goodwood Festival of Speed where he represented over there as well. Let's have a look out in front though. It is Greg Lynch. He is doing a magnificent job. Great clutch take up by the guy sitting next to him, Brent Lehman, but I'm not sure what happened. He got gazumped on the run up to turn 2. There's Pete Owen in the blue Falcon there as well. Good look at Greg Lynch, the dentist. If you're looking for someone to get a fast fix on your teeth, get down and see Greg Lynch out of the northern suburbs of Melbourne. This great field coming through. It's kind of a little bit reminiscent actually of the Winton Festival Speed with the tribute cars they had there. These cars are a lot of picking out a lot of those supercars sort of liveries of the day and just giving them a good run.
I only saw some photos, but I'd say some incredible liveries, and there'll be some stressed out insurance agents there about that weekend. But these cars are so beautifully prepared. If you get a chance, go and have a look at them up close. They are that good. Normally race cars up close, not very pretty, pretty on TV. But tell you what, Lynchy doing a great job here. He's out 5.5 seconds. That's definitely the fastest tooth puller in the north.
Yeah, the only two cars. Oh, look at this.
He's going to take a dive.
Down the inside there, Bonner. Steve Bonner. Well, I tell you what, though, that is a massive bonnet scoop. You've got to be getting some good horsepower with trumpets up reaching that high out of the valley. Mark Kukuri there in the Auto Cure 39.
It's definitely not all show. That is all go as well. He's definitely having a ripping go at this one. Good exit. What I do like, actually, the Pinnacle prepared Marlboro car, yeah. Oh, and that's no good. If you actually be sneaky, on the side it says Marlboro. So, good way to get away with the sneaky laws that we have against advertising. But sad to see Danny's inside pit lane, I've just seen. And that's not a great thing.
Well, the interesting thing here for us is to watch Andrew Fisher. He's just done a 1:16.9. The next fastest car is our leader, Lynch, on a 1:19.0. I get a feeling that Andrew Fisher has let the field get away, and he's running a live test session out during this race because he's not mixing it up with anyone. There's a big gap between him and the next car on the road. In fact, he's just gone through on Pete Owen. But this pack coming onto the straight here, this is Danny, Curry, Michael, Turrell and Cadeo running onto the straight here. There is our car, P2, on the road, Brett Lehman.
This is, tell you what, Lynch again, he's pulled another 1.5 seconds on Lehman. So that's 7.2 seconds. That's incredible. He is eating up this cold air. But talking about Danny Bazadzik, they said they've been chasing this issue for 4 weeks. They've just put a new fuel pump in today, so they're thinking that, but it might actually still be a wiring issue. So hopefully that car will come up good. But I'll tell you what.
Well, it was at this round last year he started from pit lane in an 8-lap race and won it. So he's got some pace on board.
Some talent.
Just watching the 97 of Brett Lehman, a guy that did improve production for a couple of seasons. Acquitted himself very, very well indeed, but now in the Vic V8s, just starting to get that car really honking. Got a bit of a journey ahead of him, 8.7 seconds in 3 laps to our race leader, Greg Lynch. And there's the Marlboro car. I do like what they've done there, and I hadn't actually noticed it until you pointed it out, Joel, but why not? There's nothing wrong with being Mel's bro.
No, exactly. Everyone's bros with Mel, so I like this.
I wonder if they race that in New Zealand much, bro.
That's a great pickup across the ditch there. Yeah, but I tell you what, these guys, they're not just forming in line, but they're still having a go here. See that Siney and Michael are still having a bit of a scrap here for 7 and 8. They're doing well. But you did see Andrew Fisher's come up another 2 spots now, up into 11th. So
he's just appearing in the back of shot coming onto the straight now as we get a good look down the side. The Commodore there.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Tribute livery's doing a little bit of computer design activation with the Marlboro. Very clever. I do appreciate that. Lehman now. P2 on the road. Have a look at Matty Horn. He absolutely got a brainer of a start down into turn 1. Settling it down now, and really do appreciate that very bright green livery on that car. Matches the Mentone premix signs that they're all running on the front of their windscreens as well. So super cool. Well done to Matt Horn and the people that have designed that livery on his car. Certainly stands out. Mentone premix car now. Gary Finnemore alongside, as Joel said, get down and check out their Aggie down there, their rig. For all of you trucking aficionados, I forgot what the rig was, and I was talking to my wife last night. Quick text through to Joel, and he filled me in like a true fan of trucking.
Yeah, Kenworth T360. It's a twin steer Aggie. Beautiful bit of kid.
There we go.
All right, that's all the truck nerds out there. So yep, I'm with you.
Mark Curry at the 39. He's getting down to the business end of this one. Just over 2 minutes on the time certain clock here. So it'll go time certain. The last lap board will hang out, and that will be the last lap for this race, the second race of the weekend for the Vic V8s, the Mentone Premix competition. And right on cue, the Mentone Premix Falcon appears on screen. Brett Lehman now, the Penrite sponsored Matt Horn car. There goes the XB. Mark Curry now. I think he's actually looking for a bit of fresh air on that car. He's not sitting in behind the number 90 of Steve Bonner. Oh, he's for fresh air down the inside. Oh, wow. That was, I was going to say, that was going to be a dive bomb that was not going to come off. And Mark's not a guy that will generally risk the equipment at all. He's a fearsome racer, but doesn't like to ding things up. And just pulled out of that. This is actually what have we got here? We've got position 4, 5 and 6 here. And this is actually the best bit of competition going on in this race at the moment, albeit that Brett Lehman is trying to chase down now a 14-second gap to our race leader, Greg Lynch. It's then 1.8 back to Matt Horn, then we go to this group.
Matty has slowly pulled in a 10th there, and actually Kukuri on that last lap got half a second up in the first sector, but then that little dive bomb actually pulled him straight back out, which is a bit of a pity. So if you sit too long in this, here we go, it's just locked the inside there, trying to get out of the way of Stephen Bonner. But if you do sit behind him for too long, the tyres will actually heat up, go off, and then you don't have any grip. So you really need to show the front, get that nose out in the clean, fresh air, get the tyres down in the temperature, and keep that engine nice and cool. So that's what he's doing here. He's out behind. Still coming in here. So Lehman's now 15, just over 15 seconds behind. So Lynch is absolutely still hammer to the floor here. Just coming past the main straight there. And got a good run down, right? Usually we come into turn 1 now, about tipping it in.
Greg Lynch, our race leader now, doing a terrific job. And there it is, the entire tribute livery right down to the last dot and T. Get back to this mid-pack battle with Finnemore now. He's just eased away from Bonner a little bit. Steve Bonner's got to get in with it, Kukuri, and we're actually seeing Fisher now in the back of this shot, charging through the field. A 1:15.7, a good nearly 2 seconds faster than our race leader at the moment. So still with a race to go this afternoon, starting around about that mid-pack. What a jet that thing's going to be. Have a look at this. Now, doesn't this? We've been talking about Falcon Coupes. We haven't had a good look at this one. This number 5. What a beautiful livery there, but David Ramsey.
Yeah, I found out, so I'm not old enough to know this livery, but it was a 73 tribute livery to the Bathurst winner John Goss and Kevin Bartlett. And I tell you what, it is absolutely a gorgeous car.
They love their cars, these guys, don't they? It's an extension of themselves, really, isn't it?
Yep. David told me he's part of the Coupe Club, and that's why they wanted to run this car in Vic V8s, and they're all quite good mates, which I like that. And he said great camaraderie here in Vic V8s, and that's what you want.
Our race leader just puts him down a lap there. So Greg Lynch is a pretty serious racer as well. He's had some reliability issues over the last couple of seasons. They've fixed all of those issues. And now Greg is, like the plumbers say, water will find its level. And Greg has made his way right to the front of this field. And he's actually giving him a lesson right now. 18 seconds out in front.
He also just did his own fastest lap for himself. That's a 1:16.94, which is actually not that far. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Fisher in terms of outright pace. And Fisher's up to 9th now in the Jesus Racing car. And tell you what, when that car goes past, isn't that just the greatest sound?
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember Tirana's running at Bathurst, mate, so I get it. I understand it and appreciate it, but it is really cool to see these eras in the Vic V8s, and this is what the rule set for the Vic V8s is. It's a very open community. You know, as long as you've got a Ben 8 in the front of it or in the middle of it or behind you or something like that, you can have a place. As we see Greg Lynch lining up, race number 2 victory. Bang goes to Greg Lynch, and what a victory it is indeed. We'll confirm at the end the actual gap, but when he crossed the line it was 19 seconds back to Brett Lehman. And in an 8-lap race, that is massive. Kukuri's gone through now on the number 90 there as well. So Steve Bonner's gone down a spot, and he looks to be starting to fall into the clutches of the Commodore behind as they drive to the line. Brett Lehman into 2. Matt Horn, a great drive into 3. Gary Finnemore for Mentone Premix into P4. He'll be wrapped with that. Mark Kukuri, Bonner, and then we go back down through Malcolm Michael, finishing in 7th there. Fisher came from rear of the grid, had a bit of an issue on the outlap, and ultimately home with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:15.70. In the end, that is 1.2 seconds faster than our race winner of Greg Lynch. So looking forward to seeing how that red and white Tirana fronts up for this afternoon's race, Jola.
Yeah, it's also, that would be really interesting. It's a pity to see also Peter Owen and the beautiful blue EL Falcon go into the pits early as well. They did tell me that's nicknamed the Smurf. So
why wouldn't it be in that colour?
Such a beautiful
You're kind
car.
of asking for it, aren't you,
isn't it?
colour?
It's so great.
Yeah,
that was a great little race there of the guys at Vic V8s. I'm glad there was all straight panels come out of that.
Yeah, me too. There was time to get a couple of clean races under our belt. But the Vic V8 guys, they've got a bit of a gentleman's agreement about forcing damage onto each other, and they all like to push their cars back into the garage totally unharmed. On track next is the Circuit XLs with an HQ in the mix there. Thanks for joining us here trackside at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Jola, thank you, mate, on debut here still.
Thank you.
From now on, you're just working hard in the commentary booth.
I don't know about working hard, but this is great. It's such a great view, and it's so good to chat to all the competitors. I'm really enjoying this.
Well, we hope you're enjoying our broadcast out there in YouTube land and everyone that's made their way to the track today. If you are watching on the live stream, we're going to be racing here till 5 o'clock tonight. Anywhere in Melbourne and the suburbs, you can still make it here and see some great racing right throughout the rest of the day. We encourage everyone to come down and experience it. The pit and paddock is open. You just pay at the gate and you've got the freedom to walk amongst all the cars and the pit and paddock. And as Joel just said, introduce yourself, talk to the race drivers. I probably wouldn't talk to them if they're underneath changing a gearbox or a diff or doing brakes or something like that. Move on to the next car. But certainly everyone is ever so welcoming, aren't they?
Yep, they are very much so. I've had a chat to a couple of Saloon guys as well, a few of the XLs. Just great personalities, actually. That's what I like to see here in the grassroots racing.
So our next round will be at Phillip Island on October 3rd, 4th and 5th. Looking forward to that. Also looking forward to a great afternoon of racing coming your way. As I said, XL's on track next. RX8, Supercarts, Formula Ford, Saloon cars, improved production, and the Big Banger Sports Sedans next on track at 2:25 for the Hollinger Engineering. Cars out on track. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Or Mentone Premix Concrete. They're a fourth-generation family-owned business here and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes everyone to their state-of-the-art showroom showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products delivered by their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember, get exposed with Mentone Premix. Also, if you want to have a look at their fantastic truck, it's down beside the food bins. It's a fantastic piece of kit there. Well, also a big shout out to Black Mamba Racing, beautifully prepared cars over there. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep, so you're in the best possible shape for your next event. So if you don't think you can do it, give the guys at Black Mamba a call. Now, it's led by VSRS competitor Ben McLeod, and the team is based in Carrum Down, so just down the road here. So check out their products through aligned Black Mamba Racing distributors, or you can visit blackmambaracing.com.au today.
So welcome back to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at a picturesque Sandown International Raceway. And doesn't it look resplendent under the sun? A heap of blue skies today, and the forecast, there's absolutely no rain on the horizon, that's for sure. Coming up next, we've got the Hyundai XLs for their second race of the weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by the Golden Tonsils you just heard, Jola Ramsey, up from Tasmania, keeping us all busy, keeping us all on our toes. And basically, we're going to have to sharpen up our CVs now, mate, because you're doing a terrific job on debut in the commentary box.
Very excited. I'm still very excited, but also very nervous. So I apologise in advance for saying the wrong thing. I'm glad I haven't swore yet, so the kids are still happy. But I'm really excited just to get back to grassroots racing when you step back out of GT racing. It's just such a great time to be at a racetrack. Beautiful day, beautiful weather. I mean, my hair's not going anywhere. A slight breeze there. I can see with the flags outside, but it's definitely not going to ruin my day.
No, not at all, I should say. And we can see on screen here there are many officials around the circuit, all corners, along the straights, up and down pit lane, near race control, in race control, as well as the dummy grid. There are officials everywhere. You can see them in their high-vis vests. Great camaraderie amongst everyone, and possibly a lot of officials here this weekend making their debut. It's their first time in officialdom and in motorsport. We say a big thank you to everyone who's come down and lent their time here this weekend. And you can see the access is unrivaled. You're right in the thick of the action. And somebody described to me that the State Series paddock is just the right amount of banter.
Yes.
When people are conversing with one another. And it is a family environment. And yourself, Jola, and me, we got involved in the officials thank you, little function happening outside of Garage 34. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen there with the Penrite sign just underneath the Sandown Control Tower. There was a huge gathering of officials, and normally at the end of the day, they pack up, hop into the cars, hop down the Princess Highway and go home. But they're actually hanging around and sharing a few libations with one another. A lot of laughs, a lot of food, and it was just fantastic to be involved because they're all hanging around and having a fantastic time. It's also a big thanks to the Australian Sports Sedans Association. You can see those flags waving up and down the pit lane, throwing their support behind this event. Obviously, the Vic State Race Series, proudly supported by Trico Wiper Blades, is a coalition. We've got the Victorian Mini Car Club, the Victorian MG Car Club, Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, as well as the Australian Sports Sedans Association. They come together to put on these events, all 5 rounds in 2025, but it's the Sports Sedans' turn. On top of them organising this event, they started in April, mind you, trying to put all the pieces together to make sure that this all came to life. They've also thrown on top of it a round of the National Sports Sedans as well, because they were due to be racing this very weekend up at Winton, but with that event being cancelled, they found a fantastic home here at the Trico Victorian Race Series, State Race Series, I should say. Live coverage coming your way via Blendline TV. We're in just a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, but that just means you get to listen to Jola and I for a little bit longer. But obviously we caught up with you in pit lane before, Jola, but your appraisal, your initial, thoughts on the series has been overwhelmingly positive.
I absolutely love it. A big shout out to the Australian Sports Sedan Association. Everyone's been so welcoming downstairs when you walk through the pit lane. Shout out to Annie as well, keeping us fed. There were some fantastic sandwiches. I did get the inside goss. She normally makes a soup for all the officials, and she told me it takes 6 weeks to prep all of that and get it ready for the official. I was blown away. Here me cooking everything in my air fryer and my sandwich toaster in about 15 minutes flat for my hot chips, But I mean, hey, it's such a great job, and just fantastic atmosphere. I can't praise it enough. It's so good. So get yourself down to a round at the Phillip Island, the last one, or next year. Put it in your calendars ready. Come and see it. Just come experience it. And it's the best way to support local motor racing and support your local sponsors here that get us to put on this show for us. This is such a great event. So now we've got the XLs flowing out onto the main straight here. Going to get ready. We still have 21 XLs. My apologies, and the one HQ from John Mahoney. I'm sure he feels a bit lonely. I tried to find him in the pit lane. I couldn't even find him. So.
Oh, we've got a bonnet that's flown over.
Oh, there we go.
On one of the green XLs. Apologies, we can't actually see the number of that entry, so we'll figure that out in due course. But it looks like either the bonnet pins have failed or something has occurred. Either way, the bonnet has flown open and flung onto the back of the windscreen. So it's number 24.
That is Gerard Anelveldt. Well, hopefully it's just a bonnet pin and we can push it back down and get going again. Hopefully it's not done too much damage. He was trying to go a little bit incognito, wasn't he?
Just playing it cool, I guess, in that situation, because the stress levels would have been high. But we had a fantastic race yesterday, the opening race of the Hyundai XLs here at Sandown Raceway. Will Twining pulling off a masterclass, an absolute beautiful strategy to leave it to the absolute last possible moment to pounce and take the lead away around the outside, coming around the final corner of the race. So an epic move, and Emily Jones also following through as well. Once again, this was the starting order for race 1, and once again we've got Will Twining starting at a pole position alongside Emily Jones and Cara Dagley as well. And as we saw, Jola, it was a 7-car battle for the lead. Do you think we're going to see a similar story today?
I think we will. I think we'll see another good group just rip out in front and have this very hard-fought battle. But I'm interested to see how many of them are going to do the two-wheel sneaky trick to try and save tyres again through the first couple of corners. That's just sensational. That's some photos you want to take and put up on your wall.
Oh, absolutely. And look, we'll get into tyres because you're a tyre guy.
Oh, no.
But you've been shaking the trees and getting the goss out of the tyre supplies, the Dunlop truck behind the paddock here at Sandown Raceway, and you've got a couple of details and some things to share with us during this race. It'll be fantastic to get a bit more insight into the technical makeup. There is the car, the number 24 going off as Anelveldt, as we said before, with that bonnet issue. We didn't see if there was a smashed windscreen on that Hyundai XL, but luckily they are not in short supply, so hopefully Anelveldt can get that car looked at, assessed, and back out for the third race coming up later on this afternoon, which is scheduled for 10 past 4. But let's put that aside for now because we've got race 2 coming your way. It is 15 minutes plus 1 lap. It is not baking hot out there, but it is there's a lot of UV out there as well, so that's going to have an effect on the track conditions, which reports are offline. The track surface is incredibly slick, but here we go, Joel, we're underway.
They're off. It's great to see. Great start. A nice even start by everyone there. Campbell Fraser's just dropped back a little bit. Not quite as great a start, but I see Adam Prue is up the left-hand side there. And this is and we've already got the conga line over here to try and get in. But Will's parked himself right in the middle of the track here to give himself optimal turn in for turn 1. Look at that! And Emily Jones there tucks in right behind him. We've got some straight up the ribbon strips. Should be look at that, nice and clean through turn 1. That's a fantastic thing to say in XL racing because we know it can get the elbows out here. Rio, Rio's going to have a little dip down the inside here at James Serra. There we go. James. Look at that. Rio just wanted to get on camera. That beautiful Trico stationary camera at turn 4 there. John Mahoney in the HQ. That's a great colour, isn't it? It looks fantastic.
It's a rich red, and it looks absolutely beautiful. Here they come up the back straight for the first time. We touched on the slipstreaming effect and just how powerful it is in these Hyundai XLs. Campbell's on an absolute mission, looking around the outside, coming up to the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 6. That 333 car in the background prepared by Adam Macro Racing. Now, Emily Jones, we saw this yesterday. She, in the number 6 Hyundai XL, has been a front runner. We've touched on that many times throughout the weekend for Hyundai XLs, but ever consistent, takes her racing extremely seriously, and is a very prominent online streamer as well when it comes to the iRacing and Serious Simulator, Racing Simulator competitions online. So has a massive following online, and it's fantastic to see her applying her trade to real-life racing. And we touched on it. We touched on a lot of things.
Yeah, we do.
Joel, but with Hyundai XLs, it is a fantastic category. It's so affordable for all sorts of drivers, no matter if you're experienced, that's the word I use for more mature people, or if you're much more, a bit of a whippersnapper, a bit more of a junior, making the step up from go-karts into some serious circuit racing competition and have a go at the racing. No matter where you look, there is a battle, and here is the battle for the lead, Joel. It is 4 cars.
That's it. I tell you what, the more I talk to these competitors, the more I want to just buy a car and go racing, you know. They always say, we've got to turn the car. Which one? What's that? Is that Carly Fleming?
No, she's in the orange car. We'll find out.
Oh, that's the PPR. Oh, Fabcon. Oh, that's Isabel Rowe. That's unfortunate to see. That's a beautifully prepared car. Looks fantastic, that car.
Looks awfully similar to their 888 Race Engineering up in Queensland. Very capable race car builders. The car looks very similar to the XL that they developed during that COVID period. So fantastic to see. No harm, no foul there with that spin, and they're back underway, albeit just a little bit off the back of the conga line. Up the back straight here. There's the number 555. This is Eels. All over the back of the number 22 of Televeski, the ASAP Hyundai XL, nice and cleanly through turn 9. And as we said, the conditions are rather slick, so when the UV rating is high, Joel knows full well about the implications of a high UV on a circuit, and it brings out a lot of the oils, it just makes the circuit not anywhere near as hot as it is during the really early morning or late evening conditions.
It's literally turns to driving on ice, and I know that's not very common here in Tassie. You can find that quite a lot. I tell you what, you're like, yep, good, I've got grip. Oh, no, I don't. I'm going straight ahead. It's the old 5 cent, 50 cent moment, you pucker, and just try and hang on and drive out. But it's a good thing with a front-wheel drive. Put it in the direction it needs to go and plant the foot, you know, if in doubt, power out.
Absolutely.
Cara Dagley's done very well there. Did set quite a fast sector time there, but Will's just come back in front with the best lap of 1:33.13. But Emily Jones only 2/10 off, so it just shows you how consistent she's been all weekend. Oh, we've got the 3 car off.
That's Newman.
Oh, that's, again, there you go. It's just showing you just how slippery it is. Straight back out there. Gav Newman straight out in the grass. They're all like having a bit of excursion on the grass today with the oil coming out.
Oh, Jones was looking, and there's Campbell in the background as well. He will feature in this race as we count down. We've got just under 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race, so there's still plenty of time to make up as much space and positions as possible. But Campbell certainly won, looming large, albeit as large as a Hyundai XL can be in the rearview mirror, but certainly making considerable ground in this race. But Emily Jones, very pragmatic, doing a fantastic job in P2. All cars running a Dunlop tyre, Jola, and I saw you interrogating some people before. And there's a couple of tricks up the sleeves that some of the drivers or teams do just to extract as much pace as they possibly can from the control tyre.
Yeah, so what they do is they do a thing called buffing, where they basically get a new tyre and then shave it back to about 30% of the tread depth. Now, when you're heating up a tyre, you don't really need to heat up as much tyre if you've only got 30% of the tread there. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's still quite a lot for these cars. I do know of competitors that are running one set of tyres for a season. Now, I tell you what, they'll be toast by the end of it, and you wouldn't have any grip. But I do know of some people that are doing one set every round. So they're only $150 a tyre. So I mean, quite a great exercise if you want to go racing. This is such great bang for buck, better than karting, and you get a tin top. You know, so you're actually in a little cage and look after yourself and enjoy yourself, and especially if it rains.
Correct. Nice and safe and fantastic, approachable, entry-level motorsport, always supplying plenty of thrills and spills. Eels there was involved in a great battle there with Clark going through turn 1 there. Now the 994 there, that's Harvey and Crew, I believe. Locked in a battle. Actually, no, Crew was on the back there in the number 23, pinching a rear brake, as we discussed yesterday. Very common for these cars to pinch a rear brake when they're very deep under brakes, and they are so nose heavy. That's how they've balanced these cars, and that's how they've set them up. And as Joel has said before, if you are in trouble, steer it the opposite direction, floor it, and away you go. And these cars, of course, they don't have anywhere near as much power as something like a sports sedan, but they are extremely capable as well. I believe they're all running a twin overhead, a double overhead cam,
Yep.
1.5 litre engine, as obviously they're limited by capacity. Competitors do have the option to run a single overhead cam, but obviously you get more power. It's a much more efficient engine with a twin overhead cam. Very capable engine, and obviously the Hyundai XL, there are just so many in Australia, and there's probably one of the best represented single-mate categories in Australia now. This battle rages on, doesn't it, Joel? Emily Jones has been all over the back of Will Twining. At no point in this race has the gap been anything more than 0.4 of a second. They are locked in. They are locking into a battle here, and it's going to keep unravelling for the rest of this race. You can't even see the car of Emily Jones behind Will Twining here as they come up through the heat haze. Fantastic.
She did just set the fastest lap, though. She's gone a tenth quicker. She's just Emily Jones just punched out a 1:33.01. So knocked Will off there, but super consistent, super impressed, super clean driving.
Oh, and it's amazing. And look, she's pressing on there. You saw just how animated the car was, but beautifully under control. Booker Santa on the back of that Hyundai XL. And Will Twining with the flames on the side. I believe he's up from Tasmania, much like yourself, Jola.
Great little sponsor there, Lagana Tyres and More, down near me. They're actually at Lagana. I'm at Riverside, not far away. Beautiful spot on the West Tamar. Actually, there's a winery just near there, and it's a cracking little winery. And so, but good local sponsors. The Tassie companies get around the Tassie drivers, so that's really cool to see. Adam Prue, another Tassie local, up there to try and knock some people off in the 23 car. Oh, sorry, yeah, in the 23 car.
Here comes Emily, the number 6, looking around the outside. Side by side under brakes, but Will Twining has the ideal line and is able to maximise that corner exit and hold Emily off just for another lap. Minute 20 remaining in this race, Joel. Twining's doing a fantastic job. I was just going to expand on what I was saying before in the fact that Twining's had Jones all over the back of him for most of this race, but he's dealing with the pressure beautifully. He is driving a masterclass of defence.
It's like he's having a Twining tea. He's chilled out. He's relaxed. I'd say he's not worried. He's having his cake and tea. But he's going to be under immense pressure from Emily, because I would have a suspect she's going to have a dive down somewhere. Now, where it is, it might be in a Dandenong, it might be in a turn 1. You never know, but that slipstream is all important with the XLs here. She's got a great exit out of turn 9 there at Dandenong Road. Might set herself up for a little look here. Ooh.
And they haven't been on two wheels quite as much as we saw yesterday. It was very animated, even at the start of the race when they were getting over the curbs and on the wrong side of the apron. Extremely animated on two wheels. We haven't quite seen that this time around. Now, 17 seconds remaining in this race. They cross the control line. There is no last lap board being shown to the drivers. So it's going to be, as we said before, it was 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities for Jones. As we say that, here she comes around the outside. What an awesome
great
slipstream.
line. Oh,
side by side, still giving each other plenty of room, but Emily is being squeezed, but she inherits the inside line coming into turn 2.
Ooh,
Twining holds on.
Great
two
battle.
Wheels, and that is as close as it gets between Hyundai XLs, but how's the respect between the two?
It's fantastic, but also this little battle has got Caradagley and Harewood straight up behind, straight onto the tail of Jones. And this is going to be interesting. We had a 2-car battle, and I think it's about to be 4 for this last 2 laps. This is shaping up to be a fantastic race.
Here we go. We've got some more competitors coming through the Turn 4 static cam. Proudly brought to you by Trico. When was the last time you changed your Tricos? It's a big thanks to their support. Ongoing support here. Now the gap is closed here. You're right. It's a four-way battle for the lead. Caradagley and the number 95 of Harewood as well. They were having a fantastic battle earlier in this race. Of course, Caradagley proudly supported by the Geelong Performance Centre all over the front of the bonnet of his Hyundai XL. This is on.
This is fantastic, Ray. I love this. You can literally pick one of these 4 numbers, and any one of these 4 competitors could pull the win out here. Now, we're going to see the last lap board is out for this one. So this is our final 3.1 Ks dash. And they're going to eat this up. He's going to defend hard here. I would suggest Will's going to park the car right in the middle of this entry into turn 1. Jones has got a great run up the outside here, and you'll actually still will get a side draft. So much like you see in some of the NASCAR and you've seen in supercars, but sort of he's pushed wide. Will's got his nose back in front. He's closed the door there. Dagley's now going to nearly have a look here into turn 3.
It's also the awesome camera point there, just showcasing they don't use the turn 2 curve, but the turn 3 curve. There's obviously a massive benefit in trying to straight line that as much as possible. Obviously, given the amount of understeer or inherent understeer you do get from Hyundai Excel when you're trying to put that power down, when the front tyres are trying to steer and drive all at the same time.
That's it, but the turn 2 one's actually a very steep ripple strip. It literally looks like a gutter you'd pull up outside your house. So
look at
this. Jones. She's got the side draft here. I think that nose is in front as we come into the S's. That's maximum commitment.
That is absolute
Will
commitment.
has driven the wheels off that then. Little pinch of the brake. Dagley's down the inside. It's into the door there.
He saw an opportunity and sent it up the inside of turn 9 there. And that compromises Jones on the exit. So she will fall behind the car of Harewood as well before they get to turn 11.
But this is going to give Will this gap. He's just got that little bit of breathing room.
And that's freed up Will Twining. So he's going to come onto the main straight with the biggest gap.
Jones is wide. Wow, what a little finish there. The elbow's out in this last bit. So Will's going to take the win from Dagley and Harewood and Jones. That's really disappointing. But such a great race. It just shows you how much in one lap that can change.
Jones will be ruining that turn 9 on the last lap. Here's Eels, number 555. Beautiful colour, I should say, for the Hyundai XL. That is a very iconic colour for the Hyundai XLs in the number 555. We've seen so many beautiful liveries on and wraps on XLs racing in Australia. Over the almost decade, I think it is, for these cars in competition. But Eels ahead of Clark, and this is the battle for positions 12 and 13. But hats off to those two for an incredible race as well. They were pressing on, and as we touched on, here comes John Mahoney in the Seoul Holden HQ.
He's definitely playing the Queensland state of origin there in the maroon. I love it. So good. It's been such a good race. There's so much going on. I'm trying to keep up with everything going on. That's Lee Kennedy there. Is leading back over to Daniel Harvey. Those guys still relatively new to the category. Done a great job. They're having their own battle. So that's the great thing. It doesn't matter at the front or the back. You're still having an absolute ball out there. And that's what all of the competitors have told me. They're just having as much fun as you can with your pants on.
Absolutely. And I think there's a few bumper stickers around that have that outlined on their race cars, but you couldn't have summed it up better, Joel. This is affordable motorsport at its very best. Action aplenty, and the racing has been extremely clean, and the respect between the drivers has been incredible. We've got a fantastic third and final race for Hyundai XLs and Holden HQs coming up later on this afternoon. 4:10 Australian Eastern Standard Time. And if that race was anything to go by, it's going to be an absolute grandstand finish with Emily Jones trying to fight back into the lead.
I'm going to have an early thing. I think Emily's going to take out race 3. There you go. As a prediction for you. I won't be here to see it, unfortunately. I've got to run and get a plane back to Tassie. I've got to be back at work at 5:30 tomorrow morning. So, unfortunately, I can't stay and enjoy the rest of the race meeting. But I'll throw you under the bus. And that'll be all you, Callum, on that one, in capable hands of Mr. Callum Brannigan.
Oh, thanks, Joel. I sincerely hope you enjoy your trip home if I don't see you before then. But thank you so much for joining us here at round 4
Thank
of
you
the
for having me.
Victorian State Race Series. You're welcome back anytime. Coming up next, I believe we have Formula RX8 coming up for their next race of this weekend. Of course, you're here watching live from home on the couch, or if you are trackside, this is round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Without too much further ado, here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships Round 4. Of course, Round 5 not too far off in the distant future. 3, 4 and 5 of October for the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big thanks to Trico for bringing the events to us right throughout this year via Blendline TV on the YouTube channel. The temporary fence hire or TFH hire RX8s on track now. Right alongside me, Sam Silvestro, who's been doing a tremendous job keeping us up to date with all the ins and outs and the nuances of RX8 racing, and a couple of little announcements, I guess housekeeping or releases that we were just talking about off air, Sam.
Oh, well, we'll start early. We're already looking forward to being at the next round of this series at Phillip Island. We expect a bigger grid of cars, but if anybody's interested, they can contact S Sport Racing or Terry Lewis at Rotary Motion. Both of us have lease cars available, so if you want to see yourself in this picture, we can easily arrange that for you for the round at Phillip Island. And not taking away from Sandown, but Phillip Island is, of course, another one of our best tracks that we have in Australia. Scenic, it's fast, it's scary and fun all at the same time. So think about that one.
It certainly does deliver everything that you want in a permanent racetrack, and for mine, it is still the best permanent racetrack here in Australia at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. I do agree. But I tell you what, this racetrack here is an absolute jewel in the crown of Melbourne sporting facilities. Where else do you have wedged between two very big populations there of Springvale and Dandenong, this magnificent racetrack? And it's a big thanks to horse racing in general for keeping the property going, but we're happy to take a couple of weekends a year and go motor racing at it.
Mate, absolutely, because not only, as I said, it's a fun track to drive, but it's been delivering close racing. I just watched the XLs and they were very close. As you know, our RX8s have been pretty close. Not a huge grid, but definitely a close grid throughout the races. We're down one car. Unfortunately, Stacey Vickers hasn't been able to make it onto the grid, but we've got a little bit of a mix-up with some of the placings, so expect some pretty close racing.
Matt Boylett out of pole with Anthony Confiso right alongside Michael Starr, Thomas Derwent, Terry Lewis, Liam Hall, Jacob Marr, Amber Griffin, Ross Forbes and Steve Simmons as we head down into turn one. Confiso needs to get there before Boylett. Boylett just moving over and covering off. Some great driving being done by Matt Boylett here. And Confiso just forever trying to do something with it. We saw him almost hovercraft up the inside of turn one on the last lap of the last race. Here he goes up the inside, side by side. That will certainly hamper his run onto the back straight as Matt Boylett runs out a little bit wider. Let's hope they can stay side by side and sort it out at the top of the hill here on the opening lap for the final race for Formula RX8 here today. They climb the hill. Our two leaders side by side. Confiso is going to have to move over. The track funnels in there. You can see the yellow line just off the bottom of the screen. They turn left and come down the hill. It's Confiso. He'll lead for the first time this weekend. Plunges into Dandenong Road. He's held strong. Great to see white driver's gloves. Tips the wheel up. Has about a bit of a second bite at the turn in down there at the famous Dandenong Road and leads the race into the first lap.
Mate, he certainly worked hard for that, but kudos to him for pulling it off. That was a very nice pass that started from, back at turn one, really, didn't it?
Yeah, it started actually from the grid start there. They had the drag strip. Boylett now right in behind Confiso, the Lee Confiso Racing entry. And they run right down the driver's left-hand side of the track here. That's the biggest strategy here at Sandown. Make the guy go as far as you possibly can around the outside. The problem is that puts the car 80 on your left-hand side heading into this corner. Someone has to capitulate. They're going to go side by side. Confiso gets driven up over the ripple strips there, and that harms the run onto the back straight. So Boylett crowded the corner there. Didn't open it up at all for Confiso, and he had to take take evasive action. They live to fight another day.
Certainly do. Yeah, you can't run too hard on the famous Sandown ripple strips, can you?
No, they will tear the suspension out of your car, and it's luckily that it's probably these more, let's call them supple road-based cars that will do that. There's not too many other, there's certainly Formula Fords and Vees and sports sedans. You'll end up tearing a wheel off one of them doing that.
Absolutely, yep.
Back down into the famous turn 9 at Dandenong Road. It is Tom Derwent. Now we're getting a good look. Michael Starr, who has... Oh, that's Matt Boylett.
We've lost Matt Boylett in a big way, yeah.
Into the wall. Where's Anthony Cafiso?
Oh.
We've got yellow flag continuing on there, but there's damage. There's a headlight on the road. There's bumpers dragging on the road there.
Don't think he's going to be able to keep driving that.
Yeah, trying to turn in there. So we're looking for Cafiso, and that's the car we're looking at.
Yeah.
The 26 down into turn 1. He's got a bumper dragging on the road there as well. So maybe there was a little bit of... Well, I would suggest that might have even been from this part of the track in the last lap around. Not too sure what occurred down there. We'll press on. Eyes up. All of the drivers do that. There's Terry Lewis and the 27 Rainbow Warrior. Big shout out to James.
I think that accident's actually condensed the field a little bit.
Here we go.
We've got a replay.
Here's a replay. All on his own. In fact, Cafiso had to take evasive action there.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Good on him for taking evasive action, because he could have been torn up in someone else's incident.
Certainly was. That's unfortunate, but get on with the rest of the race, because these guys are certainly battling it out. If you look at the times, they're very, very close.
Just sending a shout out to James, Sam and Noah Ellsworthy. They're here today checking out the RX8, so maybe one of those lease cars you've got. Looking at Phillip Island, of course, Noah's doing his XL racing. Big shout out. Great to see those guys at the track checking out the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And mark that one down, Noah Ellsworthy.
Oh, now Terry Lewis has had a moment. I'm wondering if there's a bit of oil down there, maybe? No.
Bit of red mist, I reckon.
Red mist. That's probably what it is. Terry would be definitely looking at the back of Michael Starr and wanting to make up one more spot, which would ruin Michael Starr's run of third places. But, of course, Thomas Derwent's got into second in all that excitement, so he's been a benefactor.
Out over the ripple strip there, being led by Terry Lewis. You'll know these ripple strips from years of racing. The Rotary Motion RX8 TFH Formula RX8 Series. Going past the Trico, seeing you through.
And we've lost Jacob Marr in car 77. He seems to have dropped off.
Coming into the lane there, so Matt Boylett's made it into the lane and not gone back out. Obviously a bit too much damage to be sent back out. The scrutineers will have been all over that, having a look to make sure it's safe to go back out, and they will have to do a couple of things. First of all, secure that front bumper and headlights so there's no more debris left around the track. So we are getting a little bit of feedback from the officials trackside. There it is. There's the deteriorating surface flag or oil, and you can definitely see that shiny line of oil, and I would suggest that's probably from Matt Boylett.
Could be, yeah.
Coming through there. Maybe. That's just... That can be confirmed trackside that's definitely from Matt Boylett returning to the pit lane. So you see that yellow and red flag, colloquially known as the oil flag, but its correct name is the deteriorating surface flag. You'll see it come out with rain or dirt or whatever it might be, but certainly in this case, it's oil. All the way through turn 11 and 12, so we'll have a bit of a clean up on that. And as a driver, you see that shining silver line on the track, and
you do
avoid it at all costs.
Learn to know what that one means.
You certainly do.
But we've still got this bunch of cars here very close, battling it all out. Amber Griffin is right on the tail of Steve Simmons. Both of them have had some mixed starts today, so it looks like they're getting some good racing now.
Cafiso doing a brilliant job out in front now. Boylett, we think, well, what we saw, I'm going to say, Sam, it was an off on his own. It certainly had his own space on the track.
Yep, certainly looked like it. I think he just used a little bit too much curb, caught the dirt on the outside. Here's a pass from Liam Hall putting one on Terry Lewis. Liam will put that one into the record books.
Just watch this oil here as Terry Lewis looks down the inside. A couple of cars choosing to run that oil slick down the middle of the car between the tyres. And Terry just looking to the inside there with that yellow and red striped flag featuring on the run into the final couple of corners. The right then left coming onto the straight. Very important to carry as much speed as you can through that complex because you'll get caught out at the end of this straight here if you're down 1 kilometre an hour coming onto the straight. By the time you get to the end, it's about 5 kilometres an hour and people just come driving by.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very critical part of the whole track. Sets it up for a whole lap.
Last lap, next time by for our race leader is the information we're being given.
Okay, finishing just a little early maybe.
So up the top of the hill, Cafisso this time around. Penrite and blazoned on the bonnet there, getting some great support from the Penrite organisation. Doing a number of ambassadorial roles there is Cafisso. Side-by-side action at the top of the hill now. Nearing the end of this race there. Never say die. Terry Lewis
wants his spot back. He's going to shortcut the track if he has to.
Looks like officials have got the checkered flag out this time round. So it's being readied there to be dropped for Cafisso as he charges to the line. Penrite and blazoned on the front. LCR, Lee Cafisso racing down the side. Fantastic result. Great to see the Victorian hanging in there over some great races here this weekend to finally get a result in the Formula RX8 Race 4 feature race for the weekend.
And thanks again to our friends from TFH Hire for their support. We couldn't be here without them.
The rest of the field coming down there, Sam, finishing off. So getting the win.
Yep. Derwin's got his best result for the weekend. Michael Starr's completed his quadruple trick of third places.
Yes.
Great finish. Terry Lewis is 4th. Liam Hall 5th. Steve Simmons is up to 6th. That would probably be his best result for the weekend. Amber Griffin in 7th, and it looks like Ross Forbes rounding him out in 8th.
Absolute confirmation there. Antonio Cafisso takes the win in the feature race to Thomas Derwin and Michael Starr. As you said, Sam, the RX8's on the bill at Phillip Island on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of October.
That's right. Looking forward to it already. And if anybody wants a car, give us a call and we can sort you out.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sam. And
thanks for having me here. It's been a real pleasure.
Absolutely. Great to have the TFR Formula RX8 part of round 4 and now round 5. Look forward to seeing you down at Phillip Island.
Thank you, mate. See ya.
Fantastic there. 4 races for the Formula RX8s done and dusted for this weekend. And, of course, you heard it first here on the broadcast here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. RX8s have been invited to the final round on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of October at Phillip Island. Beautiful scenery here at Sandown. A little bit of a lake off to the left and Red Hill open for spectators today. Great to see cars coming in the road into the property here today. Great to see some fans here enjoying the weather. The wind has just picked up ever so slightly, about 17 degrees trackside here at the moment with a bit of a westerly breeze pushing down the property. But plenty of racing still here to go as we look forward to Supercarts coming out on track in just a few moments. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders. including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to the broadcast for round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at the beautiful Sandown International Raceway. We have come down to Trade Alley. It's a vibe at the moment. There are a lot of people around and we've got a lot of corporate partners here supporting us this weekend. First cab off the rank, we're going to talk to Carl from Karting Madness. Now, Carl, thank you so much for jumping on board and supporting grassroots motorsport. Of course, you've had some involvement as a competitor as well, but could you tell us more about the two sites for Karting Madness? We've got Braybrook and Bayswater, I believe, but we've got some pretty cool things coming up. Obviously, a lot of little holidays.
We have, Callum, so thank you very much. Yeah, it's always great to be obviously supporting grassroots level racing, and the State Series has always been great. So for us, Braybrook and Bayswater, 2 venues, plenty of different things at each site to do, like from laser tag to karting to mini bowling to all sorts of things and arcades. Father's Day, obviously, gift vouchers are always great fun for Dad. Get him down, get him on the track, get rid of some of that road rage. And so we've got plenty of stuff coming up there, and obviously Christmas functions are all booking now. So yeah, give us a call or come on down.
How's the, obviously you've got a beautiful activation here and it's quite expansive. We've got go-karts, we've got the Commodore on the end there, mocked up to look like a supercar. And you've also actually got the live broadcast of the Trico VSRS in the background here. But obviously fantastic fan interaction and ticket holders to come up and find out more information too.
Most definitely. It's been great to interact, especially with the kids. They love jumping in, sitting in the cart, getting to know each thing. So it's been really good to interact with everyone and let them know we're around, and obviously, we're ready to help them all out, have a bit of fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to keep touring down Trade Alley, so I'll keep Mark on his toes because he's doing a fantastic job this weekend walking around with the gimbal. If we get him to spin around here and look at the Mentone Premix concrete truck, it is perhaps the largest activation we have here this weekend, and doesn't it look absolutely perfect? I suspect they might have busted the hose, the bucket, the sponges, the soaps out to make sure that this looks as clean as it possibly can. But have a go at the presents here. And I know Jola, who was commentating the XLs earlier, was getting extremely excited about that. But fantastic to have Mentone Premix on board. Of course, they are proud supporters of the VicV8s Series through the Mark Kukuri XB Falcon that used to be raced by Eddie Albanica back in the day. I'm going to just walk on down here to Auto House Vehicle Storage as well. So they're based in Moorabbin. They've jumped on for this round and fantastic supporters of grassroots racing. We've got a GR Corolla and a Lexus LC500. So we've got Evan and Costa from Auto House. They're actually talking to some customers at the moment. We've actually got the Mustang Cruisers Victoria Club down here as well. So they're parked up along the main straight in a beautiful range of Ford Mustangs. Costa's a bit busy at the moment there. Acting a little bit sus, but fantastic to have him supporting grassroots motorsport, especially in Victoria. And here comes GMSV. So we've got a GMC Denali here. It's massive. It's got huge presence, but this has been catching the eye of a lot of people this weekend. I think I talked about it yesterday, but having something like a Corvette Stingray parked up, it is a hybrid model as well. And I heard from the driver who brought it here today, Nathan, who's actually working as a volunteer this weekend at the gate for the Australian Sports Sedans Association, selling tickets to all of the ticket holders coming in and supporting grassroots motorsport. He said it's a pretty handy, cool car, and he said he was getting pretty used to it pretty quickly, so he will try and find a way to make it his daily. But fantastic for him and GMSV to come down and support grassroots motorsport. As we can see, massive, beautiful weather. We've got all the food trucks as well. So we've got wood-fired pizza, which is a new addition for this weekend. There's an ice cream truck. We've got the usual fried food options as well, which is a bit of a guilty pleasure for a lot of race attendees. So fantastic to have so many people up and down what is the commercial hub of the Victorian State Race Series, sponsored by Trico Wiper Blades. It's fantastic to have the team from Trico here this weekend as well, touring the paddock, wearing their Trico shirts very proudly, and it's fantastic. So without further ado, we've got the Supercarts coming up for their next race this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you, Callum. Perfect to get down there and get amongst our commercial partners. And as we always say, support the sport that supports your sport. So if you're looking for a sports car or a big SUV or a big ute, GMSV should be your first point of contact. Love to have a drive of a Corvette myself someday. I was lucky enough to get a drive of a Porsche around here early today, but give you a review on the Corvette if I get a chance to drive one. The Denali also, what a big family SUV, doing it the right way there in Denali. Mentone Premix, of course, Autohouse Moorabbin. Check them out in their vehicle storage, 0437 351 000. And, of course, Gary Finnemore driving the XB for Mentone Remix. Supercarts on track now, and Rolf Grieve has joined me again. And these things, even on a warm-up lap, to me, look like a handful, and they're just getting plenty of heat as they possibly can in their tyres. They will come around for a rolling start. Rolf, you've got the grid sheet in your hand there. Let's have a quick look through how they'll line up.
Okay, well, on absolute pole is Nicholas Schembri in the 250 twin, but then again, he's only racing himself. In 125 Open, we have Tim Clark on pole. In Stock Honda, we have Jeff Duckworth on pole. The lights is Russ Hockapinti, and that's going to be a tough watch too with the racing in that group. In non-gearbox heavy, Tyler Williams is having a great day and is on pole. And a surprise in the non-gearbox super heavy is Rex Satterfield on pole.
Terrific to see a really strong field. There's in fact about 39 karts racing with us here this weekend, the biggest field that we have here, and the Supercarts will get themselves all pretty much lined up, ready to race as they come around to the conclusion of this. I guess it's not even a full warm-up lap. That's why they're so violently working at the steering wheel to get heat in the tyres. They will have been instructed exiting Dandenong Road, where we're seeing these guys coming through to now. That is Nick Schembri leading Tim Clark. A little bit of interesting information out of the pits with Rolf. We'll talk about that through this slick 6-lap race for the Victorian Supercart Club. Up to the start line, lights are on red and extinguished halfway up the grid there, so they will be absolutely romping by they get down to turn 1. They've given them an extra 4 or 5 grid spots to open up the wide open throttle there, as Nick Schembri probably still suffering from jet lag after getting back from Europe racing last weekend. The next field is also away. They get away very, very nicely indeed. The biggest part of the field this weekend is Russ Hockapinti, as our first couple of categories get through turn 1. Riding the bumps down into turn 2 and 3.
Here's the lights coming around turn 1 at the moment, and looks like Hockapinti's in the lead in that group.
The white background with the red number on it is the lights as they bobble their way across that rough surface. And they pick out every bump without any suspension. Really, the only suspension, the sidewall of the tyre in these karts, and that's not very much at all there either. So they do start to feel that. It really does stand out when you're watching on.
Oh yes, and there's not really any padding in the seats either. They're basically sitting in a fiberglass bucket.
Probably the best fun you can have sitting in a fiberglass bucket too, Rob.
Well, it's certainly the most economical way to get onto a real race circuit, like here or Phillip Island or Calder or Winton. There's no cheaper way to go racing than Supercarts.
The 92 making up some good ground there, coming into turn 9, and that's Jessica Zanaj doing a nice job there, closing in on Sam Pereira.
Yeah, Jessica's doing a great job, and she's still very new to the sport too. So she's showing some really fine form. And as I said earlier, we've now got 4 ladies that race in the class, or in our club, all in long gearbox light, and they're really serving it up to the boys. They don't really give an inch.
We certainly see the Victorian Supercar Club on a regular basis running at the Pyark access meetings down at Phillip Island. And,
that's it.
And they do a lot of racing with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club.
We do indeed, and very grateful to the relationship that we've built over the years with Pyark.
Great to see running with the sports sedans here this weekend. Oh, the 98 goes around. That's
Pereira.
Sam we were just talking about. And he shrugs his shoulders, lifts the hand. What happened there?
Yeah, he won't be a happy lad.
Bit of a slide through turn 3 and 4. Had to pulled it off. Could have been a speedway style slide and got pointing up the back straight, but just went a little bit early.
Yeah, a lot of guys are making mistakes here and getting around the outside of people, and they're not allowing for the bumps that the guy on the inside's going to hit, and they'll have it coming together. Play silly games, win silly prizes.
We talk about the different classes, and I guess what denotes a supercart is the use of a gearbox on these carts. What
Essentially,
sort of gears are we talking about? How many speeds? How many?
They're all 6-speed gearboxes in the gearbox classes, obviously.
What from what? What's the gearbox? Does it come from a motorbike, or is it a supercart specific gearbox?
Back in the day, there was GP motors being put onto carts, but now they're all really project-built engines. So the gearbox and everything's all in the one.
Okay.
In the one capacity.
Case.
Yep, and a lot of them now got cassette gearboxes, so they can change gear ratios as well if they need to. Looking back at the heavies, the super heavies, sorry, and Clark's making a move on. It's all moving too quickly.
It's moving too quickly for you. It's zipping by my eyes, that's for sure. I don't think they can make glasses quick enough for me to adjust to who's who in the zoo here at the moment. But Shembry has skated away to a 1:15.34. Here's the heavies again.
That's a good lap time.
It is a good lap time. We're going to come back to that during it, Rolf. Some of the data coming out of these, the carts that are currently 1 and 2 on the road.
Well, yes. I was having a bit of a chat to Nick and to Tim in the break, and Tim Clark was telling me that coming up the back as we're watching here now, Tim's seeing 190 kilometres an hour in that cart, whereas Shembry is seeing a whopping 224.
That's a lot when your backside's 11 millimetres off the tarmac.
Indeed it is, and here he comes now. So he'll be doing 224 there into that to jump in front of the super heavies.
I tell you what, that makes me smile seeing a cart just come through there like that, and I can vouch for the fact that the horizon does tend to look quite blurred when you're driving these carts, so you've got to be able to adjust the vertical hold and the horizontal hold so you get clear vision.
Absolutely, and the other thing to point out, there's only a couple of carts that are wearing rear vision mirrors. So essentially there is no rear vision mirror, and with these bumps you don't see anything out of it anyway.
Actually, it's the 27 there, got left and right hand rear vision mirrors there. You can see them quite plainly there in black. And, it looks as though with the lack of rear vision mirrors, everybody's still got a GoPro mounted on the front there to record their racing.
Exactly right.
Got to watch it back during the week, that's for sure.
Oh, they'll be watching it back in the paddock when they get back in. And certainly, looking at the data, all their dashboards they maintain a lot of data. They've got GPS tracking. It's not just a temp gauge and a tacho.
It's certainly the technology and electronics in all forms of motorsport. Of course, it's going to wash down to this sort of thing, and someone wants to win a little bit more than another, and the more data you've got, the more wise your decision-making process on setups and things. And we're just looking at these carts here, the only ones that do have the plane between the two end plates, getting a little bit of downforce off the back, albeit interrupted air with the driver smack bang in front of the wing.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Pereira is making a bit of a run back through the pack to try and catch that lead group again.
Last lap board is being displayed to the field, so here comes our field back to
and our race leader.
Come around again.
Race leader catching him at turn 1.
So there goes
Shembry.
Nick Shembry. Just give us a quick rundown, because we've touched on it a couple of times. He's been to Europe in the last couple of weeks racing.
Yes, he went over to Assen. He had a good run earlier in the year. We had our Australian Championships, where he won the Australian Championship in class and also won the GP in class. He then went over to Britain and did a race meeting over there, and just recently, this week, came back from Assen, where he finished a very credible 4th in a field of 60 to 50 cars.
And that's an international field, isn't it?
It is.
Racing. Yeah, okay. So I guess the good thing about Supercarts is that there is a genuine pathway to an international career/event there. So other parts of motorsport struggle to define that career path, but in Supercarts it's pretty plain, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is great. We've had guys from England come and race here, and twice a year now we basically get a few Kiwis coming over as well. So here in Australia we are getting that international interaction as well, which is really, really good for our sport.
Nick Schembri just slowing there, coming around onto the back part of the track. Checkered flag displayed now as our race winner with GP on the plate. 222 written on the timesheet, but certainly GP on the plate. Got a withdrawal there and out over the fence.
Yeah, that's Rob Strah in non-gearbox heavy. Here we got a replay. He's turned himself around down the floor. We warned him about that corner.
Certainly. The rest of the field running down.
Tyler Williams giving us a wave. That's very nice of him. Good on you, Tyler.
Got to have personalities out there. I dare say it's more to the Flaggies trackside, acknowledging all of our volunteers and each other as well as a good race, and a little bit of a thumbs up there, or thumbs up. Didn't want to get that mixed up with a middle finger going up there, but certainly thumbs up.
Well,
even a
like
thumbs
thumb
up
up
coming around the last corner. So Schembri takes the win there over Clark. And Bowden, another good drive there by Bowden to get up from position 3 on their grid up to get P2. Cole McIntyre
Yeah, that's good
in there as well.
He's come a long way from Adelaide and then had issues yesterday with wires breaking off the coil, and on the Friday he nipped an engine, so he wasn't having the greatest weekend. And looks like, is that Lee Filipponi may have slowed just after the flag.
Lee Filipponi, well, he certainly got to the flag, but could have been just going slowly. Duckworth
just looks like him parked there just near the pit entry.
Duckworth boot home. Oliver Bosicorso there as well, so that takes the class result there, 18-16. Then Russell Pinty will take 14 points over Veld, 6 points to Singh, 9 points to San Pereira. So some mixed results there, as well as the Supercarts all finishing off their 6-lapper. And they head back to the pits to adjust their vertical and horizontal hold, and I guess begin the long journey home.
We've got one more race to go today. Yeah, we've got the 7-lapper. So there'll be a few rattle bones at the end of that little effort.
We have two at 2:55. I wasn't looking up. I was wrapping you up then. It was, they're still going to have to adjust their vertical and horizontal hold. That's
they
for sure
will.
To get that done. Rolf, thank you very much for your time. We'll see you in
no problem. See you next time
for the final race. Thank
see
you.
Later.
Plenty more action still to come your way. You're at the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Round number 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A massive thank you to Trico for all of their support. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep, so you have the best possible shape for your next event. Led by Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship Sports Sedan competitor Ben McLeod, the team is based in Carrum So check out their products through Black Mamba Racing distributors or visit www.blackmambaracing.com.au. Back with Formula Ford in a couple of moments. See you soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Sandown Raceway for round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Up next we have race 3 for Formula Ford, their 20-minute plus 1-lap feature race, and we'll quickly run you through the Duratec grid here. We've got Kobe Williams, who was able to take race 2 this morning. He will start off pole. Lockie Evanet, the Queenslander, beside him in car 88. Jamie Rowe and Joe Fawcett off the second row. Will Lowing in 5th, and then Isaac Demelweek off of position number 6. Jared Hurst and Giuseppe Imbrogno, the South Australian there. Then we go to Lockie Beneath in P9. Jack Johnson rounding out your top 10. Brad James, the first of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Spectrums. Ashton Geely alongside him in the Spirit in position number 12, top of the Ambrose. And no Jack Penachia for the final race. And we move back to the Kent grid. Tordy, Davison, Craig Arnold, Peter Fitzgerald, Jason McGrath, and a scratching no Dean Koutsamides for the final race of the weekend. We have 20 minutes up on the clock. We've already started ticking down that time now. 17 and a half minutes remaining. So hopefully we get a nice, clean race for the final race of the round. And this is round 4 also of the National Championship.
And as they line up now, the Kent guys will face a green flag because of the repeater light as having a bit of an issue. So that might make it a little bit more difficult for some of the guys in the Kents further down the back. So we've lost also Jack, and unfortunately for Seth, he's also withdrawn for the rest of the weekend as well.
So set for a start here. 5-second board. Revs rise. They look to the red light. And we are set for a start. Even conversion off the front row. Dead even, in fact. But it's going to be Kobe Williams who gets the better gear change from first, second to third. And he will lead them down into turn 1 on driver's left, protecting the inside line. Just behind him, Lockie Evanet here, looking to capitalise off second. Moves throughout the field. Will Lowing going around the outside there. He's been moved up into
coming out of turn 1.
He's moved up to P5 there. Lock up back in the background. Thanks, there
Daniel.
From Geely. And we move on to the back straight now. The Kent field led there by Richard Davison. So down over the top through turn 6, just taking a shot there at the Kent field there led by Richard Davison. 15 minutes remaining on the clock, and the race is led now by Lockie Evanet, who is able to tow past Kobe Williams there on the back straight. He now leads the Duratec field for the final race of the weekend. Craig Arnold moves up to P3 in the Kent class. Peter Fitzgerald just behind him, and down the front straight we go. First time by the stripe in anger. And look at the front guys all the way on driver's left. Lockie Evanet leading the race. Joe Fawcett trying to go the long way around and gets a double overtake on these two and moves himself up to P1. Watch Kobe Williams here on the inside of car 88. Sticks his nose up, thinks better of it, and remains in third place.
And Kobe Williams has resolved that.
Up the back straight here, just under 15 minutes remaining. A standing lap time there of 4 minutes 28, which is irrelevant. Taking a shot there of the last place Kent car of Jason McGrath in his RF93 Van Diemen that he and his father run. Up the back straight, looking at the Kent field here. Here goes Tordy for a move down the inside, up at turn 6, and gets the job done. So he now takes hold of the Kent field.
Absolutely. So he's gone through on Richard, so we'll see how they go as they come onto the front straight.
So Joey Fawcett leads the Duratec field here. Seagulls ducking out of the way down the front straight. Here comes the conga line, sort of broken into two groups here. Around the outside goes
Evanet, is it?
Lockie Evanet in car 88. Watch for the switch back here from Kobe Williams. He gets up to P2. And it sticks his nose up there, just backs out of it at the last moment. Will Lowing still running in P4 just behind them. Jamie Rowe, who started in P3, so he has dropped a couple of spots there.
And now we're just waiting for the Kent guys to come round onto the back straight, and Richard Williams has got back in front of Andrew Torty, and this couple have just pulled away from the rest of the field at the moment. And as we come down the back straight there, everyone's got a nice clean race. And Craig Arnold's well back on the Kent class, followed by Peter Fitcher. Oh no, we've got Lockie Evan that's come off at turn 9.
That's Lockie Manif. He's had a major crash. He's plucked the right rear off his Spirit, and that will definitely cause a safety car. We saw a similar incident in the sports sedan race earlier on, so hopefully Lockie's okay. You can see him moving there. So he was running in position number 7 as we go. Safety car, so whoever has the race lead at the moment
and the boys will have to
be
sort
well
themselves
positioned
out as they go into turn 1 here. Catch out for the yellow flags and the safety car boards. So this will settle things. Oh, we've got another
Car
one.
5 also off in the gravel trap there,
that's,
Giuseppe
Joe.
Imbrogno. So he will be towed out of there and perhaps continue on if he doesn't have suspension damage, but definitely over and out for Lockie Manef. He's had a very difficult round here at Sandown, had electrical gremlins all Friday, struggled in qualifying, struggled in race 1, and he's only just found his way back into the top 10, running at P7 at the time of his incident. Fastest lap of the race being set by Kobe Williams just last time round with the 16.4, 4 tenths quicker than Lockie Evanett running in P2, as we see the recovery crew attend down to the stricken number 15 Spirit there of Lockie Manef.
With those two cars, particularly Lockie Manef's with the broken axles, that'll take some time to tidy up, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we won't see too many green flag laps in this race, unfortunately. We've had safety car mad round here for Formula Ford.
Yeah, unfortunately Sandown seems to bring this out. It's just one of those tracks that has the barriers are very close to the track, which makes it very difficult. Doesn't take much to have a bit of a moment, and all of a sudden you're off the racing line and onto either the fence or the gravel, and that makes it very difficult for everybody here. So a good chance to cover our sponsors. We've got Yokohama Tyres, of course, which have been with the category for a number of years now, and they're a fantastic tyre. They give great durability and good value. We've also got Focus Driving Performance. They have a terrific facility in New South Wales and also in Queensland, and they supply a complete driver training, fitness, driving skills, the whole shooting match, and it's absolutely a fantastic facility. So if you're ever up in New South Wales, I would recommend you go along and have a look at their facility. If not, book a session or two. Also had Castrol Oils, who have been with us for a very, very long time, and Ferrado brake pads. Competition Friction operate out of both New Sydney and also Canberra. And if you need any brake components, there's the place to go to. So we're just waiting for the safety car. We can see the recovery vehicles moving around the track at the moment as the guys try to keep their tyres warm. And this part of the process is important, but can turn pear-shaped, as we've seen in the past.
It's something that these guys would have become very used to this weekend. Lots of safety car running, unfortunately. Not many green flag laps for the 4th round of the National Formula Ford Championship. Coming into the race earlier today, it was a tie on points between Joe Fawcett and Kobe Williams. Kobe Williams taking the race win. He extended that margin over Fawcett, who finished in P4. So 20 points for a race win, 16 for second, 14 for third, and 12 for fourth. So a swing of about 8 points back in Kobe Williams' favour. We have 6 rounds of the National Championship. Move to the Bend next, and then Phillip Island.
We've got a replay now.
Just going to have a look at the orange car. the top of your shot just disappeared out of view. Got it all wrong over the curb and major contact into the Armco fence there at Dandenong Road. He'll be filthy with himself.
And I wonder if perhaps something may have broken, because it didn't look like he was taking an unusual line or anything. So whether he's put a wheel over the ripple strip and that's upset the car as it's come through, I'm not too sure.
Perhaps maybe bottoming out over the curb.
Yeah,
different
just lost control, absolutely.
So getting back to the National Championship, round 4 of 6, like I said, we go to the Bend next, and then Phillip Island later on in the year, the final round, which is also in conjunction with the Vic State Series. That'll also be, I think, the final round of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship.
Absolutely. So that'll be the end of racing as a competition, and
then Island Magic
later in the year. But also too, coming up that same weekend is the Malala Formula Ford 1600 Nationals. So far, we've got approximately 25 expressions of interest. So that meeting should be fantastic. We held it at Morgan Park last year. Had a very successful race meeting. 19 cars in attendance from all over the country, and Malala hopefully will go one step better, and we've already got cars coming from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, and at least 4 cars coming over from the west. So the Formula Ford 1600 Nationals actually will be live coverage. I'm not sure who's actually covering it, but more of those details to come later. So that should be a fantastic event for the 1600 cars.
Looking forward to that event. Might even try and get over there ourselves, perhaps with an extra historic class that may be invited, depending on a number of entries that will come through.
Yeah, the promoters have said that if we can get 15 or more cars, we'll have a separate race for the historics, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, which will mean they aren't mixed in with the newer model Kent cars like we see in the Vic State Series here.
Correct.
No historic eligible cars are running in this race. We did have Dean Koutsamides in his RF89 running earlier on in the weekend, but he has gone home feeling unwell. So we're all now with the more modern Kent cars like Andrew Torty's 06B you see on screen there, Richard Davison's RF95 that he and his boys raced when they started their Formula Ford and motorsport journeys, Peter Fitzgerald's Red Spectrum, Jason McGrath's RF93 Van Diemen, and Craig Arnold's RF90 Van Diemen in the red and white Marlborough livery, you could say.
Yes, absolutely. And he's finally got that car sorted. He's had it for a number of years now, and he's got it all well sorted and showing some good pace. So unlike the Duratec cars, the front ones with the orange mirrors, etc., they have a Duratec engine, which is a twin cam 1600 fuel injected all alloy motor and head. And the Kent cars are the original Escort and Cortina motor, 1600cc, the carburettor, and very controlled category. That you can find out all the details about it in the 50 years of Formula Ford in Australia. There's a book out by the Formula Ford Association. Go online, formulaford.org.au, and it's $100 plus postage. And Darren, our normal commentator, speaks very highly of it, he tells me. And it's a great read. It's approximately 300 pages, over 570 images, and has captured the first 50 years of Formula Ford in Australia. So anyone that's half interested in Formula Ford, it's something you should definitely have on your coffee table.
Yeah, fantastic read. Covers all the history of Formula Ford. Unfortunately, the clock is still ticking. We have 4 minutes remaining, and both cars are not out of the gravel trap yet. You're just seeing Lockie Munief's car actually being picked up and put on the back of the flatbed. So at the rate we're going, I'm not sure if we are going to get any more racing laps in, which is unfortunate. We'll hold tight on that, though. We may still get one lap at the end, depending on how quickly we can get the recovery vehicles out of the way. But at the moment, the drivers are just warming their tyres, warming their brakes, trying to keep as much temperature, core temperature, into them as possible. in case we do get a restart left, and then the restart will turn to a fairly frantic last couple of laps.
Yes, we can only hope, can't we?
Be a lot of late moves, I expect.
So the prize for the national winner this year is provided by Cool Drive, Racer Industries, that also supply our $250 pole position award, which this weekend went to Lockie Evanet, and the winner gets a drive in a Super 2 car, and that will be organised following the end of the season, of course. And we've also got prizes coming from driver performance, focus driver performance. So we'll send the person up there, and they'll get a really good experience of how to improve their overall driver fitness and also their driver skill.
So at the moment, looking at the timing screen, it would be Kobe Williams who takes round honours from Lockie Evanet, but the real battle is between Kobe and Joe Fawcett running in third. This would just give Kobe a little bit more of an advantage that he already took this morning and extend his points margin in the National Championship out to a handy lead. Andrew Tordy would also take home Kent honours at the moment over Richard Davison, who's had a couple of second place finishes.
Yes, Richard was very disappointed in the first race when the repeater light stayed on, and the others were lucky enough because they had the angle that they actually could see the main lights. But so far so good. Unfortunately, we have lost those couple of drivers, and they're just approaching the incident zone, so they'll all slow down and take pace. They've got both cars now on the track.
So you get the feeling next time by, maybe we will see a restart.
Yes.
Should be enough time on the clock for a one lap at least.
Depends. They may take the truck behind the barriers as soon as they can, just over to the right of screen, and that would allow them to have that one lap race to the end. However, as we know, a one lap dash can often end in tears for everybody involved.
It can. Especially with these young kids at the front of field looking to get every position possible there. Brad James in car 61 has moved his way up to P8, started off of P11, so one of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Spectrums, Adam Macro Racing Spectrums has moved his way nicely up the field. Jack Johnson currently running in P7. He started in P10, so he's made a few spots up himself. Jared Hurst down in position 9, so he started a little higher up at 7th. He's dropped a couple of spots, so he'll look to possibly get past Brad James and Jack Johnson, who I just mentioned. And we are going to get a safety car in this lap with the recovery vehicle now moved off at Dandenong Road behind the barrier.
Thank you. Okay, so it's going to be a one-lap dash, and what could go wrong?
Nothing. It's going to be all clean racing, and we're going to have no dramas here. So drivers will get the word in their ear that we are going to get a restart this time by, and we'll hope it is a one-lap dash. Just having a look at the tower there, no signs being ready yet.
We've been told by upstairs that they will get a flying lap to finish, which is always nice rather than finishing under the safety car.
So both Lockie Evanet and Richard Davison have had time to think about what they're going to do to get past their class leader.
Yep. And it's the last lap board came out for that lap as they came in. So in this case, who knows? This could actually be the checkered flag under safety car.
Let's hope not. Let's hope we get at least one more lap racing here. The field stops weaving, and I think we are going to get one more lap by the looks of it.
The safety car lights are out. Yellow flags, of course, up until the control line.
Last lap board being readied and a green flag being shown at the control tower. So the field split into two groups. Tordy leading the Kent class. He's able to hold back a little bit here and separate the two groups. Kobe Williams leading the race restart. Watch for Lockie Evanet. He's going to be right up the gearbox of the spectrum. Kobe's had 3 chances at a restart, and he's got it right every time. So let's see if he does the same thing. He goes right about now at the kick, and he steps on the gas, and another pretty good restart, but Lockie Evanet is right there, and he'll be right on the inside of him by the time they get to turn 1.
And of course, the big worry is, with this very long straight, what happens at turn 1?
So around the outside goes Evanet. He can't quite get that move done, nor can Will Lowing, so front 4 remains the same. Lowing goes over the curb. No harm, no foul. Jack Johnson looking for a move there further in the pack. But now here comes the next big passing opportunity up the top of the hill. Evanet's got a good run. He's up the back of Kobe Williams. Does he go to the inside, or does Kobe Williams defend the inside and force car 88 to go the long way around?
And this will all be about defence.
So here we go, over the top. Evanet around the outside. He's nearly cleared him by the time they get to the braking zone. Deep under brakes from Kobe Williams. A big sideway moment over the curb. He gets that put up nicely, but he's at the moment running in second place. So this changes the honours for the round, with Lockie Evanet leading by 4 points. Green flags waving everywhere. This is Kobe Williams' last chance to get a move done out of the final corner. But it's all Lockie Evanet who will take home the final race of round 4 for the Australian Formula Ford Championship over Kobe Williams, Joey Fawcett, Will Lowing, Jamie Rowe rounds out your top 5, and the Kent class will go to Richard Davison picking up the race win, fist bumping over the line. He is chuffed with that result.
Fantastic coverage by Blendline TV there, and it will be well worth a second watch. That's just terrific. And
So
here we've got the replays.
Here's a replay. This is the last lap. Watch Kobe Williams, a big sideways moment, cranks it sideways over the curb, then composes himself back through the gears and gets it stopped for Dandenong Road. Great piece of car control there, and that's what Formula Ford teaches you about.
Absolutely. Great racing.
So that is round 4 of the National Championship all wrapped up. We move to the Bend next and Phillip Island for your final round there. Fantastic racing all weekend long. A couple of safety cars which sort of halted the momentum here of the drivers, but nonetheless it is Lockie Evanet who takes round honours over Kobe Williams and Joe Fawcett.
Terrific. Thanks, Tom. Great as always.
So up next we have the Saloon cars. They will have a 20-minute plus 1 lap event coming up next at Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship at Sandown. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Great to see the Formula Ford race finally finished under green flags. We're going to work on getting those safety cars out of those pocket rockets, but we are about to go racing pretty damn hard, I would suggest, in the final race for the weekend for the drive events, Saloon cars, and they have been doing a tremendous job. This is the last race of the Legends of Saloon Cars race, and the winner of this race will get the Perpetual Trophy, which has really only been won by South Australians. Jamo Anthony Bear and Brad Vaughan. And a nice little touch at the end of this one. Kelly from Saloon Cars, Kelly Ford, and Lynn Thomas, who is Jeff Thomas's wife, will be waving the checkered flag. So a very emotional time towards the end of this race for the community around Saloon Cars. But I reckon, Em, we're about to have a ripping race here with the classic Aussie Ford versus Holden battles.
Absolutely. If race 1 and race 2 from yesterday and this morning are anything to go by, Darren, I wouldn't walk away from the track and I wouldn't get away from your screens if you're watching this at home either. This is sure to be a belter.
Absolutely. Let's have a look how this grid sheet will set out a huge field of Saloon Cars. In the front row of the grid, it'll be Sean Jamieson out of pole, as he has been for the other couple of times here this weekend. Of course, he won race 2 with the fastest lap of a 122.84. Brad Vaughan, another South Australian. So, all intents and purposes, the numbers are pointing that the Memorial Trophy will go back to South Australia. We go to Scott Dornan. And the first Victorian, the evergreen Kevy Stoopman, he'll run clean and fast, as will Daniel Johnson. Kane Baxter Smith finally starting from a spot inside the top 10 out of position number 6. We'll be looking at that car. And right behind him, Adam Lowndes in car number 1. These guys have got to make some winning moves in this one. Reg Ralph out of WA next. Kieran Pridmore, another excitement factor out of 9. Kerry Bright, then Dash Harris won't be at the wheel, but it'll be Blake Harris in the 85. Jason Cruz, Andrew McSwain as we jump away. And wow, off the line there, Brad Vaughan sends a very clear intention to Sean Jamieson. And have a look at, that's Kane Baxter Smith. Dives out, but Vaughan will lead the field down. It was very Michael Schumacher-esque as he moves straight over. It opens up for DJ coming through as well. And a big lock up for Jamo. He's getting a little bit of a lesson on how to start there from his fellow South Aussie in the Harris Racing entry as Brad Vaughan leads the field through. Sean Jamieson will relish this challenge and is already turning on opposite lock at turn 4. There's his fellow South Australian in Scott Dornan. Kevy Stoopman's in there. There goes Daniel Johnson, Kane Baxter Smith. It's the band of rock stars chasing out after the rock stars from South Australia.
Darren, the guys are already approaching turn 6 and I'm not over what happened at the exit of turn 1. How do you have 4 cars exiting turn 1 at Sandown? That's insane.
Lock up at the top of the hill. That never ends nicely. Brad Vaughan gathers it all back up. Sean Jamison's like, wow, man, we are going to be having it. Scotty Dornan, opposite lock, locks up the left-hand front. Kevy Stoopman nearly blocks that gap.
And we've got a sandwich going on with Kane Baxter Smith and Daniel Johnson. God, that was close coming over. I think we just missed it. But my goodness, with the number 1 car of Lowndes following closely behind, this is a great little bunch up, these 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's hard to find a spot. I'm glad I'm not directing this telecast and it's the guys down there at Blendline that are doing it. Because I don't know where I want to watch. And we're going to watch what's going out on the live streaming. There's our leader, Brad Vaughan, experienced Super 2 racer, knows how to win races in Saloon Cars as well. And in fact, if you talk to him, the weekends away with the Saloon Cars have a barrel load of fun. There's Kevy Stoopman, Kane Baxter Smith, Daniel Johnson, all stars of the Victorian Series. They just happen to be joined by a whole lot of interstaters here this weekend. And that is testament to these guys. What this guy on screen now, and Andy McSwain. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. I was about to say how hard-working he is for the series. And the bonnet clip isn't down on that car, so he's coming to get that attended to. Crew member waves him through, so that's a real shame. And Andy McSwain's been working hard in the background. Oh, wow, at the front.
These two. Oh, my God, it's like a drift race, almost. These two are going at it. This is fantastic. I can't wait to see this. Hopefully Andy McSwain can make up some time when he rejoins the group.
Tell you what, though, these 2 South Australians, they are going at it ding-dong. 2 different teams, the Harris Racing outfit and, of course, the Sedan Hotel crew from Sean Jamieson. There goes, that's Blake. That's Will in the 22, the old Jeff Thomas car. Checkered flags up the side there in the white, red and checkered flag livery, and Keegan Gaunt weighing in on this one as well. And we're looking back down through the field now. At the front.
Oh my goodness,
Brad
jeez. Vaughan just took it. Sean Jamison struggling to get into turn 2.
I do like what Brad Vaughan's doing here. He's making Jamo work for it. Jamo's just driven away with his victories here this weekend, and Brad Vaughan's in the mix now.
Oh. The only thing working harder, Darren, is the tyres on both cars.
Kevy Stoopman is also weighing in this here as well. I'm not sure. There's certainly some people trackside watching very closely as we've gone safety car boards and flags. Brad Vaughan. Oh no!
No. Oh, Lowndes, my goodness, that gorgeous number 1 Pro Plum car.
I'm not sure that he's made contact with the wall there or not, or there's a lot of smoke coming out, whether it's a mechanical concern under the bonnet there, but he's got hands on hips like he's a very dejected race car driver.
Oh, buddy.
There was a lot of people watching the cars 8 and 15, which are 1 and 2 on the road, and the number 1 car of Adam Lowndes, it is always hard. Rebecca Drummond, one of Victoria's leading State Series photographers, she's just giving her appraisal of the damage there as well.
Well, you know what I think you did there.
Yeah, exactly. I got some good shots. Here's my website.
Oh, yeah.
Let us know.
Yeah, they'll be available for download later on this afternoon.
She's radioing into the studio. Better get those photos ready for Lounsey.
Oh, dear. I never like seeing this. I never like seeing a car parked off to the side. And I never like one of the guys from Saloons coming to grief. That's especially the Lowndes car. It's such a gorgeous car. What that does mean, though, Darren, safety car restart.
Yeah, well, and look, Brad Vaughan and Sean Jamison have sent a pretty clear signal to each other. They're willing to argue it right out all the way to the edge of the track. And, well, the interesting thing for mine, and I think for everyone watching on, is car number 12, Case Stoopman, has no title aspirations. He has no need to win any more championships in his career, but he does like to win races, and he's got the equal amount of speed, ability and experience of Jamo, and he would certainly like to battle it out with a young gun like Brad Vaughan. But what Kevy has to watch out for is the charge coming from behind. Baxter Smith, Johnson, Kieran Pridmore, Reg Ralph out of WA. He'd love to come home with a podium finish here this weekend. Ken Bright, Cruz, Blake Harris, Jeske, Shembry, and we're outside the top 10 now, and that's not even including a couple of the others that are mixed up in this pack as well, as they all just look for a little bit of fresh air after 3 laps of torrid saloon car racing with the drive events saloon car races here this weekend. That's probably the most exciting at the front of the field that we've seen, being that, as I said, Jamo's driven away with it right from the start here. Brad Vaughan, off the start, basically did a Michael Schumacher.
Yeah. Hey, look, but Darren, to be honest, it's saloon cars, so whether you're vying for a place on the DS or not today, they came to drive, and they do drive. These guys drive hard, which is why I love this category.
It is super entertaining in that commitment side of things, and you've got completely different ways of going about it. You've got, the attack sort of young driver like Brad Vaughan that will go out there and drive the wheels off it. Jamo does the same thing. Kevy Stoopman doesn't mind mixing it up a little bit. Kane Baxter Smith also doesn't mind mixing it up a little bit. Daniel Johnson will watch and act. He's very much like a total fireband day. You've got to watch and act. And then when he decides it's time to flame up, he comes through on you. But he'll do that. Not too sure of Reg Ralph. Haven't seen a lot of his racing. Kieran Pridmore, a maximum attack weapon that he is as well. So there is so much excitement inside this top 10. And then you take the next bracket outside the 10, and there's a massive battle there as well.
Sorry, Darren, I'm just watching Brad Vaughan warm up. Those poor tyres. They're getting an absolute workout down the straight.
They are not a race tyre. They're a full treaded Bridgestone, let's call it a street tyre, albeit that the high-performance upper echelon of street tyres. And they are, for the heavy weight of these cars and the performance of these cars, the tyre stands up very, very well to the punishment that gets delivered out to it. So Bridgestone have been a long-standing partner, providing a very durable and fast race car tyre. And how many times have we seen these tyres rub doors and they're not tearing the side out of them? No. They get to battle on for another day. There goes Pridmore, watching for the excitement factor there. The interesting thing is that right behind Pridmore is Kerry Bright. Pridmore, a bit of an attack weapon, and Bright likes to keep his magnificent livery as clean as he possibly can. There goes the car of Jeff Thomas, and as I touched on, a really touching thing for the end of this race for the Saloon cars, and I dare say there'll be some grown men around the track will just have a quiet moment to themselves as both Kelly Ford and Lynn Thomas get up and wave the checkered flag together. Of course, Jeff Thomas, we lost over the last bit in his racing career as well. So at the end, we're looking forward to that. Here is the last bit of competition before we went yellow flags.
Oh my goodness! Just a moment here to watch this. Oh.
Just let that unfold, hey? Here it is, Brad Vaughan. Just a little bit of ripple strip there, so he did have to take a bit of evasive action. Jamo not getting out of it in the Sedan Hotel Commodore, and there we have it. It looks to be... not sure whether we're getting ready for a race restart, but I can see the crow's nest, and there is a green flag. Yes, there is. We're going racing again. Brad Vaughan will control the field. He'll be seeing the safety car roll out. It's now in his control, and he chooses to idle up to the line, and away he goes. Nicely done. Jamo goes with him. Stoopy goes to the inside immediately, and it's like he's chosen the low line in NASCAR. The rest of the field lines up behind Stoopy. The two Commodores move over to take that inside line as well. Baxter Smith, extreme drivers right, and the bonnet up on the Nash racing car. The big Nash car, the bonnet pins have let go there, and that is about to flap up, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on there for Blake Harris. But let's have a good look at the front of this field. This is where the action is.
Yeah, Brad Vaughan is not giving anything away to Jamison, and Jamison's going to take it all if he even gives him a shot. Big shout out to the Blendline guys and Callum Brannigan for the placement of that camera on turn 4, and Darren Smith for checking it out later on because it didn't. He just needed to do a quality check on it.
Had to do a QA check down there at the Trico camera at turn 4. Here we go, talking about quality check. No need to do that because Jamo has got the lead. Brad Vaughan is absolutely wobbling around, grabbing every bit of mirror he can get on the 15. Jamo holds on. No coming together. Brad Vaughan gets down the inside, not a rub between them. Well done, Brad Vaughan. Even better, well done to Sean Jamison. He had the lead in that, and he carried it on nicely, outsideways, and wow, points it in the right direction, and power down. You cannot replace the experience that Sean Jamison brings to a saloon car race, and I can see Kevy Stoopman. He is laughing his lips off back there going, I'm glad I'm in third to watch this one.
Well, that's what happens when you apply pressure to a fantastic driver. They control it. They might get a little bit squirrely, but he caught it back. Fantastic racing. Love this. Kev
Stoopman's just watching Brad Vaughan torch the Bridgestones in front of him. We've only got 3.5 minutes left in this. Vaughan collects the wall hard. No. Stoopman avoids him. Baxter Smith avoids him. Daniel Johnson avoids him. A massive up and over the ripple strip. Bradley Vaughan clouts the wall on the exit of turn 3 on the run up to turn 4, and well, didn't tear the wheel out of it, but I'm going to say that strut tower is not in good condition on the right front of that Commodore. What that does is that gives Sean Jamison the lead back to a trio of Falcons that are going to the dirt, left, right and centre. Baxter Smith now. Daniel Johnson will be going, the last thing I wanted to do was have to race the 111 automotive car of Kevy Stoopman, the wily competitor. He'll give these guys, some real good learning.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, Darren. I'm waiting to see if they call a safety car on this, because that would just throw another spanner in the works for these guys with 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes to go in the race. But these guys, they're racing until that happens.
No, these good old boys will continue to do it. He was loose. Brad was very loose into turn 1. On the exit of turn 1, got loose, put it up on the ripple strip, launch pad, and there was not much left to do. Brad remains and still will be a very talented driver, but I don't reckon there was too much he could do there. He was a passenger once the wheels came off the ground. Let's keep the wheels on the ground, boys. That's what we learned from this, covered by yellows, so no one can get a passing manoeuvre under brakes into turn 4 there. Kev Stoopman flows the car very, very nicely indeed.
Absolutely. Daniel Johnson's having a fantastic race this weekend. Darren, he's absolutely killing it. And Kane Baxter Smith, what a mixed weekend for this guy. And he's up in third.
Wow, what a tremendous result. And As I said, emotions running high. Lynn Thomas is now up in the crow's nest getting ready to wave the checkered flag on this one. And, well, it's going to be a General's product that, well, at the moment, leads the race home, and he's got himself a 3.7 second advantage. And Jamo sort of kept clear of Brad Vaughan. I think Brad really, I'm going to say, a bit of a sucker punch, drew himself into what occurred there. There wasn't really anyone else to be drawn in on the blame of that. He was wild into 1, 2, and then it all come unstuck on the exit of 3. Pridmore now, he's got plumes of smoke coming out from underneath his car, and he's got Reg Ralph that he's racing with in the second of the Sedan Hotels car. Pridmore gets through, just nice bit of run there in the 66. Starting out at 9th, Pridmore now up to 6th place. Albeit with smoke pluming out from under the back of his car. And Brad Vaughan's car parked up, the Harris Racing car, just up on the driver's left there. And plumes of smoke now coming out of the back of the Pridmore entry. There's Bright going through there as well, doing very, very nicely indeed. A couple of the cars back down through the field here. 147 of Cody Cartledge, who we saw have a bit of an incident at the end of the last race. The Pitman Trucks entry there. And Keegan Gaunt in the number 94. So we're just looking down outside the top 20 now. Down through the drive events. Saloon cars. There's the 22, the ex-Jeff Thomas car, the bonnet flapping on still on the drive events car. He's been into pit lane to have the right-hand one reattached. Now the left one's given way. The 97, is that Shane Van Gisbergen? No, it's not. It's the 97 of Jackson out there. And Chris Jackson started off in 15th and is now in 14th, so made up one spot. Wow, this has been a 9-lap journey. I feel as though it's been going on for quite a bit longer than 9 laps, Em.
Oh, I don't. I wish they could go for another 20 minutes. These guys are fantastic. And like, they're not disappointing for such a special race and also for the end of their championship. This is the last race of their championship. They're really true to form and giving us another show.
Sean Jamieson now got the whole back straight to himself. And the field being shown the last lap board. And Jamo, he came here, when he comes over from South Australia, it's not to go home without trophies. He loves to fill the car with trophies when he goes home from any race meeting, and he's done it in emphatic style here this weekend. Kevin Stoopman holding station in P2. Kane Baxter-Smith, welcome to the podium, mate. What a torrid weekend you've had. You deserve that last step on the podium. The race 3 for the weekend, the feature race for drive events, saloon cars. Here comes our race leader, pointing his way up to the checkered flag. For the Sedan Hotel, the South Australian takes a sweet 3 from 3 victory from round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And what an amazing victory. Kevy Stoopman, age will not weary him. He just keeps coming up with the goods. Put him in your car and show him where the racetrack is, and Kev Stoopman delivers goods. Kane Baxter-Smith home in 3rd. Daniel Johnson in 4th. Karen Pridmore with smoke billowing out of his car. Reg Ralph travelled from the west to come home in 6th place. What about Ken Bright? How cool's that? He got home in 7th. What's going on here, Em?
They're getting a bit loose. Ryan Ridgway, they're taking the interesting way out, and I think Justin Shembry was taking the long way around the last turn onto the straight before.
So the EA pointing up to the finish there. Cartledge getting through. Finished off, it was Cruz, then Jeske. Shembry rounding out the 10. Martin, the 82 of McLeod. As we go to just to replay a couple of the cars from the back of the field. And that is car number 2, Brian Ridgway. And not sure what happened there. Somebody call a taxi? Well, there we go, saloon cars. A round of applause from all the trackside marshals, and sigh of relief after what was 22 minutes of racing. I'm being advised by the director to breathe now, so that's probably a good sign. If you hear a thud on the ground, that's me falling over. after that one. Em, thank you very much. I know you've got to take our debut commentator back to the airport now, so thanks for all of your input. And, of course, Joel Ramsley on debut. Watch that name. He's probably going to pass us in the next month or two and straight to the upper echelon.
He'll replace me happily. But before we go, Darren, I just want to say a big thank you to the track marshals. They've definitely had their work cut out for them this weekend. It's a thankless job. Well, it's actually not thankless. We love them and we give them big thanks when they come back at the end of the day. But they do a fantastic job for everyone here. And if it wasn't for them, we couldn't do this. So thanks again to all the marshals and volunteers out there.
And well done to Lynn Thomas waving the checkered flag on that entire field. As I said, a bit of an emotional time there. But I've got to say, a guy that did well on the racetrack. He joined us in the commentary booth when required, called races, an absolute gentleman of motorsport. And the memorial round, a big heartfelt thanks to the Saloon Cars for honouring Jeff Thomas throughout this weekend. And we look forward to more Saloon Car racing in the coming months. A quick break and be back with more racing here trackside at Sandown for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Improved production cars on track in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Can you just cook this a little bit more? Yeah. You can go. What? It's fine. No, you can go. It's fine. We know the deal. The what? We know the deal.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown. We've got a bit of a wall delay from that Saloon Cars race just before, so we thought we'd show you the dummy grid. We talk about it all the time, and here it is in all its glory. We've got improved production coming up very shortly for their third and final race of the weekend, the feature race, and it's going to be a fantastic end. The man who's been doing all of the leading so far this weekend is Ian McLennan, and have a go at the Pro Cut Monaro. Doesn't it look beautiful? And he's kindly agreed to talk to us about the race ahead. Macca, it's been a fantastic weekend so far, but how do you rate it yourself?
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend so far. Weather's been really kind to us, which has been good, and we've had some really good racing. A couple of competitors have had a few little issues which are back up the front now, so it's going to make for a really good third race.
Is there somewhere in your mind you're thinking about Nationals at Phillip Island coming up later on this year, or are you just pressing ahead as hard as you can?
Oh, definitely. Well, there's two things. We got the state championship, and then we got the Nationals at the end of the year. So trying to get all our cars in order and get a bit of race pace so we can roll up to the Nationals and be competitive.
Awesome, mate. Go well. It sounds like we might be getting the 1 minute board very shortly from Race Control, but we might just take a quick stroll up and have a look at the beautiful variety you've got with improved production. Obviously, you've got the massive V8 powered, usually Holdens and Fords at the head of the field. But you've also got some spectacular cars like this Honda Civic over here, driven by Reece Howell. Got Sean there standing by the side there looking cool, calm and collected, but that is a beautiful piece of kit. And the Gary Mackay Tirana as well. That car actually won the championship, the Victorian Championship, a few years ago, but we're getting all the whistles. It's time to wrap.
Certainly is time to wrap. Thank you, Callum Brannigan. That is the start signal that's just gone out with the whistle, and you can hear the engine starting to be fired up now in the dummy grid. Affectionately, it's known as the dummy grid. Officially, it's known as the marshalling area. Either or, it's where the cars go before they go onto the circuit. So Steve DeVries here for the final race of improved production, alongside the club president, David Cox. Dave, Ian Max got 2 from 2, and well, has Danny Timewell got anything for him? Because that's what the real question's going to be, because he had a good run at him yesterday until the unfortunate incident, but he's sided his way through the field this morning, and he's got a shot.
He certainly does. He drove very, very smartly in that race this morning. He knew he had 15 minutes of race time, and so he thought, I'm just going to pick one off at a time. I'm not going to put myself in any danger, and I'm just going to run through the field and get a good starting position for the final. So he's done an amazing job to get that. He's had so much bad luck this weekend as well. They've done broken gearboxes and starters and brake calipers and all sorts. So, but a real credit to Danny's team. They've got the car looking sensational, and it's got back up to the pointy end. But just on the dummy grid there, Steve, I think there'll be a few people that might disagree with you and call it the marshalling area. I think a lot of people say, no, the dummies are in the dummy grid. But no, I shouldn't say that. It's a really great bunch of people we have at racing, and we love it. So here we go. We're starting to move out now, so the racing's about to get underway for the final time for improved production for today.
Certainly is, with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. Here go the 30-plus cars leaving the marshalling area, headed by Ian McLennan in the Pro Cup Monaro. Mark DeFarmas, who's a bit away for about 1.5 years, actually, or pretty close to it. His last event was Bathurst last year, and then he actually did his ACL, so he's actually been on the recovery trail, so it's good to have him back. He's going to start out of P2, so third and a second for him so far this weekend's pretty handy. Then Danny Timewell and Brett Lehman on the second row of the grid. Matt Logan and Rick Hogan 5th and 6th. Scott McLean, Michael Hart, Jamie Augustine in 9th, and then Reece Howell, the first of the under 2 litre cars, in 10th.
You just go back to Ricky Hogan. There's a car there that a lot of people say is punching above its weight, because Rick doesn't race very often and doesn't have a massive budget to throw at the car, and drives it really exceptionally well. There we goes Royce Lyon as well, and then Gary Mackay, how dare I. But he drives that car exceptionally well, and it's a very low budget car, and he's inside the top 10. How good's that?
That's exactly right. So it proves that you can go racing in a category to enjoy yourself, but even sometimes the driver makes the car. The car doesn't necessarily always make the driver.
Correct. You can race on a budget in this category.
And there's evidence by the Hyundai XLs up the back. You know, a lot of drivers coming from a spec category, finding a home here in the under 1,600 litre class to improve production and making a good fist of it. There's been some very entertaining racing between those 5 cars over the opening 2 races of the weekend.
And they've done a really, really great job of keeping to their lines when the faster guys are coming through on the second time to pass them. They've actually watching their mirrors and they've got really good awareness. So congratulations to all the guys in the under 1,600 class and some of the under 2 litre class that have been passed by the front runners when they come through second and third time. So well done to you guys. Really good.
That's the biggest thing in improved production, because there is such the speed disparity between the front runners and the under 2 litre cars or the slower cars. Then you have got to spend a bit of time keeping an eye on the mirror and making sure that when they do come through, you're predictable for the race leaders. So stick to your lines and give them the track space where they need the track space. And then I guess the onus is also on the faster cars, because they need to make sure they get the move done, but they've also got to do it safely.
Cleanly. And some of these cars make similar lap times, but they make it very differently. So you might have some of the early model cars, early model Commodores, for instance, that make good straight line speed, but when you turn them, they don't turn, they plough. And so you've got to be aware that, okay, I might have a nimble car, I should be able to stick it up the inside there, but it might not necessarily work. So it's a lot of driver awareness, and this is a very good category for learning to respect other people's cars and what they can do in them.
That's exactly right. It's no different to production car racing in a way, is it? Because there's the different classes and the different speed disparities. So this effectively, it's a different form of production car racing versus the regular production car racing, but the principles are still the same.
Exactly right. And we're just waiting for the last couple of cars to come into the line, and it looks like we may have lost Brad Ross. Looks like he's just running off the back of the field, so he hasn't been able to repair that car over the time.
Yep. And away we are, setting ourselves here for turn 1, and away we go. Actually, good initial launch for Mark Defanis off the second grid starting spot. Me and McLennan didn't judge the lights, jumped quite well there. Here's Rick Hogan. He's on the outside on the run down to turn number 1. He's had a pretty decent start. Danny Timewell with a pretty average start stays in position number 3 as McLennan grabs the lead back before turn 1. Timewell holds on to third. Rick Hogan's made his way up to 4th. Great start for Rick Hogan. 2 spots gained for him. You said that car continuing to punch above its weight, getting the better start over Brett Lehman there in the 97 and Scott McLean in the 776.
The power to weight ratio there would also help the Hogan car. It's 300 kilos lighter, so it's going to get a really good start.
Certainly is, cleanly through the opening couple of corners. See there a couple of the Pulsars starting to just be a little bit ahead of the XLs here, and then Luke Valencic in the Astra at the rear. He was one of the non-finishers in race 2 earlier this morning, so he's going to try and move his way through on the field. Matt Logan's had a little bit of a poor start there as well, but he has sort of tacked onto the back of Rick Hogan here. He started ahead of Rick, and Scott's actually got them both in the last couple of corners as well. So Scott and Brett Lehman have now moved back forward to some more traditional starting spots for them. And Michael Hart now on screen here. Reece Howell in between himself and Royce Lyon in the little BMW.
Very interesting. These cars will do very similar lap times as well. So they'll just make their speed in a lot different areas. So we'll see. Royce will have the power coming down the straight, I would think, over the Honda. But looking at there, it doesn't look like it does have too much more straight line than the Honda.
No, definitely doesn't. The Honda will definitely be quicker through the corners. Once you see the gap just start to shoot up there a little bit, you can see the meterage just gaining a little bit as the Honda, the more lighter car, is able to take those corners just a little bit quicker, a kilometre or 2 hour or quicker here or there. It does make a lot of difference in some of these lighter weight cars. Look at Royce just shucking the BMW into turn number 4.
And just behind him is Gary McKay in the XU1, and it's just hanging on there rather well at the moment. So we'll see how he holds onto his tyres. And here we go, but down with the XLs, and they're coming on the back of
Luke Valencic. Oh, he's had a moment.
Yes, he certainly has. He's pulled the car off there by the look of it. Whether he's had a failure or not, we can't quite tell.
Well, yes, something there happened to Luke Valencic as he was coming out of turn number 1. I'm wondering if the car maybe's gone into like some sort of a limp home mode or something like that, because the XLs were on him pretty quickly. He rounded them up, and then it's gotten rounded up again by them, heading down to turn 2 and 3. Royce Lyon now through on Rick Hogan. getting some word from the trackside that there might be a yellow flag that's being shown down at turn number 2. We're not 100% sure if that's to do with the wall that may have to have been repaired temporarily from the previous race. I think we might have actually just lost Rick Hogan in the last few seconds there or so, seeing him pull into pit lane, so that's a little bit of a shame.
Something's obviously gone wrong there. But it's good to see that Macca out the front there has just punched out the first 16 of the weekend, a 16.9. So he's on fire this morning, but there is a yellow flag out there.
Not seeing any other flags out there to see if it's for like a deteriorating surface or some oil or something down there, but the yellow flag's out there just, I think, to be mindful of what's happened in the previous race. So we'll let's see how that happens there. Bit of smoke coming out of Jamie Augustine, number 5 there. I've been keeping an eye on that for the last couple of laps or so. And this is a car that's had a few dramas. Oh, that's a big lock-up. That's a lot of smoke. This car's had a few issues over the course of the weekend, mostly around oil and water, and even in the last race, I think he said there was the fly-by-wire throttle actually wasn't giving him beyond 80%. It would start to cause some problems, but he still managed to punch out some respectable lap times, even without full throttle.
Well, there's a real reason you have a cable. There you've always got full throttle.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's one of those
old school.
It's like one of those things, isn't it? You know, fly-by-wire sort of technology is sort of very, very new to a lot of the more recent cars. So seeing it in an older car is something a little bit unique.
Yes, it's a modern engine in an older car, but it's the way that you can make the car a lot more drivable with the turbo.
That's exactly right. Oh, there's a little bit of something just came ajar on the front straight there on the left-hand side of your picture. I can't see what that is, if it's a bit of rubber or a bit of discarded bodywork or something that's there. It's been run over in the last few seconds or so. Back to the front here, though. Ian McLennan, you said punching out those 16 there, but they both drivers actually punched out 16.7s on the previous tour. It was that... They were just a little bit faster for Ian McLennan.
Yeah, this is a little bit similar to race 1 yesterday as they were coming up to the XLs on coming down the front straight. So let's hope we can get through, and look like they caught them a little bit earlier this time, so we shouldn't have too many problems going down to turn 1. And as they move over to the side of the track and let the guys go through. But we're going to catch up 2 more of them right as we get into turn 1 braking zone, I would think.
Here comes Rick Hogan back onto the circuit as well. It's going to be a case of deja vu for leading 2 drivers, or status quo. No, status quo for the moment, but they have got a couple more XLs to get past. Now, this is important in improved production. You've got to be able to know when to execute against the differing speed type of cars here. So McLennan and
they've caught them at the perfect spot.
They've caught them at a good spot here as well. So, it's like the parting of the Red Sea there for a moment. One XL, one left, and one went right, and they both went straight through the middle.
Good awareness by all drivers involved there. That was really well done.
Here's Matt Logan. He's the current clubhouse leader in terms of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Ian McLennan's the one that's been making the ground on him throughout the course of the weekend. The margin actually down to 28 points with this race to go, and then the trip to Phillip Island coming up at the beginning of October. And then that will conclude the 5-round calendar for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. It's Jason Orchard in pit lane there in the number 78 XL. And get going, they say. Get him on his way. So he gets back out there. Not sure what that was all about, actually. Just maybe a little bit of not something... As the driver, David, you can talk about this. You can feel what's going on in a car. You can get that sense that something's wrong, even the slightest thing that's a little bit off.
Yes, you certainly can. And sometimes you think there's something wrong. You've run over something, you get a vibration, you think, oh, geez, what is that? And it's safer sometimes to come into the pit lane and go, guys, quickly look under the bonnet. You get on the radio and say, something doesn't feel right. Can you just have a quick look? I've run over something on the track, etc., etc. And they come and say, no, mate, everything's good, or yes, pull it apart and stay inside here. But obviously there was nothing wrong with Jason's car, and happy days on your way.
Certainly is. So Andre Noy here ahead of Bryson Lloyd in the little Toyota Celica. Then comes one of the Pulsars. I think that might be the number 25 back there. I think that's James Kiddos, I think, at the back of the field. So one of 2 Pulsars that's come down from Sydney this weekend. Great to have them aboard and getting their first taste of circuit racing action, I believe.
Yeah, they certainly have. They come down from Sydney, and they're looking to do Bathurst next year, so they've come down and they're going to do this round, and I believe they're going to do the next round at Phillip Island. As we go to a replay here down into turn 1, and
that's a bit wide. That's very wide for Mark Tefanis.
No, that's Scott McLean, I think you'll find.
No, that's Mark Defarnas.
Oh, it is too.
That is Mark Defarnas. Very similar looking colour schemes on those cars at the moment. The gold stripe over the bonnet, the offset gold stripe. What's that do to him? It actually didn't cost him a place, but it cost him time to Timewell and McLennan, who have disappeared off into the distance to the tune of 13 seconds here. And Brett Lehman now rounding up the number 1, 2, 4 of Rick Hogan,
which I think...
that's a bit of a lock-up there going into turn number 1.
Rick would have just eased off the throttle because he's been, as he'd been in through pit lane, he needed to just release and let Mr. Lehman go through, so he wouldn't have been fighting too hard there.
Certainly wouldn't have. Miss Brett Harris and Andrew Tickner here. Brett was, unfortunately, had a bit of a haphazard race number 2 this morning. Not only did he have a moment on the grid where the car shut off on him, but then it also, he had an issue braking down into Dandenong Road and had to surf out through the kiddie litter. So this is a much better affair for him on this occasion. While we're looking at those two, you can see them approaching the XLs, and one of them's got a little bit of a headlight. Looks like it might be hanging ajar on the driver's side.
Yeah, it certainly does. Looks like it's either a headlight or an indicator, one of the two.
Looks like it's Dallas Harvey might be the one that is there. The Mobil 1 tribute livery car on the 747 there.
And I believe that car is for sale at the moment, Steve. So I saw it for sale. I'm sure I saw it for sale sign as it flashed past. So anyone who's looking to get in to improve production, there's a car that you can buy and race next weekend.
Good starter, yeah.
It's a very clean looking car too.
McKay, Harris, Tickner, all rounding up the XLs. There's, I think it was Anthony Dana and Larry Merrifield in the Civic. They were also next in queue to round them up.
As Gary has a little bit of a nip up there on the inside tyre, but doesn't seem to have hurt him too much.
Speaking to Gary, been between race 2 and race 3. You said a bit earlier, it's been 6 years since he's raced here at Sandown. It's been about 3 years, I think, since he's been out on circuit at all. And he is absolutely loving it. Every time he comes to the circuit, he gets that leave pass from his dear wife Peter to go to the racetrack. He absolutely has a ball.
He certainly does, and it was great to see Peter out at the barbecue this morning and helping cook the sausages and the burgers. So it was really great to have Peter out on the track today.
So here we go. This is where the challenge comes in. Fancy Dana, just not quite close enough to nip there through on the inside. I think that was of the XL of Carly Fleming, and has got that done now. And now it's the turn of Larry Merrifield. He's going to have to bide his time here, I think, and just size up an opportunity coming out of turn number 4 here. We'll have a little bit more punch coming out of the corner, and should be an easy job heading up the back chute and up the hill and towards turn number 6. Back to the front with just under 4 minutes to go. This lead has not gotten that much bigger or that much smaller since the last time we saw these two. I think the largest it's been so far all race long has been about 1.1 seconds, and that's what it was about 3 laps ago. Actually, in fact, we turn our attention to the timing. It was 1.3 across the line last time around. So this is where I think Ian needs to start to try and break the spirit of Danny here. And if he can catch the traffic at the right time, it might just fall his way. What happens down here at turn number 6? They pan down the shot. That's the 76 there of Jason Orchard, just staying well out of the way there, realising what's going on. What's Danny got left in the tank? Has he got anything to stop the rampaging golden nugget, they call it? Actually, it's the yellow nugget, I think. I've just given it a new name, the golden nugget of the Pro Cut Monaro out in front.
Ian's been driving faultlessly this weekend. The car has been absolutely on song, and he's driving it really, really well. Danny's not going to leave anything, I dare say. He's just sitting there and minding his tyres and thinking, all right, I've got another couple of minutes to go. Let's wait till the last lap and we'll really wind it up.
It's akin to stalking, isn't it? Doing
pretty
that?
much, yeah. He's stalking.
That's the way. I guess that's one use for the terminology. There's a different use for it, which is not appropriate for playing race cars on a racetrack. They're coming up to John Perkins now at turn 2 and 3. Just a little bit of curb usage there, just enough to help rotate the car. That's all you really want at some of those cases. Gary McKay, that's not a healthy sign for the number 63 GP Automotive Tirana, heading up and over the hill. Plumes of smoke coming out of the back of the little XU1. That is a sad and sorry sight to see, and the cars are going to be on him pretty quickly as he's going to have to try and sewer that back to the lane. Wondering if that's something as simple as an oil line or something going on there. He's still mobile, but at a much reduced pace. Nope, not taking any risks.
No. That's not what we want to see from the XU1 of Gary McKay. It's not what we want to see at all.
No, he's out of harm's way, very, very importantly. So just a local yellow flag there. That'll be there maybe for a lap or two, just to make sure everyone's aware. Don't do anything silly coming down the hill into Danny.
Here we go. Danny Tywell has turned up the wick a bit, and he's put it into qualifying mode, and now we're off after Macca.
So the margin, 0.8 of a second last time around, and 18 dead for Macca, 17.9 for Danny, so it wasn't that much quicker. This might be a factor though. Macca through on Andrew Barstow. No, stays well wide of the two of them there. That could have been a little bit interesting, but they're through safely. Mark Defana still holds on to third. Brett Lehman and Matt Logan here, fourth and fifth. They've got heavy traffic at the moment at the last couple of corners. So Jamie Augustine, he's caught them in a big hurry now.
He certainly has, and he's got a really good run onto the straight, but the V8s will probably just pull away a little bit, but Jamie's right there in their wash now.
This is what happens in the longer feature races. It goes on for a little bit longer than you expect, so when you come across the lap traffic, it does cause a little bit of drama.
Lock-up.
Massive lock-up from Brett. That sends him a little bit wide of the ideal line for turn number one. He gathers it up. Matt's not there to take advantage of it, so he has to play defence there. Noticing that Matt's driving the car very, very straight at the moment. There's not a lot of curb usage out of the number 43 Mack Trucks entry.
It's getting good drive down, and Jamie's also must have a lot more water still in that car than what he had this morning, because he's really pushing on quite hard as they come weaving their way up the back straight in between the XLs, and they've all done exceptionally well, and it's also helped Jamie. He's been able to catch up, but I think they're going to hold him up as he goes down the hill here, so I don't think he's going to actually benefit from the traffic on this one.
No, probably a dive under brakes if Jamie wants to take the risk, but he'll stay there. He's quite happy to park it for the moment. He'll have much better traction out of the Dandenong Road corner and up through the little turn 10, which effectively is a nothing corner under the bridge. It doesn't exist. It exists in reality, but it's what they call an inconsequential corner. Moment for Brett. I think he went a little bit too deep into the second to last proper corner. Lost a gear in the process, and then he was a bit slow out. That actually did more harm than good for Matt Logan. It actually checked Matt up because he had nowhere to go.
We're just about out of time, so I'm thinking I haven't seen the last lap board go out yet, but
I think it'll go out next time around for the race leader.
And Matt Logan's actually got in front, but I think it might have put him out of position for the next turn sequence.
Didn't want to commit to the corner. Two is the grass for Lehman. He's in a bit of pain here, I think, something, because he's fighting something. Oh, Augustine, opportunistic opportunity down the inside at turn number 4. I didn't see that one coming.
No, he got a much better run because Lehman's overcooked it going in and slowed himself up. So Jamie's been able to stick it up the inside there and made a very, very good move.
Leaders taking the last lap board as we speak while we're watching this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th coming up the hill and over the rise and down towards Dandenong Road. Lehman very much on the defensive. He's made a couple of errors. Big lock up for both of
and Lehman's run wide into the sand.
Yep, and that's going to see him tour the paddock and cost him 2 spots there. So bit of perceived pressure. Matt Logan finally gets that job done, and Jamie's definitely torched that front left-hand tyre coming down the hill, and I was surprised that he didn't go sailing off into the sand trap as well.
I think Jamie may have still got a really good set of tyres underneath him. I think the two guys in front have been driving that hard. They may have done a bit of worn their tyres a bit, and Jamie's now benefiting for that on the last couple of laps, and I think he might even have a pretty good go down into Dandenong corner on the next lap.
Possibly. Well, this is the last lap, so if you want to get it done, you've got to get it done now. Traffic's fallen kindly for Ian McLennan versus Danny Timewell here, so this will be a trio of wins, a hat trick if you call it, for the 115, the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro, out of the final corner, and
Takes
that
the road.
Is a clean sweep, and I'm pretty sure it's Ian McLennan's first clean sweep of a weekend in improved production. Well done, well driven, well executed all weekend long. Great comeback from Danny Timewell this morning to finish 3rd and 2nd in today's 2 races after the accident yesterday. Good result for him. And Mark Defanis, welcome back after a year and a bit away with a 3rd place and another 3rd place yesterday and a 2nd earlier on this morning. So he's had a very, very good weekend.
He certainly has. And then we've got Jamie Augustine, who again hasn't raced for a long time. He's come home in 5th. So that well done to a car that was doing head gaskets on Friday, Saturday, and they were putting water in it just to keep it going round and round, and it's actually finished the weekend.
Scott McLean in 6th. Well done.
Yeah, good result. Good weekend for him as well. Brett Lehman 7th. Michael Hart, Royce Lyon and Reece Howell in 10th. It's interesting to see here, Bryson Lloyd's actually managed to get the upper hand over Andre Noy in the Falcon here. That's not a situation I was expecting to see. Much more nimbler car versus a car that's got a little bit more horsepower in a straight line. But Bryson's managed to do the job here. And, I'll tell you what, that's defence if there ever was any. Park it in all the right spots here and hope to God that you'll actually make it out of the final corner. He's done a really good job there, the man from the border, and gets home in the two-state electrical Toyota Celica quite handsomely there in the end. He was, if you're looking down the order, he's come home in 17th ahead of Andre Noy in 18th. And for Bryson, that'll be 3rd in the under a 2-litre class outright. Ahead of him, of course, was your class winner in Reece Howell, and it was Larry Merrifield ahead, about a couple of spots further ahead in 13th. He came home position number 2 in the under 2-litre class.
Yes, it's a very good race, Steve. We had a lot of exciting moving going on throughout the field. So that was really a very, very entertaining race. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming down to Sandown today. And we'll look forward to seeing you at Phillip Island. And we've got one more round. And then after that will be the Phillip Island Nationals for improved production in November.
Certainly will. 2 more rounds for improved production this year. One, of course, coming up at the next Victorian State round. The advantage for Matt Logan in the championship is 22 points going into that round. And then when we sign off the state championship, it's another month-and-a-half jump to the improved production nationals. We'll see you at the next one for improved production. Coming up on the other side of this, it is the Hollinger National Sports Sedans. Back soon here at the Sandown International Motor Raceway.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Services, there you go. Hello, everybody.
Welcome back, trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. A big shout out to Trico for all of their support right throughout the season. Black Mamba Racing for all of their assistance as well. Check out all of Ben McLeod's products down at his factory at Carrum Downs or www.blackmambaracing. Autohouse Vehicle Storage, Moorabbin, 0437351000. And Mentone Premix for all of your exposed aggregate requirements. Great to have all of these sponsors on board with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're not too far away from welcoming the Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans onto the track. Great shot here out of the marshalling area, hidden out between the two concrete walls, brings you out into the amphitheatre on the Sandown International Motor Raceway. Just a bit of housekeeping to do after the race this morning for points at this round. Race 2, Steve Tomasi on 75, Ash Jarvis on 67, Jeff Taunton on 68 maintains the championship lead, Brad Shields on 60, Alex Williams on 55, Steve Lacey on 50. Then we go to Michael Robinson on 45 and Daniel Tomasi on 40, and Jeremy Davison in the Honda-powered RX7 on 14 points. So that will give us a little bit of housekeeping to keep our eyes on. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Darren Hossack, and I don't know if you're anything like me, Daz, but I get just a little bit excited at the last race of the weekend for a national sports sedan event.
Yeah, of course, this race carries the most points for the weekend, so this is the one where typically the teams might keep their tyres they used in qualifying that would have been brand new. They might hang on to them and just use them in this race. So when it comes to everyone putting their best foot forward, this is typically the race where you're going to see it. Everyone's got the most to play for in this one.
We're just watching this part of the track here. It's a good shot. You can see the yellow flag entering turn 2 there. This entire part of the track for the rest of today will be covered by yellow flag. So a passing manoeuvre into turn 2 won't be on around through 3. But if you can get it done with the 3 or 4 metres between that green flag and the apex in the corner at 4, then you can. But just talking off air, and Darren Hossack says not really a passing area for a sports sedan. You're probably, I guess, you're looking for more the straight line or the big lunge under brakes down in on road or turn 2, something more like that.
Yeah, typically when you're passing, particularly in one of these cars with so much power, you're trying to get better drive traction than the car in front. So most of your passing moves are actually done or set up coming off the corner, and then you get the job done under brakes. So yes, you can normally pass into turn 2, but it's a bit of a low percentage sort of move, and certainly into turn 4 will normally end up with car-to-car contact regardless of the class.
Steve Tomasi has taken the first 2 races this weekend and driving very, very nicely indeed. He's won a national championship. He's won many races, and I would say it'd be a wise person to put if you're a betting man, put your money on him. But Ash Jarvis alongside. These guys come down from Queensland. They have the setup every time they roll it out for Ash. And the Smith guys down there, they love coming racing and certainly like taking Victorians trophies home with them, that's for sure. But the danger for mine comes from a guy from New South Wales and a guy from Tasmania, Brad Shields and Alex Williams, both in rotary-powered cars. The little Fiat there and that RX7, they are the ones that are certainly very, very hungry. Neither of them in championship contention. So taking a race win is all important here today. Right behind them is a guy that is all about the championship, the 78 of Stephen Lacey. He sits there out of P5 in the Ladera, sponsored car number 78. And Steve does a tremendous job both in the New South Wales Championship and the National Championship. He's in the IRC GTSS car out there, supported by Real Dairy and 3 Capital. So always good to see Steve Lacey at the racetrack, a dedicated sports sedan racer over many, many years. Tony Odino mixes it up there. He's in the ex-supercar there, just jumping out into the clean air. Two out laps or a formation lap, warm-up lap for the sports sedans, get the tyres nice. We covered that off with preamble yesterday, but Darren, it certainly is one of the I guess, a safety factor more so than a performance factor to get the tyres up to temp for these guys.
Yeah, that's exactly right. really to, even at the speed they're going now and with all the weaving they're doing, and they'll also be doing quite a bit of braking to try and generate some temperature into the tyres through the brakes. It's still not going to be anywhere near the temperature that the tyres will see in racing conditions. But what it means is that hopefully then when they get down to turn one, and probably more importantly, the start of the race when they put their foot down and trying to get, you know, all of 760 horsepower down to the ground, they've got some sort of drive traction, because with the bumps that are here at Sandown, even accelerating in a straight line can be a bit of a challenge with these cars from time to time.
Out of position number 7 will be the white BMW of Matthew Sims there. He is looking forward to Matt getting a good result. He's stayed out of trouble. He's been in the action, but coming home with a very clean nose at this point in time out of this round. Dan Tomasi will start out of 10th. And out of 9th is Michael Robinson. That is that black Monaro on the inside of the corner, the 360Z Nissan silhouette there for Dan Tomasi. Dean Cam in the Corvette needs very little introduction around the Victorian scenes, and I love seeing Dean at the racetrack. He goes racing for all the right reasons. He comes here for fun and enjoyment. And pretty much wherever you go with Dino, that's what follows him. For Hollinger, the National Sports Sedans Race 3, the final race for the weekend, the feature race. And there's a bit of a bump there on the start line there. Jarvis looks pretty keen to get on with it. And away we go, coming on the side of each other there with Tomasi onto the start straight. The 9 and the 44 come together. A little bit of Daytona experience coming through there for Jarvis. He's done a bit of the Daytona type TO2 racing where they get a little bit coming together on the side like that. But Tomasi drives away nicely with it. Lacey staying out of trouble there as well. Alex Williams, everybody getting around in turn 4. They've seen the yellow flag. They're well aware of the situation around there. And I'm going to say this is where the race proper gets underway as they make their way up the back straight here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's the Hollinger car out of the Tomasi shed as they storm across the top of the hill. Brad Shields in the mix there. Have a look at Dan Tomasi. He's looking out too to have a move there. There's John Hollinger in the 23 car there. James Spengler looking after the mechanics on that one for John this weekend and numerous weekends throughout the year as we get a good look at Michael Robinson's Monaro. There's the 360Z from Domain Prestige Homes, car number 99. And it is finally pointing in the right direction. There's been quite a few issues with that car as we complete lap number 1. And it will be Tomasi in the number 9 leading the way. Ooh!
Oh, you can see there, even tyres, when he put his foot on the brake, maybe a little bit too much rear brake bias there for Steve Tomasi, and the car had a big squirm in the back. I'll tell you what, Ash Jarvis is keeping the mirrors full, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Brad Shields has got him in the back of his mirrors as well, and I would suspect that Ash has just sort of flicked that mirror up and gone, yeah, we'll deal with that in about 9.5 minutes' time. Dean Cam coming off the corner nicely there. He'll know he's got pretty much an electronic groove in this track that he follows around the place in the Corvette. The rotor's just up the hill there. That's where that normally aspirated V8 really does come into its own. The torque as they start to climb up the hill. Lacey all over the back of Alex Williams now. The 37 coming under massive scrutiny from the Ladera driver out of New South Wales. And looks very, very big in Alex's mirrors there, just like his rear wing, which is absolutely huge.
Of course, we know Steve's pace because he did qualify second this weekend, so he's already shown that he's got the speed. It's now, obviously, he doesn't have track position, but yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on the back of Alex.
Brad Shields covering a fair bit more real estate than anyone else there, just getting a feel of the tyre under him. I would suggest you're going for extreme over to the driver's left and back there just to get a little bit of extra feel. When you put your foot on the brake, you might have seen what happened with Steve as he came down to complete lap number 2. Leading this race is John Hollinger in the IRC car there as well. Robbo, there's Matt Sims. In fact, looks like Dean Cam's got up all the way up to Sims. He has. Dean Cam, he's pushing hard in the final race for the day there as well. And he's going to be coming up onto the back. Oh, well, it's like Robbo challenging Dan Tomasi, and they've got Dean Cam. And they're going to have to watch closely, but Dean looks like he's on a a rapid charge, a 1:12.97. In fact, he is. He's faster than the 5 cars in front of him. Dean Cam has found his pace in the 5-star fencing outfit.
Yeah, Dean unfortunately broke a rear trailing arm mount that was welded to the diff yesterday, so that saw an early finish in qualifying for him and then missed the race 1, and then of course we had the dramas this morning. So this is really Dean's first race for the weekend, and he's making the most of it, that's for sure.
He's relishing the challenge, isn't he? Grew big orange flames out the side of the Corvette. The photographers will love that. Will draw their attention to it. He's looking right at the back of the 300Z of Dan Tomasi, and the Monaro goes through on Dan now. The Corvette lining up for a run on it, so the Nissan feeling the heat from 2 of the General's products. Dean pulls out from behind Dan Tomasi, who has had struggles with that car, and you'd have to say those struggles continue, because to get past Daniel Tomasi like that, he's got a car underneath him that he is not entirely happy with. Gee, I wish them good luck with the 99 to get that car going well. Dean Cam just understeering a little bit across the ripple strips there, gathering it all back under brakes in the 66 down at Dandenong Road.
Yeah, Dean took a lot of liberties there at turn 7. Yeah, the dramas with Daniel's 300ZX have been related to the cable that shifts the gear, and maybe there's some internals inside the Hewland gearbox in that car that are not 100% happy. But anyway, he's out circulating and they're making the most of it. There's plenty of other things on the car that they can work on as well and learn from this weekend. And it's just great to see such a beautiful car back out on the racetrack.
Daz, what temperature do the transaxles and gearboxes see in these cars?
I should know, Daz, but I'm not 100% certain. But, you know, I know, you know, John Goulet with the Audi has always battled with gearbox transmission cooling issues, and, you know, temperatures sort of, you know, maybe 140, 150. Certainly the oil doesn't like running that hot, and these gearboxes being a dog engagement gearbox means that, you know, things start crashing together quite heavily when the oil's quite thin, and the gearboxes don't like it. So cooling the gearbox is always a bit of a drama.
Well, beautiful segue to this round sponsor. Hey, Hollinger can probably solve some of those concerns if you do have an issue there. Have a look at Alex Williams now. This is where the battle's at. 2 turbocharged rotaries now. And Brad Shields, I reckon he might actually be looking for a bit of cool air. Or is that where the noise gauge is?
Well, you said it, not me. Yeah, look, it could be the noise meter. It could be bumps on the circuit. Either way, that's the line that he's taking. It's interesting what we're seeing here is that, you know, over at Dandenong Road there, Alex was right up on the back of Brad. As we can see, Steve's now right up on the back of Alex. But the little Fiat was able to gap Alex a little bit there. So we'll see what happens this time round.
You'd have to say the RX-7's got less frontal area of the Fiat. Not a lot, but just getting through the air a lot better. As we watch John Hollinger now coming under fire. Michael Robinson looks right out wide. That's a brave move across the top of the hill. He hangs with it. Gets out over the ripple strips. They give each other just enough space. Dean Campbell will arrive on the scene. He'll give just enough space as well, as Michael Robinson's run there's been sport, and Dean Camp pounces like a tiger.
Yeah.
Down he goes, Steve Camp.
Dean capitalised on that move. Robbo was a bit caught out, one back and one wide there, and Dean saw the opportunity, and with years of racing experience, he didn't need any further invitation.
Brad Shields slowing. That's a shame. He's absolutely fallen off the pace there as Lacey now starts to apply the pressure. 3.5 minutes left in this journey. This is not a spot to try and do the pass. It's under yellow flags. Oh, number 11's left out of the 37 coming off turn 3 that time. That's a big boot of throttle right there for Alex Williams.
Yeah, that's such a sad sight there to see Brad tootling around. All the boys down there have been working so hard this weekend. There seems to be a cast of thousands down there working on that car. And, yeah, it's a shame that we've seen it drop out a little bit there.
The car's had endless ignition issues right throughout this year. So, gee, I hope they're on top of that. And I send the same sentiment to their crew as what I do to Dan Tomasi and those guys, just fixing those niggly things that at the end of the weekend you just about kick the dashboard off the truck as you're heading home because it hasn't been what you wanted to get out of it.
Yeah, that's that's the nature of sports sedan racing a little bit, as we see Brad there parked up. Looks like on the entry to turn 2 on the outside there. I know yesterday they broke a blow-off valve, if you can believe that, and of course Brett Dickey, who's well known for his turbo knowledge, he knew exactly where to get another one, and he was able to help them out with that. But this is a close battle that we've got here. Look how close Steve Lacey is, right up on the back of Alex Williams there.
Wow, this is a battle for the last step on the podium, and Steve Lacey, he needs the points at the championship. Alex is a little bit of an interloper in this series this year, but I got to say, he always acquits himself brilliantly here at Sandown. Some of the best. Oh, he steers off up where Thomas Randall put it not that long ago in the Saab. Wow, I tell you what, lucky for him, that is a hard top through there, because in years gone by, that would have been a nasty off there, but he's called it a day. Sadly for the Rotary fans, the 2 Rotors are now out of this race. Dean Cam comes sliding through there into P5. Lacey will go into P3. Hey, but what it will be, when the timing line comes across at the end of this one, it'll be Lacey and the guy that came from rear of grid, car number 66, slides into P4 on the road.
Yeah, Dino just doing his thing, isn't he? I spoke to him earlier on, and he was, going to get one of his usual beautiful starts that he said, and he's just, picked them off one at a time, and a few have fallen by the wayside, and, for a bloke that was the last one to enter, as he usually is, look where he's ended up.
This is awesome. This is what sports sedan racing is all about. Just keep plugging away at it. And if anyone's good at plugging away at it, it's Dean Cam. And this Corvette, it's had a very, very storied history with Dean, multiple championships. And let me tell you, as far as 50k plates go, the guy right behind him, he's the one that takes most of those plates home at the end of the season as well. And the last lap board has gone out for Stephen Tomasi. One more journey around Sydney, not Sydney, it'd be Sandown International Raceway, as he stamps his authority on the Hollinger National Sports Sedans, and what a nice way to do it, with Hollinger on the bonnet, down each side and across the rear wing there. He's represented his sponsor well, dragged them along as the round sponsor, and I've got to say, Hollinger Engineering, you really have been delivered. What is an immense weekend of national sports sedan racing. Be very, very proud to have your company logo on all of these cars as we watch Stephen Tomasi, which it comes very, very hard, and it takes a lot of work. Hoss, you touched on how much micrometer perfect engineering that Stephen tries to do on this car earlier today, and here's the reward, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That car is a big part of his life, and, it's something that's on his mind every day. And, once again, the car looks fantastic, and it's great that he's been rewarded with a successful weekend.
Stephen Tomasi takes the checkered flag in the Hollinger Engineering signed written car in the Hollinger Engineering race to Ash Jarvis in P2, some 7 seconds further behind. And we've got issues in the back straight now. It's Dan Tomasi. He's got flames licking out the side of his car. To the line, though, it'll be Stephen Lacey in P3. Welcome home to P4. Dean Cam in the number 66. Michael Robinson in 5. John Hollinger brings it home in position number 6 in the 23 IRC car. As look at that, that is not what we wanted to see. Stephen pulls over, and Dan is well and truly out of the car there as well, walking away, the officials trackside there. But Stephen looks to be rummaging around for his handheld extinguisher there as well. So checkered flag continues to wave as we see Matt Sims come to the line in position 7, Tony Ordino in 8, Francois Habib coming home there in 8th place, and will be our final finisher, because graphic pictures coming out of the back straight now as smoke continues to come out. The fire is arriving now, but it is well and truly smoke pluming out of the 300 ZX. And that's a real shame. Darren Hossack, well, we can't take anything away from Stephen Tomasi. He's not enjoying himself right now, helping his dad put a fire out there. But 3 from 3 doesn't happen very often, does it?
No, he's doing what he can do. He's, can't control what happens with anyone else. He can just control what he does. And you'd have to say this weekend he's just done it perfectly, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Ash Jarvis and the Smiths have travelled a long way from Queensland. They've been rewarded with a second place here. And I would actually say probably second place in the round. Yes, it will be to Ash Jarvis. Stephen Lacey's done everything he possibly can in the last race of the weekend to keep his national championship hopes alive. John Hollinger, driven brilliantly all weekend, and in the results they're in fourth. Michael Robinson continues to do a great job, I'm going to say, as a whole, domestically with this series. He puts a lot of effort to keep these cars going and entering and encouraging people to continue to enter there as well. Dean Cameron, just looking on the timing sheets, has been relegated back down, but we have had some timing glitches here today, but he did get across the line in fourth place. Darren Hossack, thank you as always for lending your expertise, experience, wealth of experience in national sports sedans, and it's been the Steve Tomasi's weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, absolutely. He's done everything he needed to do, and it's been a good weekend for the Tomasi family up until about the last 2 minutes ago, and I hope for their sake that the damage of the fire, which clearly there is some sort of fire, is more cosmetic than anything else.
Certainly there's no more smoke coming out from that part of the track there, so let's hope that as you say, the damage is limited to just some probably, I'm going to say wiring looms are always the first things that end up being damaged, and they're probably the hardest things to get fixed up again. But we wish the Tomasis all the very, very best for their continuation in the championship. And 3 from 3 from Steve should be celebrated. We'll be back with plenty more here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. On track next is the Supercarts, their feature 8-lapper. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale-force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
888 Capital Group Home Loans, or 888 Home Loans. The right home loan advice can make you a big difference in your life. Whatever your needs and situation, 888 Home Loans can find you a suitable solution whilst guiding you through the entire home buying process. 888 Home Loans have been a proud supporter of grassroots racing and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for several years now. The team is led by Cam McKinnon, who is actually here spinning the spanners on the car that just came fourth in that last race. Cam McKinnon, and he is also an active racer in the series himself. Lives and breathes the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Does Cam? Call 888 Home Loans now on 1800 188 800 or visit their website at www.888capital.com.au. Great to have 888 Home Loans as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Karting Madness got a great activation here at the track down in the commercial area in Trade Alley here today. Karting Madness, Australia's largest indoor go-karting centre with 2 locations here in Melbourne, in Bayswater and in Braybrook, along with impressive indoor tracks. Karting Madness has a state-of-the-art racing and also golf simulators, amusement arcades, a licensed cafe and much, much more. Karting Madness is set up in Trade Alley down there, and you can see their carts, you can see their activations. Make sure you book your next school holiday, birthday party, Christmas breakup, whatever it might be. Get onto a Karting Madness. Book online, enjoy the thrill of racing with Karting Madness. Great to have their partnership right throughout this year. Mentone Premix Concrete. Mentone Premix Concrete, the 4th generation family-owned business and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to their state-of-the-art showroom, showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep, so you are in the best possible shape for your next event. Led by Victorian State Circuit Racing sports sedan competitor Ben McLeod. The team is based in Carrum Downs, so check out their products through aligned Black Mamba Racing distributors or visit www.blackmambaracing.com.au. Autohouse Vehicle Storage, Moorabbin Autohouse Vehicle Storage is created in 2018 with a drive to offer motoring enthusiasts a safe location to store their special vehicle away from home. Autohouse has moved to a new location in Moorabbin with amplified security measures in place to protect customer vehicles as if they were their own. For less than $100 a week, you can store your race car, weekender, project car and or enthusiast vehicle with a secure facility that provides peace of mind above all else. Autohouse also has a Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship community member offer. Sign up for 6 months and receive the first month free. Offer valid until August 30. Visit the team along Trade Alley here at Sandown and you'll see an Lexus LC500 and the Gazoo Racing Corolla at their activation. Give out Autohouse Vehicle Storage Moorabbin a call on 0437 351 000. And let's talk storage. Let's talk car racing. We can't be too far away now from welcoming Supercarts onto the track here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Some good shots just being provided around the track here. So no cars currently on track, just some service vehicles making their way back into position, ready for the Supercart race, which will be next on our program. This race was scheduled to start at 2:55, so we are about 15 minutes behind time on that aspect of it. But this is certainly the feature race for this weekend for the Victorian Supercarts Championship. We'll take a quick break here, trackside, and we'll be back with live pictures for the Supercarts as they make their way out on track.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact, for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Just a quick update for those fans watching online, waiting for the Supercarts to make their way on track, which I believe there is an international audience waiting for us all to jump onto. We have a clean-up going on for the Dan Tomasi 300ZX Sports Sedan that had a bit of a fire towards the end of that last race. We'll get down to Callum Brannigan, who is in pit lane now, ready for us.
Thank you, Darren, down here in pit lane. And as he mentioned, there is a bit of a clean-up operation to pick up the pieces from that Nissan 300ZX. And look, we've still got plenty of racing coming your way, but we thought we'd chat to Joel Ramsey once again because he's done such a sterling job this weekend behind the wearing the cans in commentary. But we thought we'd throw him under the bus as well to do some video in front of camera stuff as well. We should point out as well, we encourage you to follow Vic State Race Series via the social media pages. Vic State Race Series on Instagram, and if you type it in the search bar into Facebook, you can find the relevant page as well. We actually just ticked over 1,000 followers on Instagram, which has been a little bit of a goal, a little bit of achievement for us working behind the scenes to get the follower count on Instagram up. So big thank you to all the people who are thorough supporters of grassroots motorsport, and we thank you all for tuning in to all of the action coming your way for round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown. I've been wobbling on for a little bit here, Joel, but obviously you've had an amazing weekend here up from Tassie. You've got to fly home very shortly, but obviously let's talk about tyres. Tyres, we've talked about them during the XL race, Pit Lane Cartel. It's one of your specialties, but it's worth touching on because we've got 10 different categories racing here this weekend. It's quite a variety of tyres, but what people probably don't realise is that there's quite a huge amount of infrastructure with trucks rolling in any given race weekend to supply tyres to the field. But obviously that's a field you've had a lot to do with in terms of getting the rubber from the truck to the cars. How exactly does that work?
Yeah, well, it depends. It all gets delivered to depending on who the tyre manufacturer comes to. So, for example, if we're talking about Pirelli, we'll bring a B double load. So it's 2 whole trailers of tyres to the track for the GT cars. We've got here Chris Stuckey Tyre Services, been around forever. Stalwarts of the tyre industry. They've got a smaller truck here for the Dunlop series. So this is fitting for your XLs and anyone else that's using the Dunlop tyre. So it's a one-stop shop. Literally, you can go up, you can buy your tyre from, he'll strip your old tyre off, fit your new tyre, good to go.
And it's full service at the circuit as well, because a lot of people come to a race meeting with pre-marked tyres, and it's up to them to engage the tyre suppliers and get some new ones bolted onto the car for the weekend.
Yeah, correct. So like we're talking to the XL competitors before, so they'd come up to get a new set of tyres. They had unfortunately there was a hole in the sidewall, so that's not something you can race on. So had to get a new tyre. So Chris there at Tyre Stuckey Services fitted up a new tyre for the competitor, straight back out, good to go.
Absolutely, and it goes from multi-weather tyres. I think the XLs are running something that might resemble a rain tyre more than probably a multi-weather tyre, but you've also up and down the grid, you've got cars that are capable of running in all sorts of weather conditions. Thinking of Formula Fords running on Yokohama AO 48s, it's an incredibly diverse tyre. It's also a robust tyre as well because it can just deal with the complexities of, usually it's a challenging weather condition here at Sandown, but for the teams and drivers, it's usually just making sure that the tyres are tuned into the race conditions rather than having to go and throw another set of slicks at it to suit.
Exactly right. You want to make sure you're at the right pressure so the tyre's performing at its best. So, and we're kind of lucky that Sandown's not too hard on tyre degradation. Somewhere like Sydney Motorsport Park is a lot harder, especially on the rear tyres. Here, yes, you are turning left a lot, but it doesn't affect the tyre too much. So speaking to the XL competitors, that there are people that are literally doing a whole season on a set of tyres. They're a $150 tyre and a lot of bang for buck there.
And obviously budgets do vary up and down pit lane. So with National Sports Sedans here this weekend, they'd probably have a new set of tyres or perhaps multiple sets of tyres depending on what the conditions call for the particular race. But the best part is you throw them on a trailer and then you've got a pretty good set to go testing with as well.
Exactly right. And that sort of data, if you've got the time and got the money to do it, that's definitely key to bettering the race car and getting better times. And you're learning the track, your better turn-in points and where you need to be, your braking points. So that all works in the favour of the competitor to spend a little bit of money. But if you want to do it on a shoestring, you can still do it and have a hell of a lot of fun.
How about VicV8s? You've been watching those fairly thoroughly this weekend, calling a couple of races. There's been thrills, there's been spills. But is this your first time seeing these cars in the flesh?
Yeah, actually, first time in the flesh. Obviously, it dealt with V8s and V10s and stuff in previous categories with V8 Supercars and GT. But it's just actually the diverse range of cars blows me away. From early EL, there's an XB, there's an XA Falcon, there's Tiranas, there's an A9X Tirana there. It's just so cool, the amount of machinery you've got and how well presented it is for its age. Nearly a museum piece or something. But these guys get out there and race these cars. I know Danny's Western Bodyworks car, that's about a $400,000 car. That's a lot of bang for buck you're going to rip around the track. And I know that's pushing 650 horsepower. So you can drive your white goods on the road. I will have one of those cars all day long. I don't know about you, but it evokes emotion, that the sound, the noise, the way to feel as they rip past up here straight. So that's always a good thing.
It's also the smell, isn't it?
Oh, yep.
Now, look, obviously this weekend we've got so many categories, like 10 categories I think it is in all, with a few classes split amongst them all as well. So you get double bang for your buck. It's a big thanks to all of the people who've shown up here this weekend to show their support at the gate and sitting in the stands and enjoying all the racing. So I believe we've got race action coming your way very shortly. So we're going to
1 minute.
Yeah,
1 minute to Supercarts.
And I'm hearing cars. So we're going to wrap up here in pit lane. We'll go to a quick break and we'll come back with Supercarts very shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks, with cost of living higher than ever.
Supercarts making their way out on track. Don't slip on the banana, whatever you do, heading out onto Sandown International Motor Raceway as we see the full field of Supercarts rolling out. We come to, I guess, the sun setting on this round, the round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Supercarts feature race to come, Formula V feature race to come, 944s, XLs and VicV8s, so still 6 fantastic races to come. I've been joined again by Rolf Grieve from the Victorian Supercarts Club. And, well, this is the longer distance race. Got to brim those tanks to get through 8 laps at Sandown.
That's it. And some of those carts were sitting on the pre-grid area with their engines running. And after the events that unfolded in the last race, I'm sure that they would have been shut down in a hurry because they tend to measure out the amount of fuel they need to do the amount of distance they have to cover. So,
what sort of tank capacity are we talking here on these cars?
Generally, it's about 7 litres on average.
Okay, so we're going to what's 3/4 of a litre per lap sort of thing?
Yeah, I guess it would be somewhere like that. I did see one tank that was near empty earlier today, but he did have a carby issue and was having a massive leak from there all over his arm. And that was the Clark cart that slowed considerably towards the end of the last race.
So let's have a look at how they'll line up. Nick Shembry will lead the field away in the GP numbered car. Then it's Tim Clark, cart number 1 with Colin McIntyre right alongside 2 Victorians there, and Lockie J and James Bowden, who's driven very, very nicely indeed from South Australia and getting some good rewards in the class there. Lee Filipponi, then it's Jeff Lawrence. The 2 carts there with Duckworth and Bonacorso. They're the other way around, sorry.
The stock Hondas, yep.
Yep, they're Bonacorso to Duckworth. Ross Okapini will lead Hayden Veldaway to Jessica Sanjay Pera, Liam Cowan, Zen Kramer, Alexander Martrick as we get the first group underway. The first grid gets off and away very, very nicely indeed. And as we've seen at the start of each and every race, Nick Shembry running off and hiding at this very point of time. Twin engine GP kart 250 and getting away. We touched on the last race, a couple of these karts out in front. They're terminal speed, if you like, up the back straight. Got a little bit more that we'll get Rolf to enlighten us on, as this seems to be the part of the pack that has given us a lot of entertainment.
Oh, this is just brilliant racing from these guys in the lights, and to see young Jessica, only a few race meetings in, to be sitting where she is. She'll be beside herself with absolute pride. And these guys are super heavies down the back. They're also having a ding-dong dice, and it'll be interesting to see the final wash-up. And really, you can throw a blanket out of a lot of these guys, and there's not much in it, and they've all traded their spots throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is there.
Yeah, totally agree with you there, Rolf. They're certainly given us some good displays as we are now watching Tim Clark leading his part of the field.
Yeah, getting away from Bowden by the look of it. And he's come a long way and moved forward as well. And Colin McIntyre, who's had a pretty good run, currently sitting in second, but he won't throw the hat in there. He'll be waiting to pick him off. And it looks like he may have just done that at the end of the straight. The lead swapped again in super heavy by the look of it. And, Clark's slowing. It's not a good sign. There'll be some mechanical issue there for sure. To drop back that badly.
Slowed pretty dramatically, didn't he? Looks to have got it motivated again now, but certainly trying to keep it going. Just have a good look at Joe Brancati there in the 13. Bright yellow and lime green there for Joe. As the lights start to make their way through. That was Darren Tyler we were looking for, and just off the back of that shot there was Zara Scasella there as well. Good to see Zara coming through.
Clark's had a spin.
In a straight line.
That's going to be, he obviously bucked going over a bump there and he didn't catch it. That's a disappointment for Tim. He was having a great weekend.
He's certainly having a really good result in that class, the 125 gearbox class there, Tim Clark.
Yeah, and remember too that he would have been doing upwards of 180, 190 kilometres an hour.
We were just actually, before we came on, you had a little bit more data on the other classes on their terminal velocity up the straight.
Well, these guys that we're looking at currently, the non-gearbox light, their terminal speed up the back is about 150 kilometres an hour. And 160 kilometres an hour. And then conversely, the heaviest group, the super heavy guys, they're doing about 150 kilometres an hour. And it's a 125 non-gearbox class kart. So it's there goes Clark. He's had a seize. That's what it is. He's nipped it up. That's caught him.
Wow. That'll get your attention every day.
Oh, yes. It'll be a brown trouser moment, that one.
So we move on from a brown trouser moment to this fantastic shot provided to us by
the stock unders are close.
And here's our groups on the main straight here. This is the pack that we're watching as we just get a good shot of Nick Shembry
catching the heavies, yeah. This will be interesting coming into one. So I know that Rod was saying to me earlier that Shembry, when he took him up the back straight, it was a bit of a heart moment as Shembry went past 200 kilometres an hour. So it'll be interesting to see where Nick decides to go past them here.
I know in the earlier race today, the closing speed when he came up the inside of them up the back straight was almost like one of those kind of moments. Where'd who go?
Exactly right.
The outside and accelerated away. The 52 getting up on the ripple strip and spinning around.
We've had 53 go out. That's
Hayden Veld.
Hayden Veld, and I think it is Jessica as well. She'll be so disappointed with that, and Hayden will be very disappointed as well. It'll be really interesting to see what the outcome of that was.
Well, that was up on the ripple strip, gassed it up and spun around there. There's certainly no water on those painted ripple strips, but they can be slippery. Red flag. So we must have, that cart must have...
Well, there may have been a third one in amongst it as well.
Who knows? Yep, that has brought this race undone, and those cars have rightfully so headed into the pit lane, and we will see what unfolds here and now. This whole part of the track has been null and void, yellow flag for 3 races now, so certainly no overtaking between 2 and 4. Where we saw one of the Saloon cars with Brad Vaughan, the South Australian, hit the wall over there, and they were a little bit worried with the engineering involved there, so they've been covering it with flags, and we're just seeing recovery vehicles being dispatched. So just looking with Williams, Anderson, Tyler, Burke and Scarcella have already made their way back into the lane under these red flag conditions, and they're all just forming their way up back down in pit lane. I've got to ask Rolf, there's a number of these carts we know that do have starter motors on board, but I'm sure there's others that don't. When they stop in pit lane, how do we get them fired back up again?
It's a push start.
Okay.
And their crews or their push starters will not be far away. They'll probably be watching the races from the garage, above the garages. They'll be making their way into pit lane, and whether it's declared or whether we get a restart remains to be seen.
As Alan Moffat referred to them at Bathurst all those years ago, here come the vultures to pick you up off the side of the road and return you to the pits.
That's it.
And that is what we're seeing, and numerous recovery vehicles being dispatched now out of the gap in the fence at turn 1, where we have a lot of you can see the tow trucks lining up to be allocated their jobs down there. The leaders are now also made their way into pit lane. Victorian Supercart Club, very active with race meetings. Rolf, do you know where the next round is being held?
Yeah, next round is next month. I forget the date. It could have been around the 20th of September at Calder Park.
Okay, well, if they thought it was bumpy here at Sandown Calder Park, we'll sort them out.
Well, we've just sort of come off the back of a Calder Park to come here, so it was good training in a sense.
That's right. Good training to vibrate the horizon around a little bit.
Yeah, well, the guys sort of been saying that, you know, the bumps really here in the straight, especially in this front straight that we're looking at now, and you can see the surface change. Whereas in the corners it tends to be smooth, whereas Calder, unfortunately, has got that many bumps in the corners.
I guess
which unsettles.
The drivers are wearing we saw the neck braces earlier to take the support of the weight of the helmet for bouncing around as well. Is there use of things like kidney supports and things like that?
Some of the guys wear rib protectors, yeah, for comfort and for just, you know, for safety, but not an awful lot of them, to be honest. And certainly not in. I've not seen any of them in the 250s or 125 classes. It's really in Rotaxes.
One of our stewards here this weekend, in fact, I think he's the chief steward, David Ballinger, was a supercarter for a very long time.
Yep, and a long-time member of our club. Yes, David used to race 80s back in the day, and unfortunately broke both thumbs at Winton one year. That was...
Well, that would hurt.
Yeah, I reckon it would.
Yeah, certainly give the hump thumbs a good belting. So we do have a delay down at Dandenong Road where there's some flashing lights, just getting some carts loaded back up there. We might take this opportunity just to thank all of our officials and volunteers around the track, from our flag marshals, which are the higher profile ones because they wave the flags and get all the attention, the long-standing method of communication to let the drivers know, be aware of dangers that are ahead, slippery surfaces ahead, in the result of safety, a red flag. Of course, we all love to get to the checkered flag first.
Yep, and none of us would be there without these guys and girls out there volunteering their time.
Absolutely, and it's from fence to fence, really. There's paddock marshals, there's pit lane marshals, grid marshals, our race secretaries that work for months and months in advance, and we send our great thanks to Karen Hamer and Hannah Holloway for putting this race meeting together, along with all of the fantastic team of the Australian Sports Sedan Association for this round 4 here at Sandown. We might take a quick break, I think, here, Rolf, and be back hopefully with a resumed Supercart race. We'll be back when we know more. In fact, I've just been given the information the race has now been declared. So not a good way to finish what has been an awesome 4-race weekend.
Yeah, the declaration of the end is not surprising, given the difficulties that we have, I guess, in restarting necessarily. But by the same token, before we go, I'd like to thank the Australian Sports Sedan Association for having Supercarts at this race meeting. It's been really, really great. We've enjoyed it, and we hope we can continue a longer-lasting relationship with them.
I've got to say, and if in the future you can get the same part where you're pitted, it doesn't matter what the weather's doing. You guys get to stay dry down there.
That is perfect for us. I mean, well, we get that wet out on the track anyway.
Yes.
It'd be nice to get out of the rain in the paddock area.
No, well, thank you very much, Rolf, and to all of your club members for putting on such a great display. It's been a long time since we've seen Supercarts here at Sandown, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable to see. I guess we've got each end of the sport, haven't we? We've got the big bangers in the sports sedans, and we've got these absolute insanely fast Supercarts as well. Thanks, Rolf. Thanks to all of the Supercarts. We'll be back with plenty more racing to come, where we'll go straight into Formula V racing, 944 Porsches, Circuit XLs, and Vic V8s will round out the events of today. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... right? No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside, everybody, to the fourth round of the Trico Victorian State Race Series. After a short delay on track, we are getting back underway with the final 4 races of the weekend, and we're going to start it with Formula V. So all the races have unfortunately been shortened by a couple of minutes. So this looks like it's set to be a 13-minute sprint affair to finish things for all the remaining categories. And Formula V is now out there on the circuit. Steve DeVries here with you. Alongside me is Tom Reed. And Tom, well, we've been talking it up all weekend. Championship Sunday. It's the last race of the series for the Formula V. And at the moment, Andre Curion's got one hand on that State Series trophy for Formula V, but it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, final race for Formula V and final race for their state championship. It's all Andre Curion's to lose pretty much here. Something drastic would have to go wrong for him to cough up the series lead to Ashley Whittington, your reigning champion in the State Series. Rocco Spinley will be off pole position here. Andre Curion behind him in P2. Brock Hamilton did a great job to get back to the podium after what happened to him on the last lap earlier this morning or yesterday's race. So he'll look to possibly even take a race win here.
Yeah, certainly. So one thing that happened for Ash Whittington is in that last one-lap sprint finish this morning, Rocco Spinley managing to get the jump on them and managed to get that victory, which is not what Whittington wanted to see. He needed that win very, very urgently, and he needed a couple of cars between himself and Curien to really take the fight down to this final race. Currently, the margin stands at 22 points, first to second, and Rocco Spinley pretty much safe in third for the State Circuit Racing Championship Formula V. So he's under no direct threat from behind, but he'll still want to finish on a high. Brock Hamilton will look to get another podium, possibly a win out of this one here. So the top 4 or 5 cars is what we're going to be looking for, just to see how it all plays out. So we're focused in on the last runner here at the back of the field, which is Matt Bode. He's going to be your 14th and last car. Damien Spinello, who we saw facing at a really awkward angle into the barrier near the pit entrance earlier this morning. He's a non-starter for this one. Too much damage to the rear of the number 49 Jacer out of the Akira Motorsport stable. So 14 runners suiting up for the final race of the weekend for Formula V. What a launch from Andre Curien. Plucked first gear into second gear beautifully. Launches away from P2 on the grid. Spinley sits in behind him. And here comes the reigning champion, Ash Whittington. He's looking left, he's looking right. And I think he's just going to have to stay right where he is in third place for the moment, because it's going to be a short, sharp affair, and you're going to have to pick your moment at precisely the right time to get that pass done. So he's in a good spot there. Matt Basso moves up into 4th place ahead of Brock Hamilton. So that's your top 5 as they come into the opening sequence of corners, and then up the back chute, past the Trico authorised wiper expert wall cam, and up the back straight for the first time.
Just a perfect start there from Andre Curien, but all that gap will be depleted once they get to the top of the hill with Rocco Spinley hard in the slipstream here as they snake left and right. Curien trying to break the toe, but Spinley's going to have a run here and will go to the inside by the time they get to 6.
Yep, good slingshot and good situational awareness from Andre there. Just eased out of the throttle a little bit, just not wanting to fight the argument too hard, too early. Downhill here into Dandenong Road corner. Good little group here, just trying to make a break for it. Hamilton at the rear of this train. Then is the next car, the number 17 of Ash Clifford in 6th. Then behind him, Shane Purvis, Darren Power, Cameron Bell, who's had a really solid couple of last rounds in Formula V, and Charlie Richardson, the orange number 16, the Pogo Espresso and Jackal fencing machine inside the top 10.
Damien Spinello, a non-starter in this event. He had quite extensive gearbox damage after the race this morning. A lot of gear oil leaking out the back of that car, and they've decided to pack that up and go home. Andre Curien takes the race lead back from Rocco Spinley down the front straight. Whittington still running in third.
All very fair and all very hard fought at the moment, and you can see this opening group of cars, these first 5 cars, have opened up a nice little margin. It's about 1.5 seconds, not just between the first one and the third and the 5th car, but also between the 5th car and the 6th place car of Ash Clifford. There he is, just trying to keep clear of Purvis and Power, who are going to hopefully try and work together to see if they can reel in the 17. up the back straight here. And Campbell running on his own. Mick Fisher's had a reasonably decent start. He's latched right onto the gearbox there of the Jacer of Charlie Richardson coming out of turn number 4. So he might try and swing a move down the inside here on the approach to turn number 6. Then behind Mick, you've got Cody Boys, Matt Bode and Corey Horter. They're the last of the 14 cars that are on the circuit. All the focus is naturally going to be on the front of the field here because this is where we will expect the race victor to come from. And of course, you've got Andre Kieran not wanting to put a foot wrong here. We've in Victorian State Circuit Racing, DNFs can be very, very costly. He's very wide there. Andre Kieran almost gave him the curse there at that point. Runs the right-hand side tyres through the grass on the exit of turn 12. Flirting a little bit with disaster this early is not a good sign.
He doesn't need to be risking it this much. He doesn't need to be pushing that car as hard as he is, because where he is at the moment will be more than enough of an advantage for him to take the championship. Of course, every race car driver wants to win, but sometimes you just need to bring it back a couple of notches. Car 1 has taken the lead and has opened up a fairly large margin here through 2, 3, 4 chicane. Spinley got beached on the exit curve of turn 1 and that just halted his momentum, but it seems to me that it's turning into a 5-car breakaway at the front.
Certainly is. Margin between Clifford and Purvis and Power hasn't opened up too much more, and it hasn't gotten any smaller either. So that's very much an elastic gap in a form. So it just closes up under the braking zone, and then it goes back to where it was down the straights.
Kieran got past Rocco Spinley there for P2. Was able to tow past the Acura Motorsport car down the hill. Having a look here at car 17 of Ashley Clifford, followed by number 6 there of Shane Purvis. Darren Power just behind them. This is the battle for P7 to
6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah. So it's a long time the number 17 there of Ash Clifford has been a black car with the gold band sort of on the air intake cover at the top. So it's been taken a bit of getting used to see the blue metallic wrap on that car. It's very similar to the sister car, Brock Hamilton, that's in the stable there. His is a flat blue versus the metallic sort of wrap on on Ash Clifford's car. So that's a lot of blue cars in the field this weekend. Up the front, putting the pressure on as Clifford continues to hold P6 and putting Ash Quiddington, putting Andre Kieran under a little bit of pressure here, just trying to force the argument a little bit without really sending it up the inside. This whole concept of perceived pressure, you can just keep the attack up, keep dancing around in the mirrors, keep getting your opponent thinking. Sometimes it leads to mistakes, and then sometimes your opponent just is immune to those distractions and then knows what the gig is and then just decides, nope, I'm not going to play any of those games. I'm just going to keep continuing to do my own thing.
Matthew Bode on shot there with Cody Boys. Those guys running down in 12th and 13th respectively.
That's actually quite a good little train there as well between, so Bode having passed Boys and Horder in quick succession. There's not too much there. You can see the gaps on your timing there. That's the gap between each of the cars. It's not from the race leader. So Bode's 2.7 behind Fisher, but then Boys and Horder within less than a second of each other and of Cody, of Matt Bode as well. So he's slowly making his way through the field. The much maligned Sabre 02 hopefully can start to tow those drivers a bit closer up the field and maybe close in on the back of Mick Fisher in the next couple of laps. We see a new fastest lap of the race there for Ash Quiddington, a 27.8. A little bit off the qualifying pace that we saw yesterday morning, which was a 27 flat for Andre Kieran. That was what the pole time was. That was a very quick time in its own right.
A lot of curb there from Andre Kieran. Doesn't need to be risking the car at any stage throughout this race. He did a 27 flat, like you mentioned, which I think he was very happy with.
Yeah, extremely yesterday when I talked to him as well. You know, there was a lot of fast drivers out there, and it was his last flying effort was that 27 flat that netted him the pole position at the end of the day. So it was a very good lap for him. Very, very impressed with it and very happy.
He's
down there in the garage
and got that car working nicely for him. He's chipped away over the years to get it to where it is at the moment, and he's at the front in the box seat to take his first Victorian State Championship.
The pace has just lifted a little bit out the front here. I think they've been told that the timing is going to be a little bit less in the racing, so you can see that Quiddington and Kieran are trying to lift the intensity. You've got Spindley in the 82 trying to go with them. Brock Hamilton looked like he'd lost a little bit of ground at the beginning of this lap. He's gathered that back up now, and Matt Basso hasn't quite been able to catch on and go with them at the moment. He's still there or thereabouts, but he's just losing a 10th here and a 10th there. Still a very, very impressive weekend from the 15-year-old. And he's done extremely well. There's been a long time, I guess, in terms of Formula V racing for him, having raced at Sandown earlier in the year and not gone as well as he had hoped to return to, I guess, the scene of the crime and to be in a completely different car under a completely different sort of set of management and race assistance from the Sabre Racing Cars team. He has definitely acquitted himself much, much better. He's learnt those lessons from his first trip here, and he's driven extremely cleanly throughout the weekend so far.
Charlie Richardson looking to make a move there on car 4 of Cameron Bell, but can't get that done, and she'll tuck into the slipstream.
She's broken away here as well from Mick Fisher. So Mick at one stage was looking pretty threatening behind the number 16, and Charlie's been able to drag herself away from Mick and catch up to the back of Cam Bell. Top 10 finish for her in the previous race, and staring down the barrel here of 9th is on offer. If she can make that work, then it's a fair old effort to catch up to the back of Shane Purvis in the closing couple of laps for 8th place.
So we've been around the circuit 5 times already, and I think there's been 7 or 8 lead changes in this race. It's just something you don't see in many racing categories. Shows how fantastic Formula Vs are. They're so close, it's all about momentum, and at the moment, car out front, car 32 has the momentum. Ashley Whittington looking to close that gap and just try and do anything he can to give him the smallest shot of taking back the championship. But at the moment, it's all car 32 out front. Rocco Spindley going for a move here. This is not what Whittington needs, but he has to just tuck in behind and bide his time a little bit.
Yeah, no choice at that point. The car was firmly down the inside of him. It's now a 4-car group. Matt Basso hasn't been able to live with the pace. The leading group of 4 cars, all in the 27s last time around. Basso a 28.9, and the lap before that 28.4. So he's unfortunately lost the draft and lost the tote. So he's going to be resigning himself to 5th place as it stands right now, unless the leading group starts to fight a little bit too hard and hold each other up, and then he might be able to play a bit of catch-up. But he's all on his own there at the moment in 5th place as the top 4 come over the rise, up the hill, and head down into turn 6. Bit of a lonely race as well for Ash Clifford in 6th place, with Darren Power and Shane Purvis still pretty close together. And then, as we said before, Cam Bell fending off the advances of Charlie Richardson over 9th and 10th. Keeping an eye on the timing control tower here. They're getting ready to hold the last lap board out this time around. As Tom said, there's been 6 tours of the circuit so far. This is 7, which means there is an 8-lap affair. Oh, I tell you what, Kieran flirting yet again with the outside of turn number 13, getting a bit close to that grass. There's a last lap board. So if you're going to make a move, it's going to be now. 3.1 kilometres of racing left for Andre Kieran. Can he go out on a high? He's got one hand on the Victorian Formula V State Racing title, and he's trying to pick up his 2nd win of the weekend and go out on a very, very positive note. Bit further back here, Charlie Richardson has found a way past Cameron Bell. Job done for her, not job done for Bell. He's got to defend now from Fisher, and look who's charging up onto the back of this little group. That's Matt Bode. He has carved his way through from the back of the field. He might be in with a shot of maybe a top 10 finish here as well, and he's looking to the left and to the right of Mick Fisher. He might go down the inside here. Nope, thinks better of it, and Bell now goes back through on Richardson with a much better run off the final corner and gets the pass done into turn 1. There's yellow flags out, I just noticed, at turn number 1 and 2, so not sure what's happened down here, or maybe there's just some observation of the potential damage that might have happened earlier in the day. Oh, Spindley, he was very sideways going through turn number 6 as he tried to seize the lead here. 3 into 2 into 1 doesn't go. They somehow managed to get out the other side of Dandenong Road. Spindley with a balls to the wall move around the outside at turn number 6, and he's got the lead of this race at the death yet again. 2 races in a row. He's gone all in, pushed all the poker chips into the middle of
it's not done yet.
But it's not quite done yet. Is this a repeat of what happened earlier today? It'll be a line ball decision at the line. Spindley just gets it yet again. What I was going to say was he went absolutely all in, poker chips into the middle of the table twice in the last 2 races at turn 6, and he made it stick both times.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Absolutely incredible.
I thought Kieran might get the momentum there over Rocco Spinley, but it wasn't to be. Car 4 of Campbell. He's going to beat Charlie Richardson across the line here.
That's a great scrap for the last couple of spots inside the top 10. Great driving by the four of them there, Bell, Richardson, Fisher and Bode. That closed up very quickly at the end of the day there. Corey Horter just behind them as well, holding off Cody Boys. It's funny how those two have found each other in most of the racing so far in Formula V this season. The two new entrants to the category, two completely different Sabre machinery there, and they have definitely had a good little battle between the two of them all season long. So if Andre Kieran, he doesn't get the round win, he doesn't get the victory that he wanted to go out on a high, but he will officially be your Victorian State Circuit Racing champion, despite finishing second there by 0.051 of a second. Spinley the win ahead of Kieran, Whittington and Hamilton. Look at that, a second covers your top four. Matt Basso in fifth from Ash Clifford and Shane Purvis, who managed to hold on ahead of Darren Power there, and then Cam Bell outlasting Charlie Richardson at the line there, and that was just ahead of Mick Fisher and Matt Bode. So great racing from everybody. Fantastic support as always from the Australian VW Performance Centre. Thank you very, very much for your support of the category in season 2025. And as they head into pit lane, we will take a breath here in commentary and we'll get ready to hand over for the Porsche 944 Challenge. Stay tuned, everybody. There's a couple of races still remaining to close out the fourth round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships from Sandown International Motor Raceway.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Without too much further ado, we are starting to see the sun get lower on the horizon, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to the microphone now Carter Fox, who, it's not actually my pleasure, Carter, I'd rather you be out there in the 944 race having a go at it, mate, but it all sort of went a bit pear-shaped for you in qualifying yesterday. We won't draw any of those details out because I reckon we're about to see a ripper race, which all of the 944 races are absolute rippers. But we've got a pretty tight schedule to get through, only about an hour to get it in. So each race has been sort of shortened to about 13 minutes plus one lap. But welcome, Carter, and let's see how this race unfolds.
Thanks, mate. It's really good to be here. Obviously, we'd much rather be out on track, but as a substitute, we'll take it.
So let's have a look at this grid. It will be Ads Brewer that will lead the field down into his starting position. Did a great run with it earlier on today. Mark Pedino will line up right alongside. Mark Torbert's on position number 3. Great to see the number 66 land in that part of the grid. Campbell out of position number 4. Tony Westaway, then it'll be Jamie Westaway. Peter Grant, Sam Roth, Michael Westaway, Andrew Goldman, Nick Carpenter, Jack Atley, Chris Lewis-Williams. Actually, just wanted to get a sighting of Chris to make sure he actually has joined the pit. He's out there. So watch for car number 37 charging from the rear of the grid. And rounding out the 14-car field to be car number 56 of Josh Brisbane. There's CLW, and the Tyre Power Benalla car had a ripping weekend at the Winton Festival of Speed only a couple of weeks ago, taking the races in his own business name, so took his own trophies home with him from that particular weekend. But Sandown has not been kind. We watch the start. Nicely getting away is Adam Brewer. And right off the start there, Mark Medino moves right over there to be right alongside and then ducks in behind. Cambella's going to go with them here. In fact, Cambella keeps it in a nice straight line, not covering as much real estate as what Mark Medino is at the moment. And car 1 just letting its presence known up the inside there, as is the 66 of Mark Torbett. He's got it, the 66, nice and well and truly hooked up. There's Jamie Westaway. He won't be languishing down there for too long. In fact, he's probably going to draw his way through with car number 1, Cambella, and they're going to try and take it up to Bedino and Ads Brewer.
Absolute flying start from Chris Lewis-Williams. Back of the grid, he's already in 7th.
So that is what we expect from Chris Lewis-Williams. As I said, had a ripper weekend at Benalla. He pops the nose out now, and he will drive on by Sam Rock. Kicks that box there as well. Back down the back of the field there, the 333 of Andrew Goldman. He's gone back a couple of spots. What this guy's gone forward, Goldman's gone back. You get a good look at the Tyre Power Benalla entry there for Chris Lewis-Williams. But this is exactly what Adam Brewer needs to do. He needs to get himself that gap before either Jamie Westaway or Cambella start to head after him, not taking anything away from Mark Medino. Mark Medino in the 44 knows how to get results. But I tell you what, when you've got the Bella blowtorch being applied to the back of your 944 in this championship, you need to be on your absolute A game. To the inside goes car 1. Threshold braking, holds the corner and drives on by Jamie Westaway. Will do the same thing. That has got to be a lasting move, and it is. Westaway tucks in there. Mark Torbett just has to take that last minute, just a little bit of opening of the steering wheel to avoid any contact there. And Mark Torbett will do that. He's the kind of guy that will just give enough room for someone else to make their own mistake without getting him mixed up.
A little bit of contact in the back there through turn 4 between Tony Westaway and Peter Grant coming onto the straight, so we'll see how that changes the runs. With a good draft up the back straight, you'll hit nearly 200 kilometres an hour, so the approach to 6 is quite fast.
Porsche Cars Australia throw their support behind this championship. CLW down the inside of Mark Torbert's again. Mark Torbert's just opening up the wheel going, yeah, I can hear you locking up there. You're torching up your Yokohama there, CLW. I don't want to ding up my car. You've already got sticky tape holding the front bumper on. Go for it, son.
I know Chris had the eyes on for this one, so it's definitely going to be aggressive moves from Chris all the way to the front of the pack.
Well, he's got rid of the haircut that is business at the front and party at the back. It's all business now. He's gone back to the short hairdo. The mullet has been all trimmed off nicely, so right back to business for Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37. Draws along to the back of Jamie Westaway. In fact, this would be good for Mark Torbett to just follow the 37 around and see where a multiple champion puts his 944 around Sandown. It can be mistakenly called two drag strips and some wiggly bits, but this place is highly technical, and we've just been through one part of it. And then at the top of this straight, when you turn left and you try and aim down at the Dandenong Road corner, you want to have your A game. I'll bring you in there, Carter. That's where you came unstuck yesterday.
It was, yeah. A little bit of a moment through 7, and tiny little mistakes have big consequences around here with high speeds and close fences. You learn quickly to be very careful.
Have a look at Mark Medino. He's bouncing it off. He's like he's playing a pinball machine out there. The side link entry with telltale signatures of battles in the past all the way down the side of his car, and he is dealing with it at the moment. Multiple champions all around him at the moment. A good learning thing, I've got to say. Mark Medino and also Mark Torbert's at the moment just getting a bit of a masterclass from some of the greats of Porsche 944 racing. The surprising thing for me, Carter, and you're heavily involved in this category as a driver, is that Ads Brewer is just growing the gap. It's only 0.1, 0.2 each time they go around, but to gap car 1, that's hard work.
It's seriously impressive by Ads. So with these guys starting to fight here in this little pack of 5 cars, if Ads just keeps punching those quick, fast, low 24s, he's going to keep drawing a gap because you're just losing time when you're fighting.
Talk about those low 24s at the moment. It's Chris Lewis-Williams, the only one into the 24s. He did a 124.84 on that last lap around. The lap before it was a 124.94. So he's the only one operating in the 24s at this point in time, just on 5 minutes plus a lap left to go in this one. So talk about a club sprint. This is just every corner matters, doesn't it? And I think that's what CLW's brought to this one. He knows how to play these sorts of games.
Absolutely. And while we have had a quick little break in the action, we should give a shout out to LK Diesel who've come on for this round of 944s and give a big thanks to them and their crew for supporting the category, which actually is wrapping up our state championship here this weekend. So Cameron Balla and Jamie Westaway are currently fighting for not only a race result but a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ads Brewer's doing everything he can till the last checkered flag of the series to infiltrate that the greatness, isn't he? He's I've been open in my praise for Ads when he's doing it well, and he does absolutely bring everything to the track. I love being nearby when he gets out of the car because he's puffing and panting and living it. Jamie Westaway now looks to the inside now on Mark Verdino and gets it done.
Nice move, really opportunistic, and that corner, turn 2, comes up really quick on you.
Wow, I don't want to throw any controversy into this, but that's been covered by yellow flags. So that might not work out quite as good as what Jamie thinks it's going to be.
That's a good point. We'll leave that to the officials to decide.
We'll let this one run out because now we've got Chris Lewis-Williams trying to make his move on Verdino. Lewis-Williams turning up the heat now. Big in the mirrors of the 44 of Mark Verdino. He's not making any mistakes, Verdino. We'll know if he does because the 37 will draw alongside if he misses a gear, if he misses an apex.
Pinches a brake on the way
anything like that, the 37 will fill the gap very, very quickly indeed. So last time round was 1.8. This time round the gap to Bella is 1.7. So not a lot of difference. So 125. 1.5 for Brewer and a 124.9. So wow, 2/10ths of a second there between our race leader and P2. When the gap's out over a second and a half, we've got to be doing that a lot more time made up on each and every lap, let alone getting past.
This class is absolutely fantastic for that, like you're saying. The lap times are so close, and these guys at the front are so competitive.
Jamie Westaway now dips down into the 124s, so he joins Chris Lewis-Williams in the 124s, and in fact, Jamie's done the fastest lap, so out of P3, that'd be Andy Goldman.
Doing a little bit of Sandown lawn maintenance.
Yeah, in the 333 carpet shed entry. Jack Atley hangs on there. Jack just getting through there as a result, and this is where it's at. The 1 and the 28. They're not going to work together at this point in time. We're only talking a minute and a half left in the actual season for the Porsche 944s, and Ads Brewer has got himself a very handy lead indeed, particularly if these two are going to get together and Mark Verdino holds his nerve and stays with it, and then Chris Lewis-Williams will be getting the message from his guys in the pits now. Yeah, probably got 2 laps left in this one. And time to give it maximum attack. They're all line astern with each other now. Just shaken Mark Torbert's ever so slightly in the 66, the yellow car just in the back of shot there. But Brewer is leading the way over Bella and Jamie Westaway. Mark Verdino trying to look for a different line to take through there to see how he can make it work. You've got to do something, don't you?
Oh, you have to try. But it's tricky because if you try on the way into turn 2, 3 and it doesn't work, 4, you lose the whole way down this long drag up the hill.
Yeah, it's all important to get out of turn 4 with maximum revs on board and momentum without getting checked up in any way, shape or form, because by the time you get here, everyone's driven past you.
Absolutely, and in these cars, it's pretty much you're full on the power before the apex to try and get the power down and out of the corner up the hill.
That's a beautiful way to do it. CLW looks to the inside now. He's given plenty of room. Verdino just runs wide there. The 37 grabs the gear and drives on by. That's what CLW had to do. He's allowed to show the nose. He did that. He didn't lock up. He didn't slide in. They could have both driven in and driven out, but Verdino, the pressure from Chris Lewis-Williams, as I suggested. Last lap board is now being displayed to the entire field, and this is a lap to celebrate what has been an immense season. It's been pressure. There's been some controversy. There's been some cars that have made contact with other cars. And, well, at the end of the day, from the position I sit and those watching on, it's been such a fantastic battle all the way to the very end of this.
Absolutely, and for Ads, carrying a race win into the next championship year is going to be really good momentum to bring forward. So if he's looking to do a full championship.
Here we go. This is the move. Chris Lewis-Williams, no lock-up, just drove the car down the inside there, held his nerve. Mark Verdino, I guess he took a bit of evasive action maybe, but you apply the pressure, you've got to force the mistake, and that is what unfolded there. So Chris Lewis-Williams from rear of the grid has made his way up to P4. Adam Brewer now, the sun really getting in the guy's eyes there as they brake hard down into Dandenong Road. Lights ablaze on the AVI technology entry as he comes around, car number 3. Leading the field around. Brewer will take a victory again here today. 96 points in the Victorian Championship, and he is very, very happy to have led Cambella home with Jamie Westaway and Chris Lewis-Williams. Mark Verdino just being given a little bit of an experience check, I would suggest, there by Chris Lewis-Williams. Parked the car there, and that's what it's all about. That's holding your nerve.
Pretty standard Chris Lewis-Williams.
It is pretty
inside a 9, yep.
It is, you're right. I'm here. I'm giving you all the warning you need to we can get on with it.
But I'm coming through, yeah.
Terrific season for the Porsches. The LK Diesel race meeting here this weekend. Jack Atley brings it to the line in the pit lane clothing entry, and then the 333 of Andy Goldman ultimately getting to the line there as well. I've got to say, well done to all contenders. There has been a bit of rubbing and a bit of racing.
Interesting that on our timing, Jamie Westaway has been shuffled down to
I would suggest
6th.
Passing under yellows down.
That could be it. Yeah, I haven't seen any
the net end result
but
there. Carter Fox, thank you very much, mate. Sadly, you didn't get to run the last race meeting or the last race for the season, but Ads Brewer pretty happy there with taking that victory, and that's been another immense season. A big thanks to Porsche Cars Australia, LK Diesel, Tyre Power Benalla, Melbourne Paving, Butcher's Diner, Don Watson Transport, ABI Technology, Poolmaster, Trico, and 888 Home Loans for the, and of course, Pit Lane Clothing for the great season that has been the Porsche 944 Championship. Thanks, Carter. We'll see you next season, mate, with a well-repaired car.
Thank you very much, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome stuff. We're going to take a quick break now because we are pushing through this program pretty hard now. Circuit XLs will be on track next, and we'll have Steve DeVries and Tom Reed back on the mic for the last couple of categories. I'll join Tom Reed for Vic V8s, and that'll be round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 2 races still to go. Exiting stage left. So I will stay on the microphone and jump on with Tom Reed for this XL race, and we will jump straight into the Vic V8s following this one as well. Tom Reed joining me. I'm Darren Smith. We shall ride this one out. The sun is getting very, very low in the sky, and I'll have to do a quick bit of catching up on all the housekeeping around the XLs. Tom, welcome, mate. Let's call this one for what's going on, hey?
I have no idea what's happening with the XLs because I haven't called a race either this weekend.
Well, we'll just call it for what it is on the screen.
I think we'll call the action because the action generally speaks for itself.
It is true. That is what XLs are all about. Here will be the grid. It'll be Will Twining Out of Tassie, then Aidan Caringel in the aptly numbered 530. I'm not sure what these numbers come about, but Jake Harwood, the Victorian, is next on the grid. Then Emily Jones, who was doing a good job earlier today. I did catch a race earlier on today with Emily. Rio Campbell in the 333. James Sarah in the 994. He's probably been lurking around the sports sedan paddock a little bit as well. A guy that did win the sports sedan championship going back about 14 years ago. In the Saab, Lachlan Harvey is next. Adam Pruner from Tasmania. Campbell Fraser. Then it's Jensen Tellers Skibby. Carly Fleming. Jamie Eales. Adam Clark. John Mahoney. John will be in the HQ, I think, in the number 81 there. Adam Clark. Then Gavin Newman for JKD out of Benalla. Isabel Rowe there in car number 50 out of 15. Daniel Harvey. Then Lee Kennedy, Jaden Hamilton, John O'Keefe. Then we've got it is James Reynolds to Jared Annabelt, rounding out a compact field of XLs, 22 cars. Used to see sort of 40 of the XLs on track, but let's see how we go over the next sort of 10 and a half minutes or so of this particular race. There's Gav Newman out of position number 16, car number 3, taking his spot up there as well. Cars just pulling up. Emily Jones, the Motum simulation car number 6 on the grid. We get a good look at the Beta Bay rental equipment hire there of a long
Daniel
shot
Harvey.
back down the straight. And away we go. Will Twining in the red car getting a beautiful motivated start and doing it nicely indeed. Aidan Caringel pulls right over to the driver's left. Everybody sporting their Dunlop tyre stickers on the front bumper. Let's hope they all come back with them well and truly intact. But it will be Twining that leads the field through. So just watching them all come down to 2. There is a yellow flag being displayed, so no one passing through that part of the track there. Bouncing up over the ripple strips there as well. Jake Harwood in the 95. These cars can easily cop a whack over a ripple strip. Quite compliant with the mandated suspension package, so they do enjoy the ripple strips here at Sandown.
Car Dagley back to P3. He started on the front row next to the Tasmanian of Will Twining, who's covering down the inside, moves over into the braking zone, and Emily Jones will follow him through. Having a look there at car 50, Isabel Rowe, she started out of P15. Looks to be, she's made a couple more spots there throughout the field. Car 42, Carly Fleming just in front of her. So about to conclude the opening circuit. We have 8.5 minutes remaining on the timing screen. So probably a 6 or 7 lap race, I assume, here.
Just watching one of the cars back down the field, white car with a red detail on it, went off on the dirt at the top of the hill there. Not sure what that was all about. I'll try and pick up which car that is. It was certainly one of the cars down toward the tail end of the field, but 2 wheels off on the dirt in the back straight is an interesting strategy of going racing. 72, our race leader up on the ripple strip, but doing it neatly. It's Harwood, Campbell and Sarah just in the back of shot there, all going out over the back of the ripple strip. Oh, the 95 of Jake Harwood giving us a good look at the underside of his XL. Getting absolute tons of air under the left-hand side there. As I heard Joel Ramsey say, getting good tyre wear there, just hanging it up in the air and not landing it like a 747 coming in to the airport.
Here comes Emily Jones round the outside at the top of the hill. It's going to be a ballsy move to pull off, and she thinks better of it. Sort of has to tuck behind Will Twining. You can see Will Twining's yellow gloves there going to work. Just a visual explanation of how hard you work in a front-wheel drive car. Lots of understeer in these. So sort of just point the steering wheel and hope. Roe Campbell still running in P3. Just behind is car 95 there of Jake Harwood. If they battle too much, it will allow Twining and Jones to extend their margin out the front of the pack.
Will Twining there just using all of the ripple strips right out over the back there, bouncing them around here. I guess you can do it. It covers the real estate. They go down the extreme left-hand side of the race circuit, covering off any sort of manoeuvre into turn one. But Twining goes over, covers it off from Emily Jones. She gets forced out wide there in the Motum Simulators entry, as we do see the very similar strategy being played out right down through the field. Hang on to the left-hand side of the track and then move over at the the 25.
Well
That's how you
caught.
do it. Gathers it all up. Beautiful.
Lachlan Harvey
Work
there. So big oversteer moment. Just put the foot down and power out of it. There is still a yellow flag down at that section of the track. I have no idea what for, but that eliminates any over and under pass move out of turn one and setting up a run through to turn two. So one less passing opportunity for Emily Jones here at the front. She's still attacking the back of Will Twining's XL. Over the top we go through turn 6, 7, 8 into Dandenong Road.
Great action spot here. There is a very specific meaning. The yellow flag down at 2. There was a Saloon car that whacked the wall down there earlier on today, and the engineering people wanted a yellow flag to be held out there so people are not getting sucked into flying through the air like we're seeing, what we saw during that Saloon car race. So the yellow flag, I guess, telling the drivers to be careful, no overtaking. But we are still seeing XLs flying through there on 2 wheels, but that's entirely up to them. Again, this strategy, Twining holding on. Good strategy to employ. It's worked, as we see the 530 just pulling out and having a look.
So Emily Jones can't really make anything happen here at the front. She can't unsettle the back of the 72 Twining car because there is a yellow flag here. So any run she may get out of turn number 1, all that momentum is sort of lost through the yellow flag area. Car 95 and car 530 here. That is Jake Harwood and Aiden Karadagli. These guys are sort of falling away from this front 3 group, and if they continue to battle, they will definitely lose the toe up the back straight, which we are about to see as they pop out from the dip over the crest. Again, the same move being applied from Emily Jones. She just cannot find a way past Will Twining.
Maybe hold on to that side of the track and see if you can sneak down the inside like what we're seeing here. The 25 and the 22 go through there together.
Lachlan Harvey gets the move done there on Jensen Talevsky.
Certainly does. And it was the 25 of Harvey that seemed to be more in a hurry there, even though it says ASAP down the side of the other car. Race lead change. Rio Campbell now weighing in on this as well, seen the opportunity to see his presence felt. 3 in the Adam Macro Racing entry. Adam Macro, of course, one of the car preparation experts across numerous categories.
3 wide.
This is it, down into 1. Twining gets back into the lead of the race in the 72. And the 530 now looking down the outside there as well. So out started off the second front row of the grid, did Karadagli, and just finding a way back into P5 at the moment. But at the moment now, it is a Twining race lead. Campbell, and then back to Emily Jones there as well. Just looking for 994. That's James Serra. He's currently sitting back there in 6th place. Started out of 6th, so holding station. That's that white car. Pretty much all on its lonesome there as a couple of the other packs start to make their way through.
Seems to me that once Will Twining gets the lead of this motor race, he seems very comfortable out front. Only Emily Jones could not hold on to that lead for more than half a lap. Rio Campbell sending one right round the outside. Twining says absolutely no to that. And he says have another crack at it. As exactly that's what Rio Campbell's going to do. He's going to hang tough round the outside here into the penultimate corner. Can he go the long way around and set his car up for the inside of the last corner? He gets that job done. Watch for Emily Jones here. She's going to get a peek on the inside of Twining.
Twining bouncing around over the ripple strip there, so harming that speed onto the straight now. But they'll crowd each other up, try and
draft.
Get that side draft happening. But wow, That was some really good driving there. Super stuff there by the 333 of Rio Campbell. Just placed himself there nicely. Didn't park it, didn't affect the flow of either car, but just right in the right spot at the right time, take full advantage of it. And what it's seen is that Twining go back 2 spots coming onto the straight this time round. Emily Jones pops it up on 2 wheels down there in the protected zone at 3 and 4. Green flag at 4 there, so we're back on with it.
Right out to the fence.
Definitely out, right out from Trico's kicker, nearly peeled it off the wall.
So something that may have halted Will Twining's momentum there was the fact he did not have a slipstream. So Emily Jones was giving Rhea Campbell was giving a nice handy lead there to Emily Jones. She was just able to tuck under the rear of the Adam Macro Racing XL down the front strap.
Just watching now, this is Jaden Hamilton. This is a battle for just inside the top 20 as we go back to the race lead here. Just enough room being allowed. Just. It is ever so close, and that is what XL Racing has built its brand around. Cadell Ambrose did a terrific job. Jordan Caruso all those years ago as well in these cars. Ben Grice in these cars as well. Just so many great race drivers have done a season or two in XLs to prove their worth, not only to themselves but their friends and family and potential sponsors. You don't get Penrite on the front of your race car without proving that you know what you're doing and you can represent that brand for that particular organisation. And that's what Rio Campbell's done. Whoa, that's a slide in there for Adam Macro Racing down the side as well. But wow, Emily Jones is coming under massive fire from Will Twining. And we have gone, well, next time over it will be the last lap board. So these guys coming around out of turn 4, they'll get an extra lap and 3/4. I guess it's still left to go in this one for them.
Fastest lap of the race being set by Will Twining when he had the lead at 33.173, identical to Emily Jones, who set a 33.173. Just goes down to the final decimal place there. So there are no points for fastest laps in XLs, but it would go the way of Will Twining by a very, very small margin. Here goes Twining down the inside of Emily Jones. They make contact at Dandenong Road, and that allows Rio Campbell to skip away ever so slightly with the race lead. So a late lunge there from car 72 on car 6. Emily Jones had to open the steering and just allow a little bit more room than she would like. But these two are going to have to work together as we are about to see the last lap board be shown for Rio Campbell in car 333, who's done a fantastic job from P5 on the grid. He's going to lead over the line all the way to driver's left. He's allowed to do that. He'll move back to the traditional racing line, clean his tyres off. Emily Jones still has to defend here from Will Twining, and this is the battle for P2, the second spot on the podium. Rio Campbell extends his margin ever so slightly there, and it's all his race to lose as they head through the chicane at 2, 3, 4 and up the back chute.
Got to ask the question, does Will Twining in the 72 have anything left to take it to these two in front? He led most of this race. In fact, it was 4.5 of the 7 laps we've had completed. And at the moment, he's just got a little gap that's snuck away to Emily Jones. So you would have to say the potency on his charge is just drifting away just ever so slightly as we get further up this straight here. And they all, as one, move over to the extreme right-hand side of the track.
Final opportunity for Emily Jones down into turn 9 at Dandenong Road. She's going to try the over and under on Rio Campbell, but can't get the momentum out of turn 9 down the short straight into the final couple of corners here.
Perfectly said there, Tom. That was all about momentum, just getting out of the corner there. Campbell had the line. He used it wisely and will line it up for a run to the checkered flag. Twining has joined in as well. It's going to be an absolute belter all the way down to the checkered flag, but it will be Rio Campbell that takes the last one. Emily Jones into P2, Will Twining into P3. Will Twining will actually take the round on 92 points, and the field streaming to the line. It's Harwood to Caradagley. James Sarah gets through there. Teleskibby with 35 points from this one.
Oh, big moment there for car 135. He's going to drop 2 spots there to the row car and car 3 of Gavin Newman. So a bit of a slip up there from John O'Keefe, who came off the rear of the field, who actually moved forward a long way there, got himself up to P13 at one stage. Across the line goes the 125 there to round out your Excel field.
Lachlan Harvey.
The 225, sorry. Yeah, Daniel Harvey.
Lockie Harvey getting home in 7th. Daniel Harvey further down the field there as well in 18th. And we've still got them coming to the line. This is 159.
Lee
Started
Kennedy.
out as 17th. Lee Kennedy will be home in 19th place. And John Mahoney didn't start in the HQ. There it is, confirmation of results. Will Twining will take the round on 92 points. Emily Jones on 88. Caradegli on 80. Harwood on 79. Rio Campbell on 76. James Sarah on 65. Harvey on 56. Pure on 50. Televsky on 35. And Carly Fleming will round out the 10 on 31 points. That is your XLs for round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Sadly, we've only got one more race to go. Happily, it's the Vic V8s. And we will be back with the Vic V8s in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that...
Quick rapid fire changeover now as the Vic V8s make their way around Sandown International. And we are closing in on an immense race for the Vic V8s. They have been fantastic to watch all weekend long, and a nice way to draw the curtain on round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I guess a couple to watch and threatening, and I'm just going to keep an eye out for the Western General bodywork car of Danny Bazadzik, joining on the tail end of the field. But right at the very front is the dentist from the northern suburbs, and that is Greg Lynch in this tribute car that he runs, and he leads the field away to all of those guys there as well. And there is the grid. Brett Lehman to Matthew Horn, Gary Finnemore in the Mentone premix entry. He is off the second row of the grid. Looking forward to seeing how he gets the coupe off and running. Mark Kakuri is in the 39. Then it's Steve Bonner, Malcolm Michael, Andrew Fisher in the red Tirana. He comes out of position number 8. Rohit Sani in position number 9. And Adam Cadeo in that VL Walkinshaw. Bruce Turrell in the... in his entry there as well. Bruce coming out of position number 11. David Ramsey in the number 5. That is the orange and black Falcon coupe there as well. Ben Richards, Danny Bazadzik and Peter Owen. I'm yet to see either of those cars.
Bazadzik's out there, and also the Jesus
there he is.
Racing Tirana is right behind him. So Tirana back row. Watch for those two to come through the field.
Okay, there's Danny Bazadzik as well, front and centre. So the two Touring Car Masters cars just taking themselves out of their spots, because Andrew Fisher was due to start out of position number 8. And I think it was this race last year that Danny Bazadzik came from pit lane and brained them through this field. But the Vic V8s certainly always put on a terrific show. And the ground thumping experience is always something to look forward to. Talking about looking forward to, can't wait to see you all at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the 4th and 5th of October. Love to see you all down there. Beautiful time of year, October, down there at Phillip Island. The weather starts to warm up, the air gets warm, and we are about to jump away for the final race of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Greg Lynch is wedged himself across the front row. He's made his intention clear. He's going to go right over to the driver's right-hand side of the straight, and he had a very clear intention. Have a look at this VF Commodore rocketing down the outside there. That's car number... Lost who it is.
Well, look at Bzadzik. He's lost a little bit of bodywork here.
Come together with someone on his way through. But wow, there's Gary Finnemore in the coupe. He had a great start in the last race as well. And we've got Mark Curry going wide. So trying to pick up, it's the Mel Bro entry there.
Yellow flags. I don't know how they're going to determine who overtook there or who didn't.
Yeah, that's interesting when you're side by side with your fellow protagonist, isn't it, as you go into the yellow flag zone. But it will be sorted out, and it'll be race control's job to do that, not ours. We'll leave that controversy up to them. But Greg Lynch drives away, and it is the big Falcon of Gary Finnemore that goes on with it as well. It's Malcolm Michael that I was referring to, and Danny Bzadzik in the Western Bodyworks entry, just showing us how good he is at bodywork with the bolt-on guard flapping around there on his Tirana.
That car is so fast in a straight line, it just blows the doors off it.
Absolutely. Couldn't have put it better myself. Well done, Tom Reed.
Car 35 on the shot there. That is Owen. And Bzadzik slowed. So just in the back of the shot there, I was really looking forward to seeing that car come through the field, and it, as unfortunately something has gone wrong with the Bzadzik Tirana. He has dropped drastically throughout the field. Not in the shot there, so
he
limping.
Still stopped, actually. He hasn't made it back into pit lane.
Limping around the last couple of corners, perhaps.
Watching from where this smoke's all coming from as well. There's Mark Curry, the Auto Cure car. Always brilliantly presented, this car. Looks $1 million every time he brings it to the track, as Andrew Fisher is still making his way around, and Bzadzik has made his way into pit lane. So that's a shame. The Western General Bodyworks car is into pit lane. Let's hope they can rectify the concerns there for Danny. Here's the Falcon Coupe from Medtone Premix, Gary Finnemore, and Malcolm Michael started out at 7th, had a ripping start, blazed up the inside of turn number 1, and has got himself into position number 3 for this one. Doing a good job there, as we're just getting a look at car 51 there. That's Sani. And it's Matt Horn in the green car just up the road. But Mark Curry looks to the inside as well. Ticks that box, goes through.
Oh, contact. Ugly stuff there through the last couple of corners.
That's digged up the front of the VH.
He's not happy.
An exchange of orders there.
Exchange of number ones out the window there from car 30.
I think that smoke is coming from Malcolm Michael in 712. There's Matt Horn's car. He stayed out of trouble. Car looks magnificent in its green livery. But Mark Curry, as I was just saying, not even a lap ago, this car is always magnificently presented. Now it looks like it's got a black eye. It's had been out for a prize fight and come back a little bit wounded. Won't be happy with that, that is for sure. Peter Owen now, wow. He is absolutely pushing on in that EL Falcon as well. He's pushed through the field. Pete started down in position number 15. It's about 7th or 8th now in this race. It'll be 8th, as there's Curry with a trailing bit of smoke there as well. And the 24 of Turrell, Bruce Turrell there as well. There's Bruce. And Caddo in the 14, Walkinshaw, fully equipped, adorned with all of its add-ons that TWR saw fit for the Group A competition. Early days.
A beautiful looking car. I must admit, in the Group A era, I really like big rear spoiler on car 14, and he's doing a pretty good job there running in P10. Started out of P10 and has remained in his spot. Car 39 still limping around the track, and a bit of a compression lock up from 35. He gets it stopped, but only just, and I think there is something hanging underneath that car, perhaps an exhaust. If we take the shot up the back straight this time by, you might see what I'm referring to here. A bit of smoke just up ahead.
A lot of smoke there, isn't there?
No one stopped, so maybe a brake lock-up, a front left brake lock-up.
Yeah, just trying to see these cars in front. Not a lot of smoke coming from anyone there. Maybe it's a bit of a heat haze that we're seeing just down there as well. Here's the Melbro entry. This is the fight for second in this race at the moment. Greg Lynch again in this one, driving away from the field. And Greg Lynch doing a tremendous job. Big shout out to Black Mamba and the guys at Black Mamba Racing for all of their support this weekend. A number of these cars going fast due to some Black Mamba products on them. Wow, rocketing down the straight now. There goes Gary Finnemore in the Mentone Premix car, driving really well, getting his starts absolutely nailed. Attention to things like the pinion angle, getting all that horsepower down and getting drive forward has been a focus on this car for Gary. There's the 712 Mel Bro car. And Malcolm Michael, so you can see what he's done. He's used the Mel and the Bro. For all you cuzzy bros over there.
Just noticing Andrew Fisher maybe doing his own private test session around the back of the field because he has set the fastest lap of 16.4. Greg Lynch out in front doing 17.8. Just noticed Fisher at the start of the race weaving his tyres left and right, getting more temperature into them. And there's a fair bit of smoke on screen coming out of this battle pack between 51, 35 and 39. The 51 being Rohit Sani in that Kmart Commodore tribute. Another late move from 39 there of Mark Kokori. He nearly ploughed into the side of the 35 entry there, who is squirrely under brakes through the penultimate corner, flicks it left, puts the right pedal all the way to the firewall. Bit going on at the front here, and the car 712 having a little bit of a lock-up. Malcolm Michael there, and a lot of smoke coming out of the back of this car. So towards the end of the weekend, these guys seem like something's going wrong with their cars. A lot of smoke coming out the back of these big Vic V8s.
Certainly do make all the right sounds, these Vic V8s. They make their presence felt when they're at the track, that is for sure. Nothing quite like a V8 rumble, and at this time of the year, traditionally we'd be leading into the V8 rumble of the Sandown 500 for some strange reason. That's now run in a country town in South Australia, but it's not up for us to argue about here today.
Beats me.
Absolutely beats me too, but there's a livery that won a race here back in 83 from start to finish. And I do like the fact that it's got the 3XY Rocktober front bumper on there. There's probably anyone that's been born since about the mid-80s wouldn't even know what that was. But
not a clue.
Certainly a big music festival on 3XY when it was a thing.
I respect the tribute livery, though.
All of the radio across Victoria. But now it's a tribute livery on this car. The 97, Brett Lehman. Nice move there. Absolutely nice move. We know Brett can drive well. He's used the back of the ripple strip there as well, but has to arrest his charge because there's yellow flags being displayed down there. And the fastest lap now going to Andrew Fisher in his Touring Car Masters Tirana. Danny Bazadzik has not come back out after scoring a bit of damage to his Tirana on the opening, I'm going to say opening first couple of corners, wasn't it, Tom, that the damage was made?
It was immediately from the start, so I wonder if a couple of screws have just come loose throughout the weekend, and yeah, the bodywork was flapping around there big time on his car. Still the Mentone Premix concrete car, number 48 of Gary Finnemore. He is running in P2, no challenge from Bazadzik yet, so he's happy about where he's running, I assume. Car 712 still hustling the back, and more action between the 39 here. He's got to get out the way of Fisher in the big bad Tirana, who's making a charge through the field, already up to P8 from the back of the grid after taking a couple of extra warm-up laps for himself. Just watch this car as it applies all its power to the road, those rear tyres doing all the work, and he powers past the blue Falcon on the front straight. Massive top speed in that car.
Andrew Fisher now, the Touring Car Masters. This is how they roll now. They're very, very rapid, high horsepower. They still keep those silhouettes we know and love from the era. But I tell you what, they never raced with the ponies that they have on board in Touring Car Masters these days. As we see the 51 just slowing now, going down the main straight as well.
Yeah. So off the pace there in the Kmart Commodore.
Last lap board now being displayed to Greg Lynch. He's got, believe it or not, he's got a margin of 20.855 seconds over Gary Finnemore, who is just coming out of Dandenong Road now, and he has got Malcolm Michael in his mirrors with Brett Lehman. Let's see if Brett can position the car. In fact, Brett's got a ton of experience and should be able to, if he can get onto the back of this Commodore in front, like he tried a lap ago to dive under brakes there. Certainly, Malcolm isn't going to be able to get down the inside of Gary Finnemore anytime soon. Little lock-up, in fact, not a little lock-up, that right front being absolutely torched on the Marlboro car.
I'm not sure if it was a lock-up because I keep seeing smoke coming out of the back of that thing every braking zone. So, not quite sure what's going on with the Commodore there, but pretty much his final couple of opportunities here to take second place. Greg Lynch on screen doing everything he needs to do. He's got a 23-second lead over Gary Finnemore and has absolutely smoked these guys.
Hasn't he? He's taken all of these victories here today as Greg Lynch lines it up, points it at the finish line. He's had his troubles, but wowee, that is a clean sweep. Put away the broom and grab the vacuum cleaner because he has absolutely cleaned it up here at Sandown. The dentist from the northern suburbs, a great bloke around the traps, and well, after so many issues with steering racks and steering pumps over the last 12 to 18 months, what a weekend for Greg Lynch. He can walk away standing very, very tall after getting these great results. It'll put his championship hunt for the Victorian VicV8s Series. Let's have a look at Andrew Fisher's final lap for the event. And he said, no, last lap was his fastest with a 1:16.01. Yeah, just. But wow, no one else was operating in the 16s. Our race leader was even a second and a half off that. Here's Mark Kakuri, and he's giving the flashes there as well, just letting everybody know, all the officials, all the flaggies, a very, very big thank you. And on that note, what a fantastic commitment all of our race officials and volunteers around the track have made all this weekend. If you want to become a motorsport official, visit motorsport.org.au/officials and you could join us all trackside. Extreme trackside is what the officials do in the setting sun. We see the applause from the fireys down there at turn 4 as our VicV8s literally, Tom, ride off into the sunset. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Tom. Well done. Great
Thanks,
job
Darren.
this weekend and stepped up for the last 3 races, mate. Terrific stuff. Great to have you part of the commentary team. Steve DeVries has exited stage left. Callum Brannigan, Joel Ramsey, Emma Dean, a big thanks to all of those guys. And, of course, Carter Fox joined us. We had Sam Silvestro, Rolf Grieve also join us in here. And a massive thank you to the crew, the cameraman and the crew in the van putting together all of these great pictures right throughout this weekend. You can check it all out at Blendline TV on their YouTube channel. In fact, you just have it ticking away on the back of the PC whilst you're supposed to be doing work, and check it out and watch all of the weekend's racing. Can't wait to see you all at the next round of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Keep tuned to all of our socials. Callum Brannigan's doing a massive job keeping all of that content flowing through to the social medias, and we'll keep a close eye at that. We'll see you all at Phillip Island on October 3, 4 and 5. For now, drive safely. We'll see you at the next one.